Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. Tu Asaba Tehuti, Amen. Hotep Ra.
And I'm going to tell you this. Once I was able to imbue myself in this frequency, I didn't want anything else. Nothing else was satisfying to me. Nothing else was nourishing to me. Nothing is more nourishing to me, to my consciousness, than the truth. Once you are actually imbued with it, once you learn what the truth is, it's nothing more satisfying. So, Hotep Henu to you, Great Saba, for this NEFA class. Your discipline, your example. I've seen it demonstrated consistently week after week. Man, like he was on another platform, Tehuti, like I was telling you. He was on another platform. He was invited as a guest. And he was answering questions like he does now. It was like an interview. I don't even know what the name of the platform is, but I definitely encourage you to go watch it because that was a NEFA class as well. Whenever Saba is on any other platform, he definitely represents. But he was on this brother's platform, and he had one of his vipers, venomous vipers, with him, and he was teaching, answering a question, and the snake bit him on his hand, and he continued to teach. He didn't even stop teaching. He continued to teach. That's discipline. That is consistency. So it happened so quick, right? That I didn't even realize that he got bit. I didn't realize that it was anything wrong. I actually had to go back and rewatch it because he continued to answer the question. His discipline was that of such. He continued to answer the question, right? So that's the.
I just want to say Hotep Henu to Saba. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first one-on-one, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. My dejed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. So I just want to say, with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam, and, and it's definitely not a scam. I could say Saba scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So, I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and Henu to Saba, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.
The deepest parts of me that yearned for something I felt I was missing in my life has finally found what it was searching for. I now continue to find the answers to the deep, unanswered questions in my life because of my teacher, Tehuti. Who am I? What is my purpose on this earth? What happens after death? What is the truth, and how do I know this is the truth? Why have I been lied to so much in today's society? If I were to convey what Tehuti is giving me, it would take infinity to explain to you. Yet one word may encapsulate it all. Tehuti is giving me life, and I hope that one day you will walk through this door with me too. to see and feel the experiences of what life is, to receive a new love that you have never experienced before.
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up, how can I say, every time you speak, there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed. So you have a very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're going to block and you're going to stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So.
Here's the problem though with that debate. I cannot say Jabari won that debate because his wife was there helping him, Reggie was there helping him, Sai was blocking for him, even though Sai was a bit more objective. He was giving props to Tehuti when Tehuti was smashing.
Yeah, we'll have to go through the details. Yeah, man, I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us. Yo, the Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
If you're to take,
but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
Brought out the holy tablets.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Medu-Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti podcast on YouTube.
That's your words?
Brother,
stand on
that's
it.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole word, I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
I'm gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing? Hotep, brother. This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tehuti, I did my roots. Yeah, I found out my people from Mali. Yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out.
Nice.
Hey, there's a Hage clan. You know, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina, and they was on the Hayes plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of Atom, man. So I'm just here to learn. Peace.
Correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The brother Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. And I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a name?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological Netzer, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Cinnamon with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Upset has? Everybody, can you see that sun in her?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Cinnamon. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Osset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Cinnamon is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you, how hot was the sun?
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. And I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible. That's why that is symbolism. Cinnamon and Osset were real.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it? No. Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Sonetta TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, Brother Jabari. Most people in the got Brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So don't get mad at me, Brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this. You know, I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Chat, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to Brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari has, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up, how can I say, every time you speak, there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed. So you have a very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're going to block and you're going to stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonnetter's platform, Sonnetter announces the winner?
And on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, he took some jabs, And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with Tehuti. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn, we have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the Brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sarnetta. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sarnetta saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kemet.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it where the Natiru reel, and then Jabari came in, and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my pod class, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes we got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. So you do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that. So I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
I discovered Tehuti on Senator TV. He was at the Jabari debate. He was a brutal one, very brutal. And I was one of the Jabari follower, and Tehuti won me over. I couldn't believe that somebody that I call a teacher, master teacher, was making stuff up.
Tehuti Erakuti, I overheard you while I was in the background. You said that you were would you say your heart was broken when you saw your math teacher making things up? Was that Jabari?
Yes, sir.
Somebody's making something up. When you went in to see the debate, did you go in saying, "Oh, Jabari's gonna wipe this guy off the scene"? Did you know that you had faith in him? Like, hey, every Jabari debate on Sonetta, he blows everybody away. So here's just another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw all his debate. They claim him as the Floyd Mayweather. That time, I mean, it was just unbelievable. I was like, they need to give you the title, and until today, I'm still waiting. They still don't give you no title. I mean, in the same time, I feel this title is too little for you. It really was not a match.
Hey, Mary Sekhmet, while I'm getting this ready for you, because I'm trying to fix something here. Were you once an Israelite? Is that why your name was Israel?
Yes, that's correct. For many years.
How long did you come out of it before you came across me?
Just recently. It's not even been a month, sir, since I've had a full understanding thanks to you. So dua.
Oh, so you coming out of the Israelite is a part of you attending the podcast. Oh wow. Were you in it over 5 years?
Yes, a few decades since I was a young adult.
Wow. Give her a round of applause, please, Annie. That's Oh, you're on mute, by the way. We didn't hear anything. Say it again.
I'm grateful. I am really grateful.
Wow, thank you for that. That's a great decades in Hebrew Israelite. Comes and watches the. And let me ask you this one other thing. How did you come across the pod class? How did you even know about this? Come across it?
It was the debate with Jabari. Yes, I was following Jabari, and there was debate that I found out about you, and it was going through old pod classes that the matrix was broken as far as Hebrew Israelite in the Bible.
You were a Hebrew Israelite also following Jabari?
Yes, I was still a Hebrew Israelite when I was listening to Jabari. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful. You're a Hebrew Israelite while you were listening to Jabari come to the podcast, and boom, now you're married Sekhmet. Wonderful. That's great to hear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody, go out there, do your job, hit the people, break the matrix, bring them here to the podcast, save people's lives. Imagine dedicating yourself for decades to something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this isn't true?
We were a great young group of brothers and sisters moving. You know what I mean? It just that things sort of went different, and we went to different black movements as we grew up. You understand what I'm saying? But right now I bear witness that Tehuti's been consistent with the truth this whole time. I can't lie about that. That's a fact. I would say he was a bit disappointed when he came back, because when he came back, we was all 5%ers, and that wasn't his plan. At the same time, it was just how things moved, and it just how things grew, right? So today, I'm just glad that we still building, we still here. I still bear witness to the teachings that he was teaching back in the day. The thing is, too, what you're hearing right now, we was building about this like 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing. It's amazing. And I never thought it would be like this,
Let me know if you're here, whether it's on here or whether it's in the message system. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Definitely, Dome Daily, you can stay on if you want. Build with the people. The people rarely get to see somebody who knew me from, what was it? Was it 90? What year was that? 89?
It was like 89, 88 to 92. Yeah, it was just a long time ago.
89. Anu, what were you doing in 89?
I was doing at the church.
Oxafek, where were you built on in '89? What were you teaching on?
I was a sperm. I was in my father's, area.
Swimming in my daddy's big. Okay, maybe Primordial. I know he was the Primordial. He's gonna give up his age now. What were you doing in '89, brother? What spells were you breaking? What were you doing in '89?
I was only 3 years old, running around acting whatever.
Yo, we were all.
I was showing Hebrew, and then I got this one right
Hang on
here.
a second.
This one's also Hebrew, showing the firmament and Sheol.
Okay, this depiction right here, this is an ancient Hebrew tablet that's in a museum. This is an ancient Hebrew papyrus that we can date, or what is this?
There's a few you can choose from. We've got
the one that we were
Egyptian.
looking at, the one that I'm asking about, is that picture, that Hebrew picture.
This one's Hebrew, yeah.
That was found. This picture was drawn by the ancient Hebrews.
There's quite a few drawings.
No, I'm not asking if there's quite a few. Maybe I'm not being. Can I be heard? Okay, the image that was on the screen. Can we go back to the image? I don't know why I keep jumping.
Because there's so many.
80. Yeah, but can you stick to the one that you showed? That's why I like to do things step by step. I know everybody likes gish gallop and jump.
Okay.
I do things nice and slowly, and that's how you catch people. Nice and slow.
Okay, catch me.
The image that you're showing right there, that's being called a Hebrew image, is this an ancient papyrus image in a museum, or that can be dated back to the ancient Hebrews? Just yes or no?
We're not familiar with museums, so no.
Can this be dated? This image that we're looking at here, this color image, this is an ancient. Why is it moving?
Oh, okay.
Everybody okay?
It's the same one.
No, okay, can we stick with the?
It's all the same one.
I know people like to jump. That's how you cause the chaos. You can forget the argument. This is why I win debates, because I stick with the one thing and I'm not moving. So the one image, I'm asking a straightforward question to everybody on the panel: is this an ancient Hebrew image that can be found dated to the ancient Hebrews? Just yes or no.
This exact CGI rendering of it? No.
Okay, on to the next person. Lord Jamar, is this your Hebrew image that you're presenting that can be traced back to the ancient Hebrews? Yes or no?
That is an image that I understand to be an ancient. Their depiction of their cosmology.
Where can we find this ancient image?
Is that an actual one from some? I don't know, man. See.
Okay, one here. Check, mic check. Who's here? You can hear me. Mic check, press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me, please. Mic check. Let's see the 9s. It says 9 comments in the chat. Let's see. Okay, and now they're coming through. Wonderful. We have, okay, a couple are coming through. I see them now. There they are. We have Amunet with the 9. We have Amun Ka Tehuti with the 9. We have Nukpu with the 9 to the 9th power of 9. We have Robert Williams with the 9. Wonderful. Everybody can hear me. That's what's important. And let us begin with this beautiful phenomenon, the one of a kind, the only place that this is happening. We're going to start off with the proper frequency. This frequency is very important to me, and the frequency we're going to start off with. For those who are new, who are watching, the frequency that we're starting off with is called the affirmation, which I brought some 20 years ago. 20 years ago, I introduced, it was around 20 years ago, I would think so. Yeah. Around 20 years ago, I introduced the affirmation, and the affirmation is a combination of phrases from the ancient text of immortality. And it was something that our ancient ancestors had to memorize, and each sentence was a phrase that they had to live by. So we're going to start off with the affirmation for the new people in the room, which there may not be any as of yet because we're just starting. But for the new people in the room, when you watch this on a playback, you can read it along with us, or if you're watching it live, it is actually going to go on the screen. This affirmation is responsible for a very important paradigm shift that took place from people since the 1970s or 80s introducing themselves Hotep, Hotep, Hotep. You'll find that some years ago there was a switch where the introduction on panels, face-to-face, especially recently on the internet, YouTube, the introduction you'll see people do now or type in the chats now is Ankia Ma'at. There was no Ankia Ma'at being said in the days of Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark. It was Hotep, brother Hotep. Now you're seeing Ankia Ma'at, Ankia Ma'at. So here is the Ankia Ma'at affirmation, of which I've done 2 full hour-and-a-half classes on and 1 private class on. You're going to see it go up on the screen, and we're going to start with this beautiful affirmation. We're going to start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Ankia Ma'at, Un-N-S, Nin Tet, Aset, and Ma'at, Min, Hapapet, and Ma'at, Her, and Hukiwi, Per, Ikut, I. Live for Ma'at, I. Exist within her, I. Do not speak in the place of Ma'at, every day, I. Advance towards Ma'at, my. Being enshrouded in darkness, I. Come forth as conscious light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And there we are. Peace and greetings, everyone. Are there any new people right now in the pod class or viewing as of right now? I don't think so, actually, because it only looks like 10 people, which I can actually count on in the chat, the 10 people. So peace and love to all the people that are consistent. For all the new people that will be watching this in the future and will be joining in, my name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra, but I did not start with that name. Here is Hush Nation, fix 432, Hush Nation, fix Ma'at. And there's Amanet with the Per Ikut. That's right. Heh. Heh, new. Forever new. All right. Wonderful. So for the people watching, peace and love. For the new people, the people that have been coming for years and years, who are min ma'at, consistent. Consistency is the key. Consistency is what makes any nation, any movement run. Disunity is the key of the matrix. Regardless of what they split people up for, the goal of the matrix is to disunify, branch, break, branch, break, branch, break, because if you consistently do that, nothing can ever be built. If you start building a house and build the door and 5 walls and the carpet and say, I'm out of here. Then the other person builds a window. I'm out of here. We got to wait 5 years for another person to come wash the floors. Whereas the construction workers over there, they're like, we're going to start building this house and we're not going to leave this project until it is finished. And thus they end up building houses, which lead to villages, cities, towns, and eventually countries, of which there is no town or country that exists without a house. Is that correct? Imagine if the mere builders of the houses were inconsistent and ran away or branched off, nothing would be built. I realized this from when I was a child, and it actually was the catalyst which caused me to do what you see is happening right here. Let me put the there we go. All right, so peace and love, everybody. Any new people watching, you can press a 7 if there are any new people watching today. Today's class, it's going to be a special. All the classes are special, but this one's going to be very special because we're going to actually have the person that asked the questions. Some of these questions is going to be featured as one of the Kemetic physicians in this class. So being that I designed this answer pertaining to physicians and doctors and the origins of it in Kemet, I'm actually going to have a section that is going to be dedicated to one who is alive today, who is actually in the teachings of the House of Aten, attends the pod class, a consistent supporter, who is actually a doctor and a surgeon, and who wears the Ankh. And there is your Kemetic doctor of today. So there's gonna be a little section inside of this large series of questions and answers. Ancient Kemet physicians imbued the Natiru. What is this right here? Why is it pointing to that? Modern day medical field racism Psyops. The healthiest men on earth? Who are called the healthiest men on earth? What is the purpose of a physician if not to make men healthy? And if there was a set of people declared as the healthiest men on earth, they must have had the greatest physicians. We're going to find that out, especially if another group of people were calling them that. Where did medicine and doctors originate? Greece or Kemet? Why did doctors do this? This picture down here, what is this they're doing? Why do they do this? Where does this develop from? And we're going to go over that. We're going to go over the origin, and then we're going to go over the spiritual deep symbolism of what's actually happening right here, which has never been revealed on the that I've seen on the planet before. Today, October 11th, 2025, it will be revealed for the first time. Here's another thing that will be revealed for the first time. Kemet, goddess Sekhmet of the ancient physicians used today by doctors. That will be revealed. And whose medical chart is this? What is this right here? And how does it match where the arrows are pointing to? And how is this possible to be seen? Is it through x-rays? We're going to find this out today. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, the House of Aten, the one and only phenomenon that is taking place. That is right. Min Ma'at. Jewels are being dropped. Sekhem. That's right. And the hat and the spider. Excellent, everybody. Welcome. I think Angela Gates in this class today. I think I saw her in the beginning. And I saw an email that will be addressed in the class today to all the people that are attending the pathways. Some very important things will be discussed actually in privacy, but it will be part of the this experience today. So welcome everybody to the Tehuti podcast. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. Oh, there you are, Angela Gates. Wonderful, wonderful. Yes, you should have received an email of where to get that ticket from, or some type of message, and then we'll be gone over again today. Maybe, because we actually won't be making any more. The pathways is next week, so. But you will get that. You should have gotten that information of what you need to do. Shout out to everybody attending this Tehuti Pod class today. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. For those who are watching this for the first time, I don't see any new people watching right now. But for those who are watching this for the first time, my teaching and my awakening, our awakening of people, began when I came to a particular realization as a youth. As a youth, I did something very, very important that affected what I am today, and the intensity of what I am and what I do today. And what I did was I separated myself from regular society and regular people, spending time with these. This is Aset, Hajet, Maati, say peace. This is my white cobra. And on the hat is Sekhmet. Sekhmet is a very important word that I resurrected back to this planet several years ago. I never heard people talking about, anybody here heard about people talking about Sekhmet as far as the power of memory? Is that in a Kemetic person's book? Is that on some YouTube channel? Sekhmet, the power of memory? No. So I brought the Sekhmet consciousness back, and Sekhmet is the name of this spider, and it was actually the name of ancient spiders, and there is an extreme deep meaning for that deals with memory and the afterlife pertaining to Sekhmet. When I was a youth, younger than what I am today, I spent a lot of time going out into the wilderness, going out into the forests, going out into the ponds, going out around the animals. That's right, Nook Punuk says, nope. Nope. So if you hear anybody now talking about, and Sekhmet is the power of memory, and see the Purim. If you see people talking about that now, just ask them, man, how'd you come up on that? That's a weird thing, the interesting thing to come up on. So when I was much younger, I spent time with the animals, and then I started coming around the people. As a youth, I had to come home. I spent about 5 hours in the ponds and the swamps in the field with snakes and the turtles, and I would observe their focus and their loyalty and dedication. And it's the first time that I ever witnessed and observed loyalty and dedication. The first time that I ever witnessed consistency, and that was with watching the bees, watching the ants, watching the termites, watching these animals and how they stuck with the tribe, how they were in specific ranking systems, and how they never fought within the ranking system. A drone ant never fights a worker ant to be a worker ant, and the worker ant never fights the queen to be a queen ant, or a queen bee never fights the honey bee, because the queen bee stayed as the queen bee, the honey bee stays as the honey bee, and everything is completely structured and organized. Spending hours and hours of the day watching this, laying in the grass and observing them, and then coming back around people, around my parents, around my brothers and sisters, around regular people. I noticed there was a complete difference in consciousness in how wildlife, ancient wildlife, modern wildlife, and the tribes that I used to watch on television were completely different from the people of today. It seemed like there was some type of spell, some type of matrix. Something was wrong and off. There is the good brother Master K. I was just looking at you and your family a couple of days ago. How was Tehuti looking at my family? Because I can do that. Shout out to Master K. Hotep Mahat, Heru Mestu Saba, shout out to you, the beautiful family. So going around people, I noticed that people were structured based on emotional whims. They did things based on emotional changes. As a youth, I started studying the amount of times that emotion can change inside of the human psyche. And it is thousands of times per few seconds. When they did demonstrations of how many times someone can switch from emotion to emotion, there were thousands of times that somebody could switch from emotion to emotion every few seconds, and that the decisions that they made were based on whatever emotional frequency that their mind was on at the time, not actually based on factual evidence. It was based on emotional frequency. And I noticed this when I was a child, whereas the insects and the animals that I was watching, they weren't making their decisions based on emotional frequency. The bee wasn't getting honey based on its emotional frequency. I don't want to get honey today. I'm feeling lazy. I'm going to lay back. I need a vacation. Let me retire. I'm a retired bee. No more honey for me. I noticed that they were every day doing the same thing until they got old and passed. The queen never said, no more babies for me, man. I'm going to leave this baby making. And I noticed that it was consistency, whereas the people were switching from religion, from decision, based on an emotional state. And whoever had a fixed control on that emotional state could control the masses of people. I observed this when I was a child. I observed that people switched based on what looked to me like possessions. I would go into the church and I would see people catch the Holy Ghost. But only the people that believed in that church could catch the Holy Ghost. So when I was walking in there, I wasn't catching the Holy Ghost, but the people that were of that belief, they caught it, but the Muslims weren't catching it. And it was based on their belief system and their emotional tie to a Jesus that they never saw, no Bible character that there was ever proof of, and it was just based on what they felt in their heart. I feel this in my heart. I feel this in my heart. Jesus is with me. I know the path. I know what's right and wrong, and I have a personal relationship with God. And I started to question that. I also realized that emotion was controlled by frequency change. This is all when I was a youth. Emotions were controlled by frequency change, and frequency were the words that were coming out of people's mouths, because all that's coming out of our mouth are different frequencies that we're actually calling words. They're not words. Words are invented later. That's the definition of what we're saying that they are. They are tones that come out of our mouth that control what people think. And based on if somebody can interpret or understand or translate those tones and the way that you say it in the facial inflections and the way that you move your hand gestures, that person will react based on the frequency. So if a Chinese person cusses somebody out, an Italian will just stand there like, okay, what they say? But if an Italian cusses another Italian out, all of a sudden that person is hurt, offended. They hurt me. They're insulting me. They're disrespecting me. But the Chinese person said the exact same thing to you, but you did not comprehend the frequency. So I realized that frequency and what was coming out of people's mouths was actually what was changing people and what they saw on television. So I named myself the Word as a youth. It may have been high school, pre-high, I'm not sure. I only made it through 2 grades of high school. So I called myself the Word. And I realized that my words could actually change people if they were based on the frequency of facts. So I would go around and talk to people without the emotional effect. I would talk to people without the, I believe in this, you better believe also. I can't believe you. I talk to people with this look in my face that I'm looking at you with. And I would say just like this. Yes? Okay. Great. But I would state facts which created a frequency of tension that made people behave in ways that they didn't behave before they spoke to me. And I realized that if I use this type of talk and stick with the facts and the truth and when I'm being influenced by the animals, I could change the way that people behave based on an internal ancient aspect of themselves that wants to hear the truth or doesn't. I realized when I was a child, there was this quote in the Bible that said, now man has become like one of us, knowing good from evil. And I couldn't find any middle words for good and evil in the Bible. Went to the Metanetter, went to ancient languages, Ma'at and Isfet. There was no in between. I come into the English language. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's not so bad. What is this now? What do you mean that's pretty good? It's not so bad. It's all right. It's so-so. I'm looking for so-so. I'm looking for pretty good. I'm looking for not so bad in the ancient languages, and I can't find those words. I can't find it's pretty, because pretty means attractive, right? Does pretty mean attractive? I realized that in the English language, there was a disagreeable frequency that didn't make sense to the mind. I didn't understand as a child, what is pretty good? Because my mother was called Pretty. But pretty had nothing to do with being good, because your homework can be good, but it's not pretty. So what's pretty bad? I thought pretty was the opposite of bad, and I couldn't understand what these words were. They were telling me that awe is when somebody who's in awe. So when somebody's in awe, is that a good thing? They told me that if I did a good thing in school, you did awesome. And I was taught that the word some meant a small portion of something. I'm a child. Oh, okay. So awesome is some awe. So my goal was to be full of it. I wanted to be all of the awe. Why just have some of it as a child? And they said, you did horrible. You did awful. Huh? Looking up as a child, huh? Wait a minute. I thought that if I did some awe, that's a great thing. That's an awesome job you did. It's some of awe. Well, can I have a full perspective of awe? That's horrible. You did awful. I'm confused as a young man walking around, and I'm saying to myself, this is a matrix. There's something happening that doesn't make sense. So what I would do is I would start to question people just based on factual things, what they could show me at the live time that it's happening. And I realized that when I did that, it set off a frequency in people where their behavior switched, almost like a possession. So when I was a young man, teaching people in the schools, which you've already heard of before, I was in the hallways teaching people during, right, Robert Williams? You're catching it now? Teaching people in the schools in the hallway while people were on recess. I would break into the school, hide in the library while people were on recess. I was teaching class. That's where I started. I was teaching, asking people questions and breaking people out of the matrix. People started to know me from doing that as a young man. So there was a lot of racism in the area that I lived in, a lot of open racism. It wasn't hidden like today. It was very open. Europeans wore specific shoes to let you know which race they were going to fight that day. If they wore red shoes, that means that Indians were going to get beat up that day. If they wore yellow shoes, that meant the Chinese were going to get beat up that day. This is the type of environment that we're on edge. We had eggs on our window, dolls hanging. What is this, Tehuti? This is how I'm raised up. Dolls are swinging. Were you raised up in the 1930s? No. Just I lived in one of these redneck areas where the white supremacist movement had its main office, its main institution. So I'm right there where the white supremacists have the main institution, and their followers are right there strong because the institution is there. And so racist conversations would break out in the basketball courts. And this was one of the first times I noticed this. They came and knocked at my door, the brothers and sisters. So there's this European girl that keeps on attacking us, calling us monkeys. and it's making us feel real bad, man. We don't want to have to just beat her up, but we know you study knowledge and you have a way of talking to people. Come on into the basketball court and talk to this racist European girl. And I said, okay. Just little young boys at the time. I go to the basketball court. I think this is my first time going to a basketball court. I never played this strange sport, but I'm walking to the basketball court, and I said, where is she? I see her there. They're yelling and screaming, you black monkeys, you such a, look at you, you cracker. And I said, no, that's not how you do it. I don't remember her name. Maybe it was Mandy or something. I said, hey, Mandy, come speak with me. Speak now that I'm here. She said, you're just like them. You're the black monkey. Look at you, monkey boy. And I said, that's interesting. And she noticed she wasn't getting a response out of me that was yelling back. This was going on for at least over an hour with people. And when I got there, I'm just looking at her just like this. And I noticed she calmed down a little bit. And I said, can I respond? I'm a little young boy, young child. Can I respond? What do you got to say, N-word? Huh? Trying to trigger me. And I said, well, what are the attributes of a monkey? I'm just curious, so we can start from the source of the conversation. I just want to know what the attributes are so I can follow along with the reasoning. I said, when you shave a monkey, what color is its skin? Everybody said, we think it's pink skin under there. I said, yeah. The fur is black, the fur is brown, but the skin is actually pink underneath. I said, how are monkeys' lips? Are they thick? Monkeys have thick lips, or are they thin? I'm asking her these questions, and she's starting to get uncomfortable. She's moving in a strange way. I'm not yelling at you now. I'm just asking you questions. Let me see what my frequency does to you. I said, are the lips thin? She said, yes. I said, I showed my hair. I said, us N-words, we have this strange woolly hair. You don't like it, do you? She said, no. So I'm so glad we should have monkey hair, shouldn't we? I said, how's a monkey's hair texture look? She said, straight. As I'm questioning her, I'm noticing she's moving back and forth. She's not yelling at me anymore. I'm just using my words because I call myself the word, and I'm questioning her. And I'm saying, with all those attributes, which one of us actually look like a monkey? Not even saying anything is wrong with looking like a monkey because I study animals. I like monkeys, but with all of the attributes. And I said, do you know that in Europe, they have an issue with several people Europeans being born with a coccyx tail? That's a tail. I said, so we have a tail, we have pink skin, thin nose, thin lips, and straight hair. Isn't that more similar to your attributes? She went into a seizure because of the frequency. No yelling and screaming at you. Just a set of questions as I'm looking at you just like this. I'm moving my head with you. As you're moving your body, I'm moving with you. You're wobbling, I'm moving, but my eyes aren't moving. They're staying on you unless I look downwards. And then she go into a seizure because there's only two frequencies, Ma'at and Isfet. There's no in between. And I realized that these frequencies were conscious and they actually could enter people. They actually could change people's thinking because they're unseen forces that have a consciousness to them. And every time I stepped in and questioned people, they either had to come to the Ma'at frequency or something would trigger and they would change and they wouldn't be able to explain it. They wouldn't know how to explain it in real time. What's happening? They just knew that they were getting upset and angry and that something they're feeling is off. They don't know what it is, and she's in a seizure. My mother, who loved me and I loved her back, she threatened to kick me out of the household. She's never threatened to kick any child out of the household before. Threatened to kick me out because I was asking these type of questions. I set up a debate with the pastor, which I've told the story several times. The pastor was a cool, calm, collected pastor, 47 years old. I'm just a young, I could probably have been, whatever Robert Williams, I could have been his son at the age I was. I could have been Robert Williams' son. So She sets up a debate, and the debate is based on if I win the debate, I get to live in the household, and if he wins, I get kicked out of my household. She set this up. We have a debate for several hours. He starts to come out of character with my questions. I'm just sitting on the kitchen chair asking questions. He is now, my mother is looking at him wondering, why is he behaving like this? He's never acted like this before. He was fine yesterday. And she kicked him out of the house for his embarrassing behavior. So I noticed that one of the reasons why I call myself the Word is because my words, the frequency that I reside on, is a frequency of truth, because I wasn't affected by hanging out with a bunch of corrupted people. I was always with the animals. And their frequency is just focused truth. That's where their frequency is. So I adapted that to myself. I was with them for so long that when I came across people, it was just like this. Focused truth, and I would send them into an isfet state where their behavior would be completely different, and it was unexplainable. And when the pastors asked, why are you behaving like that? The pastor couldn't explain it. When the girls asked, why do you go into a seizure? Do you have seizures? There's no explanation of it. They can't explain what's happening to them in real time. So I stayed with this frequency, and I utilized it to convert people to the truth, because as there's a frequency that does that hydrogen peroxide that makes people behave in certain strange ways, it can pull that out of them if they lower their ego. Now I was converting people, tens and tens of people as a young child, going to the churches, walking out with 5 people, going to the Muslim mosque, walking, just converting people just like this. Something about the way I elaborated on things based on truth was converting people to the truth at an extreme rapid rate. And I utilized this. I had debates with the greatest Hebrew scholar, Christian, I forgot his name, he was 65 years old. I was tricked into the debate, got into a debate with him, cool, calm, collected. Old man, 67 years old. We get into a debate, and within the first 45 minutes, he has to be taken out on a stretcher. The students are like, what is happening? He's not known. He does lectures. He's the greatest Hebrew Christian scholar of the Southwest region, however they labeled him. Why is he in a seizure now with this young man just like this? I'm just asking you questions. Why are you so uncomfortable? Why are you? And then he's taken out in a stretcher. That was the end of that debate. The pastor filed for the courts to give me a restraining order. He's never done that in his entire life with anybody, even in the violence that he's seen. And I realize that my frequency can either change people to the truth, if their frequency is ma'at, or it can bring out the evil where it doesn't come fully out, and they switch into they stick with that, with the tension, which makes them behave evilly. And it was a protection for me to be able to decipher who was around, and I was converting people. This is my life story because I realized that the energy that exists that I'm talking about existed before me. When my mother told me that when she was going to go into labor, she saw a whirlpool, an energy over her womb, and then it went into her womb, and then I was born. That's what she said. She gave me names that I'll be discussing at the pathways, but she gave me names that were not English, that had to do with divinity. From birth, she said there was something different. My son was born years and years and years and years later, and he said, I watched you and my mother intimate from another plane. This is a little baby, this is a little boy talking. I watched you and my mother being intimate from another plane, from somewhere else in existence. And when it was time for you to reach your peak, that's when I came in on your birthday. This is a little boy telling the mother this. No teachings of such, nothing. This little boy just telling the mother this. I'm realizing that our existence and consciousness frequency existed prior to us being here. All of these events that are happening is a part of a larger war that's taking place. And I stepped into this war, and I continued with this war. My protection was the frequency that I have will immediately either convert people or push people away. And I utilized that to teach and teach and teach. And that's why when I went on to the Killer Priest pod class, Podcraft. That's a weird word. Killer Priest Podcraft is a very unique word he invented. Podcraft, like you're flying. When I went on there, to this date, I was the only one converting people. Everybody watching right now who was on the Killer Priest show, who was being converted to anything on the Killer Priest show? Any witnesses, please? Did somebody come on the Killer Priest show and change their whole perspective, and now they're following the teachings of one of those people that were on there? No. When I went on the Killer Priest show, I used the same frequency to teach him, and people started converting. Basa Tut was a Buddhist. I think Big Vase was a Buddhist. People were different. Everybody that's in the podcast right now was a different thing. Nobody had any Medu Netter name. Nobody was talking about Pekka Mku and the Sata walking out of the body and the Sakem memory. Nobody was talking about Neferu Pesh and Ankia Ma'at. Show me anybody discussing those. Who was discussing those things, the pure energetic projectable double, and who was talking about those things? Nobody. So I realized that I could use this frequency to just immediately trigger people. And that is what separated what I was doing from others that were supposedly teaching. They're teaching, but they're not converting a soul. Not one person's being converted. So I continued on with this path, and I did it for free. I did it for free over and over and over again. I was a young boy dedicated, doing this for free, running extension cords into properties that were for sale because I couldn't afford to buy rent a stadium or whatever it's called, a building to teach from. So I'm running electric cords, knocking down the realtor sign, handing out flyers to a house that's not mine, hoping the police don't arrest me. This is how dedicated, because I come from an actual real world, not the internet world, not the soft internet world. Click, click. I'm emotionally click, click. I'm emotional. I'm not from that world. I'm from a world where, in order for me to come to the pod class back then, I had to gather up groups of people in a car, and we had to drive to another country. We had to drive to another place for over 24, 30-something hours. Spend gas, cars breaking down, we're fixing cars to go get a 2-hour class and drive back. This is the cloth that I come from. There was no internet back then. You have to drive to different places. If they said this is happening in Tallahassee, Florida, and if this is happening in Buffalo, New York, and you're somewhere, you got to drive to Buffalo, New York. And you don't even get to see the master teacher. So I was raised from a cloth where it's like up and go, move and do things, and be tough and be strong. And this frequency, while being calm, is what was converting people. But I was doing it with no reciprocity. So I decided to set up the Tehuti pod class because people were seeing my skills. People were seeing the ability. It's a particular frequency, because the ability was the ability to see the end of a situation before it gets there. That means that I'm seeing an answer for something before we get to the answer. And I have to sit there patiently and listen to people while I already know the answer. I utilized that with the frequency to be able to answer people's questions. So I became a question answerer, not just a teacher, a question answerer. And I set up the Tehuti pod class based on that, being a question answerer, meaning that what I'm doing is extremely difficult, and that's why it's not happening anywhere else in the world. Nobody's setting up a class or a movement where the entire movement in class is based on the audience's questions. It's not based on what I came to prepare to teach. The audience has a question. I have the answer. Now I have to prepare a beautiful scenario and story that can be shown on the internet, to be shown on screen, because at first I was just answering. The internet had not been invented yet. When I was a young boy, younger than anybody who ever ran away from the house of a 10, I was younger than that. When I was younger than all the bandwagon jumpers and all the cowards and runners, when I was a young boy, I was teaching 1,200 people from different countries and different states, coming and standing in front of me, asking me questions, and I had to answer them or choke There was no internet. There was no fights. Live fights were breaking out in the environment that I was teaching in. People taking my notes that I'm teaching them with and wrapping it up in weed and blowing it in my face. This is the environment. Tough environment. No softness. No, you hurt my feelings. None of that. I was in an environment, gang banging environments, where they said they're going to kill me. And I had to teach them out of it. In the middle of the Smiley Court, 2-lane court, Montgomery, Alabama, guys with guns half the size of me, standing there on the streets, and they're going to kill me if I don't teach them properly. Imagine that. Because I'm walking in with certain symbols, and they say, those are the GDs. And I'm like, that's a GD. What's the GD? What's that mean? You from something set because I have a 5-pointed star, 6-pointed, different symbols on my jacket. And yo, what said you? Where you from? Doing all these different things. Yo, man, we want to take you back there. And I have to start teaching them live. I said, before you take me somewhere and kill me, let me tell you about this present system that we're in and what the GD disciple part actually means. I have to take their gang-banging words and turn it into a class. They got chains in their hands, bats, gats, guns, and I'm in the center just trying to sell some incense, and they think I'm a part of something, and I have to teach a class surrounded by 10, 15 killer gangbangers that want to take me somewhere and out me. This is what I was raised up in. So I decided to set up the Tehuti Pod class, the House of a 10, a family environment, to set up somewhere where people could come and ask questions and actually get mind-blowing answers that never have been answered before. What kind of questions can be asked at the Tehuti Pod class? There is no limit to the questions. People send in questions about seeing spirits, spirit energy. Do a Sekhem Saba Tehuti. Saba, why do we see outside the light spectrum? Example, sometimes we could see spirits and sometimes we can't. And what happens when you ask that question? You get a design class for over an hour dedicated to your question. It doesn't matter if you ask about seeing spirits. It doesn't matter if you ask about the Montauk Project. You get a designed class thoroughly answering the question. You ask about the Vesica Pisces origin in Kemet. You get a supreme master class on the topic. Life-changing answers, not just an answer that you can just walk away from and say that's deep, but if you or your brother or your family member suffering from ADHD, you don't want to know about the Montauk Project, you don't want to know about seeing spirits, you have an issue at hand to you that is more important, you ask about ADHD, and you get a 1 hour and 15-minute class on the complete Psyops that created it, the foods that help it, the foods that's causing it. And that's what's happening here at the Tehuti Pod class. Somebody else says, well, I don't know about ADHD. I don't have that problem. But what about my physical body? Can I get my physical body changed? Boom. Black Alucard, who is known by back then. Now he's Enpu Ma'at. Gets bodybuilding fitness instructions and now has before and after pictures. So one person being healed from ADHD and one person looking like a fitness trainer coming to the Tehuti Pod class. Orgone energy. Feng Shui, eyesight repair, hyperhidrosis. This phenomenon has never been done before. Somebody has a kidney problem. Somebody wants to know about kidney. Somebody's mother, not even that person, but somebody's mother has fatty liver, but it's non-alcoholic. Sends in the question, while somebody else sends in about kidney disease. Life-changing, life-saving answers if the people follow and have faith, and they get a complete class based on that. This has never happened in history before, so welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. My name is Tehuti, I'm in Hotep Ra, and I'm going to ask again, is there any new people inside here? New person, as I say that, here one pops up. Peace. Thank you for sharing your story. My brother's frequency has been helping me in this new phase of life. I'm thankful he's shown me his teacher so I too can learn. Working on working on my reciprocity. And that is Joe Erica, because the brother is doing a great job who is Where's Hush? Where is he? He's in here somewhere. There he is. Who is 432 Hush Nation? He's actually introducing this and bringing people, and now their lives are being changed. So you're welcome, Joe Erica. That's a portion of those are portions of my life story that help create what it is that I am, so that I could change others. And it's a tough change. Our good brother named Sa Netter, peace and love to him, he calls his platform the toughest environment. And it can get rough and tough in there. It's never been tough for me, but the toughest environment. I say that the House of Aten, this platform here, and being around what I do, this is the toughest environment for Isfet. If you have Isfet energy somewhere dwelling, some personal thing within you that you haven't been able to get out of you, if you don't come with the right humbleness and you hold on to that frequency, this will be the toughest environment for those who hold on to the matrix. It's the easiest environment for those who want to let go of the matrix and want to actually be helped. And that's why when you ask the people that were around, why are you not around anymore? Based on what you could show happened at the time frame, there's no answer. Because when something is happening to you, when you're hypnotized, when you're possessed, when something is happening inside and it's only happening within you, you can't vocalize it. You can't. You can't ask the person that's being hypnotized, what's going on, man? Why are you barking like a dog? There's another frequency controlling them. They can't verbalize any factual information. They just can't, and it's not their fault. They just went along with that frequency, and now they just and they have to come up with answers later. That's the energy that I'm producing here, the energy of cleaning up, the Pekka Mku, cleaning up what's inside. But at any given moment, the negative energy can infiltrate the brain. And if you latch on to any of that, you will be in a position where you're like, I got to get out of here. I got to run. I got to go. And somebody says, what did Tehuti actually do? What happened? Nobody can explain, because there's no explanation for a frequency change in a possession. There is none. All of it is internal. If I have a dream about Nukpu, I can't wake up in this physical world and get upset about him of something I felt inside of me that happened in a dream. So when somebody says, yo, why are you mad at Nukpu? Tell me what factually happened in the touchable world that's around us that has witnesses. I'll be frustrated. I can't answer, because what took place with Nukpu was in my head. And I can't hold him accountable for what takes place in my brain. But that's what happens. So if you're on the side of truth, Joe Erica and everybody else, you will feel an urge to constantly want to clean, get better, get thoughts out of your head that aren't true, constantly want to get the truth, and it will be a good feeling to you. If you're latched on to any of the negativity, you'll feel like a struggle. If you're not latched on, you'll be like, I can let this go, I can let that go. And that's what happens here at the Tehuti Pod class. And that's what happens around the frequency. So shout out to you, Joe Erica, for being new, wanting to get the truth, wanting to stick around, and following the good frequency of your great brother, Hush Nation. With that all understood, being that she is the only one that is new here, I am now going to step away. When I step away, I'm going to go recuperate, recover myself, and then when I come back, we're going to get into this beautiful question that was asked by the brother Dr. LaRoche, an actual MD doctor, and some of the things that are going to be discussed today. Again, as it is every pod class. So I'm going to put the link in the room for the team to jump in. Where are the moderators? I know what the brother Atef is usually out with his family or doing something until around 9 o'clock our time. So, but he's usually in the room typing something, but I don't see him. And I'm putting the link in the room, so I don't expect him to come in later. But for Dejed, Gabby, Nukpu, Amunet, always on the trigger. Robert Williams, his day is coming. His day is coming. Don't worry about that. He'll be when he can come on the panel. When he can come on, he's going to be on here every day, every podcast. Shout out to Robert. Hush Nation, And who else in here? Is Harass in here? Angela Gates. Who else listening? Is Lisa listening? Is Sosh Wallace? I don't see them in the chat either. Scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. I do see Angela Gates. So there's the link for the people to jump in. There is Amun right there. Peace, Amun. Greetings.
Peace, Hotep. Greetings, Great Saba. How are you doing today?
I am doing very well. I am focused. Having some of the greatest training and some of the greatest training ever. I feel very good, very healthy. This month is actually the month that I'm going to get the last X-ray. I don't know if you remember, but there was a I had to go. I think it was 2 months or something. And the doctor said in 2 months or so, which I timed to around October, to go get the next X-ray, and then from there they'll see no symptoms, no crackling in the chest, no none of the things that were happening before. I can lay down on my side, no injury. The hip injury is also pretty much gone. So hopefully when I go get my X-ray, it will just verify that everything is fine that happened to me internally, and then I'll be fine. But I'm feeling very, very good. My training has been really, really, really focused, because I feel I have to get stronger as people run, as people dip out. It means that I have to get stronger, because to me, what's happening, this experience to me is an experience that ISFET doesn't want. And I'm the target, because I'm the only one on the planet doing this. To others, this is a study group. You know, you go to school. I went to college with such and such. I was in grade. I was in college doing science, and it's a study group. It's a college thing. So you can say, "Oh, I'm not going to that college no more. I'm going to go to Morehouse. I'm going to go to Spelman." There's no like loyalty to it. It's just getting knowledge, and it's like a study group. Whereas to me, I've been physically threatened. City council meetings held about me. The men, several coming to check on me, coming to check certain things. So for me, it's it's life or death. So with me, if somebody flip flops or something within that weakness, I can actually be killed. That it's unexplainable to the average person listening, because to the average person, it's a study group. It's like, yeah, it's a pod class. I'm gonna be in it this day and be out of it next day, and not even look back and not say a word, and not even. But with me, I can't do that, because if I try to, I've had bulldozers planted on properties and areas by cities that don't want me to do what I'm doing in that area. They can't legally find something that I'm doing wrong, so they plant bulldozers there. They put caution tape. It's hard to elaborate what happens, what my life is in this, but this is something. It's a fight for me. It's an actual. It's fit for me, and people switching in and out of the matrix as fast as you see that movie where the lady was pushing the cart, then she's an agent. That's what my whole life is. And that poor lady that goes, and she's an agent. You can't ask her, why are you an agent now? Why are you shooting at Neo? You're just grocery shopping happy. She can't explain it, because the forces that made her do that are more powerful than her. That's why they can never explain. But in that, I could die. That's what people don't. It's not that serious to people. It's just, I'm in my little house over here. I'm studying in this little city. But it's like, I could actually be hurt. So I have to stay on strength. And so my workouts intensify, my training intensifies, the things I have to do for my health, for my mind intensifies, because if I slip up, that's the end of me. You see, it's much different. So thank you for asking. I'm doing great. I'm focused, and it's going to be a great pathways coming up.
Nuke Saba, I'm happy you're doing great and focused. I'm really happy to hear that a lot of the symptoms are gone. You're going to have a great results on the X-ray. Happy that you're healing. Happy that you're staying min-mod. And Amunet and I will always be here to support you in that fight against Isfet.
Thank you, Tua. Wonderful. Glad to have you here, and glad to have you in Min Ma'at. And let's move to Amunet. Hey, Amunet. Peace.
Greetings.
How you do?
How are you, Saba?
Great. I'm exactly. Thanks for asking. I'm exactly how I was a couple seconds ago. I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. I'm doing strong, and I'm alive. I don't know how I'm alive. It's only the material, but if you all heard the real introduction to the podcast, which I can't tell anybody until I'm on my last days, you're going to get the real introduction to the podcast when I'm on my last days, and you're going to say, how are you alive? I'm not supposed to be here. I can't give that introduction publicly because then I won't be here anymore. But the real introduction is going to come up, and you're going to truly see that I'm alive I'm existing off of magic. Thanks for asking, Eminette.
You're very welcome. Happy that you're alive, healthy, safe, and you're teaching all of us. I'm very thankful to be here live, to be able to connect with you, and to be able to learn again today. So Tua, very much to you for everything.
Wonderful. Niniuk to you. All right. And let's go on to, I don't know which one of these two to go to. They look the same. We got Hush Nation, Nookpoo. Hush Nation just needs some gold teeth and a blue cap, and then he's Nookpoo. All right, Nookpoo just needs a Caribbean accent, then he's Hush Nation. So we'll go to Hush Nation. Peace, good brother. Hotep.
Hotep, Saba, Hotep, the whole program Aton, big love, big axes, you don't know already. Big love every time. Grateful to be here on the panel again. Grateful that you're doing good, Saba. You don't know, the strength up, feeling good, training hard. Yeah, Uncle Jasaneb, do us a chemo, life, prosperity, Aku, and Tua for all life, the prosperity, and the Aku that you just give to me. So Dua, Ankia Ma'at for life, Tua, Uncle Jasaneb.
Niniuk. Thank you, Niniuk and Tua, for your great words. And wonderful. And for what you're doing for your sister. Huh? That's great.
Yeah. I myself impressed, Saba. I myself impressed. She on her own Pekka and Kuso. I myself impressed. So Tua so much for that.
Wonderful. And is she there with you where she could ever come to the screen? Or is there some other place she's in?
No, she in the same place with me. She just be in her room. She just
be
in her room. Yeah, but we in the same place. So she could come on the same screen I on. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're in the same. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Oh, there she is. In my room. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Oh, that's good. You're both in the same. That's great. So you can watch the podcast, and then on my breaks or when the podcast is done, you all can get together and talk about it a little bit, and then come back after the break and rejoin back in.
But kind of, because she just be working and thing, you know what I mean? So sometimes she just be getting up for work, and I would still be on the pod class, but during, like, while I'm watching it through the week, and then she see what's going on, and then she's seeing us live, and then she getting curious, and then she watching more and more and more, and then she learning at the same time. So it's just a whole different experience for her.
Last thing you said, you got cut off. What did you say, Hush?
It's like a whole new experience for her, because I just pop up here and I on this pod class vibe, and my Saba Tehuti and my art and Saba bringing my art in my life. So she just seeing this whole new thing going on, and she learning at the same time, So to her for that.
That's beautiful, beautiful. Okay, let me go to one that's wonderful. Let me go to the brother Nookpoo. He said, People don't know what Min Ma'at is. Huh? When does Min Ma'at end? Is it pretty what do they say? Pretty good. Pretty bad. Pretty kind of I'm looking for the men that word for Is there a word for that? No. Little something. I can't find little something. It's like either
It's
Ma'at or
Ma'at or
Isfet.
not.
Two choices.
Ma'at or
Go ahead.
not.
All right.
Uncle Justin
Let's go.
Saba.
Okay.
To everybody on the panel, to everybody on the chat, everybody watching. Uncle Justin Saba. Speaking about running, Saba, and training. I was training and running today, and I got one of the medallions I got is funny. It's a Sahu with a blue face. I don't know if you can see that.
What an intro! Who did that for you? That's for you. Somebody made that for you. No. First of all, there's no Sahus with blue faces anywhere, even in cartoons. Nowhere. A Sahu in a circle with a blue face. No, with blue mouth.
Yeah, that's how it works. That's the heck out.
I love it. And the gold circle. The gold circle of
Uncle Justin Saba. Yeah, and I got first place. First place as well.
Oh, okay.
Half marathon.
The Brinks truck pulled up. The Brinks truck came.
Not yet. You know what I'm saying? The CIA still got an eye on me. They're like, man, we need to find something to get this guy. We're gonna have to send him a female or something to distract him.
Congratulations.
Like,
Congratulations. I'm actually gonna be talking about that today with the running. The running. I'll tell you a little something aspect. I'm not sure if I even had this in the intro before. Oh, Dejed is here. Hotep, Dejed, can you hear us? I don't see him though.
Hotep Saba, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. I don't see you, but I can hear you. Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I have to use my phone right now. But yeah, Hotep Saba, Hotep Hanu, two up to you. Definitely excited to be here. Shouts out to Dr. LaRoche for the question as well. How you feeling, Great Saba?
I feel good, and I was gonna actually talk about. Thanks for asking. I was gonna talk about something that Nukpu does. Part of my upbringing. So in the movement that I was a part of, which was beautiful to me because it was my experience in that movement was all discipline, teaching, everything that happened to me was great. Even when they brought torches to burn me down, that was great too. But I will tell you this, that in this background right here, I'm going to show this. In this background, I'm going to change my background. Let me see if it's here. Visual effects. Okay, this is on the flyer, Dejed and with Nukpu. Right here. Do you see that right there in the left-hand corner? Healthiest men on earth?
Yes.
Okay, that is this. That's what's behind me. That's Sinisteret, aka Nukpu. Running, because doing the laps and running was a part of being the Nesubiti. You had to show your vigor and health. So when it would show the Nesubiti, sometimes you see him in a running state. He's in it because they actually had to run. You see him with this calf muscles. You see him with the quad there. He has the rounded shoulder. You see his biceps, his forearm. He has the brachialis. Because that's what they had to do. So in the community that I was raised up in, we had to do the same. So the leader in that particular community, to prove his health, he had to run laps every morning. He'd get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and he would run laps. Fast walk lap, and he would leave everybody. We're way younger than him. He was like 48 or something. I don't know. We're 50, 48, 50 or something. we're like 18, 19, and he would leave us. We couldn't wake. A lot of us couldn't wake up in the time that he was doing it. We'd have to sneak in and catch up in the laps, but he's running laps to show his health, and we had to run with him. So it was a part of a discipline to stay healthy, doing what Sinner Surret did. These are the things that are part of my discipline in growing up. That it's just not in the internet. YouTuber technicals. This is not. You don't go. You don't know nothing about this. This is not. These are the waking up live, running as a part of your nation. You have to run, or you get mocked. If you fall off and you're 18 and he's 52, and he's outrunning you, at the end of that run, believe me, you're in a circle. You're in a circle surrounded, and it's about to turn to Eddie Murphy time on you. So we have to be tough and take that. You have to take that. You're 18 and you're outrun by a 52-year-old? It's about to be Richard Pryor. You're about to be Hotep Pryor. So that's what we had to go through. No softness. No, I'm got out of here. And I'm so glad that type of toughness and discipline was a part of my raising. But I just wanted to tell you all that the running in the race and the running laps, that was a part of Kemetic way of life. So it's interesting that Nukpu showed that as the Sahu, and that's what I'm actually going to be talking about in the class today. That's why he's like this. So shout out to everybody. I want to tell everybody that. A little extra.
Tua Sawa, that was never. Tua for sharing that. That was never. Upesh Ma'at. Uncle Justin Sawa.
Nini Upesh Ma'at. There's a new one. Okay. Upesh Ma'at. All right. But yeah, we have to stay healthy and to be disciplined, and that's why on this thing, it's this section called The Healthiest Men on Earth. And the beautiful thing about the healthiest men on earth that I'm going to be going over today, the physicians and the people calling the other people the healthiest men on earth were not the people that were talking. They were not talking about themselves. So the people of Ma'at were so healthy that it was other people and other physicians calling them the healthiest men on earth, not the people that they're fixing up for the Olympia and doing their races. They were saying the other men, those men were the healthiest men on earth. So Tua to the beautiful Netzer frequency, Tua to the discipline, Tua for having to live through a lot of that. We had to run laps, and after we ran laps, we had to go to different corners and do the Ka symbol and do a prayer. You're running a lap 5 times around a property, and after you're done, no, it's not time to go to sleep. It's not time to go to rest. After you're done running the laps, now you go to different corners at a 90-degree angle with the Ka symbol and the prayer. And then you run to the next corner, Ka symbol and prayer. That's how I was raised. No YouTubing it up. That's how I was raised. So Tua to the Netzer frequency and Tua to the discipline that raised me, and Tua for Sinner Surret for setting that example, because him and others were used as an example of why we were actually doing that. So shout out to him. Just a little jewel there, actually a little thing about my life that I don't give in the intro. All right, everybody, I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to step off. When I come back, we're going to discuss some beautiful aspects, some beautiful things. Also, the Jed, Hush, Nukpu, Amunet, everybody who was a part of the PTA committee after this are going to the PTA, are part of the organization. After this podcast, I'll be sending out a link again, and because this is a week prior, a week from now, people will be on planes. So this is we got 7 days to do the final organizations of this, and I'm going to send a link out, and then Nana and everybody, all of you, will organize and confirm and get some things done so that everything runs smoothly. I'm not sure how the last pathways went, but because I wasn't involved in the organization of it, but I would assume that things were structured before 7 days out. I would hope so. Maybe not. Maybe people like the pressure, but we're gonna get this done after this, because after this, there's not going to be another pod class after this one. So there'll be no more talking to me. Then none of this is happening. After this pod class, there's no Tehuti till the pathway. So that's why after this class, we're gonna all talk, and that's the last time you'll probably hear from me until I pop up with some crazy animal and some metal at the pathways. So make sure everybody hear that. So you hear that, Dejed? You hear that, Nookpoo? 432 Amun. Everybody hear that? Before I step off?
Yes, Great Saba.
Yes.
Loud and clear, Saba.
Tua.
I can hear you, Saba.
Okay, good. Okay, I'm gonna step off, and shout out to this brother here, Robert Williams. I want to say this personally to you. I look so forward to you, whatever it is you have to do, because I know you want to do so much more in the participation, and I look forward to the day you get your Ren, where you're there and you get your Ren. I have a feeling you're next. Next pathways, I think, is you. You'll be all solved by then, and you'll be there getting your Ren. I just have a feeling about Robert Williams. He wants to do more than he can. It's private, but he'll get that solved. Shout out to you, Robert Williams. Zymatic resonance. Shout out to Hotep family. All right, everybody, I'm going to step off. Support the Tuti Pod class. Talk to the people about support. When I come back, we're going to blow everything away with these answers. Dr. Daniel Roach, I hope you're listening. You should be in this class today because you're going to be in the class today. I have you featured in the class today with some things that people don't know about you. You're going to get exposed. We're going to expose you for the great things that you do. So I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love, Hotep from now. Support the Tuti Pod class. Cash App, TT Moon. PayPal at Rocky SV. If the pod class if Tehuti has ever done anything for you, support what supports you. It doesn't matter where you are right now, what you're a part of right now. But if your life has been affected by the Tuti Pod class by Tehuti personally, then support, because there it is right there. That's my AI moderator. If you have been affected, if you have been helped in your life, if your life has changed in any type of way, if you feel that your life was saved, if you feel higher consciousness, and you're still a domino effect of that, only Isfet, true demon, negative, sick energy could tell anybody to stop supporting that. Only Isfet energy. If anybody's out there telling you don't support anymore, don't do that, could only be Isfet. Because if your life was ever helped, if you've ever was advanced, if anything happened, if you got your Ren, anything happened and you're still affected by that in a positive, and nobody can declare anything Tehuti's done wrong, anybody saying don't support that has to be only of an Isfet frequency, because Ma'at would say support that. Support what supports you, support what helps you, and support what can further advance you. Because if you ever were a part of this, if you ever were anything to do with this, you have to shift into an Isfet energy to now be a sneak learner. Because you now have to be that which you spoke against for years. Imagine that, Hush Nation. What inside of you would have to change for you to now actually, you're watching the pod class, but now you don't support anymore? Is that Ma'at or is that Isfet? Because now you have to stop yourself from your natural energy of, I know that this has helped me and it's helping me, but I have to hold back from the support, but I'm still going to watch. And if you don't watch, you're fighting that, because you have to say, it's been the truth for years, it's helped me, but I will not watch it anymore. You're in hell. You are in torment. It got to be sick. It got to be crazy, because either you don't watch the pod class, so that means for years that you were watching, giving testimony, you're a liar, or you still believe and feel that way, but you can't act on it, or you're watching the pod class and you can't give the support. So now you are the manifestation that everything you spoke against for years, which would make you a liar again. That's why people can't talk to me. It's hard to talk to Tehuti, isn't it? That brother couldn't communicate properly. That sister can't communicate properly. Can anybody communicate properly with Tehuti if they're against what he's teaching? Did Judah Nazareth communicate good with me? Does Jabari communicate good? When you come against the frequency of what I am, you won't be able to speak properly. That's what happens. And now you're in a fight with your own self because you swore, you promised, you vowed, your testimony's on record, and you're gone. So if you ever teach anybody again and they listen to you, they should say to you, honestly, should I follow you as an example and leave you some years from now? That's the hell. It's hell being, it's better just not be involved with Tehuti. Leave Tehuti alone. Go back, go to Jabari, go to Shak. Leave Tehuti out of this, because once you get involved with this, you know it's the truth. You have to stay with the truth, or you're in a fight with your own self, ripping your own heart out, because you can't talk to anybody anymore, because if you do, they're going to say, where'd you get that from? You like that, Hush? You like that? Hey, don't talk to
Sound
me,
like
man.
torture. That sound like torture, Saba.
It's tortured, because you can't say, I'm not with it because he's not teaching the truth anymore. Really? Which class wasn't the truth? Did you leave on that class? Huh? So it's hell. That's why Reggie said when people talk to you, they go through hell when they talk to you, of course. So when they time to talk, they can't talk, or they can't talk properly. So shout out to everybody. I'm going to take a break right now. Support the Tutti podcast. When I come back, we are going to, I guess the people that I talked to just left because the numbers dropped. I'll be back, everybody. When I come back, we're going to get to these beautiful answers. Support the Tutti podcast. Uncle Justin Eb, Shuna Ma'at. I'll be back, everybody. Hotep.
Hotep Saba. Uncle Justin Eb.
Makaru, Saba. They ran away because after you just told them that. They say, "Oh man, I can't deal with Tehuti. I'm out."
Hey, Hotep Hanu. Shouts out to you, Nakpoo. Heard you got first place. Great, brother. Dua to you. Definitely very Nephroman. Proud of you, great bro. You definitely worked hard to work your way up to that. Definitely know your progress. So Tua to you. Shouts out to Amun Net. Hush. Shouts to everybody in the chat. Shouts out to Saba and his Turks. Dua. Excuse me if you can hear the children in the background talking. But yeah, Hotep Hanu, definitely excited. We 1 week away from the pathways. Definitely can't wait for that. That's going to be Nefer. Can't wait to see everybody, just rebuild and, have conversations and be able to, connect and enjoy that energy. So yeah, Hotep Hanu. Shouts out once again to Dr. LaRoche for the question, and definitely grateful for another podcast today. Hotep Hanu.
Hotep Hanu. Uncle Justin Eb. Big up the Jed said Gem. Ma'a. MT Paoud Ku. Big up to you and your Aoud. You know, the family man on deck, you know what I mean? Yeah, shout out to the next family man, Atef from Kemet, big Ma'at, big love every time, Can't wait to link up with the out. Yeah, next week, radio around the corner. Finally, a month after the last pathways, it seemed like it was so far. Now, boom. We're right here again, in the Pekar, end of October. About to do this thing again. Yeah, man. That's going to be real never. I know Saba going to come through the roof as usual. Saba just do it already. You don't see him until you see him. It's true. So yeah, I appreciate all the hacker Saba does provide. I know he can come through with a hacker as usual, you know. If he'd come through with a hacker every Saturday, of course he'll come through with a hacker at the pathways. So yeah, that can be big. Yeah, I can't wait to link up with the family. Salute everybody in the chat. Everybody watching in the future, you know, the whole Purim Athon. Big up all the supporters. Yeah, for all the big supporters that help us to reach here. You know what I mean? The big supporters who are helping us reach to the pathways, you know. So for everybody was supporting for that event to take place, for the out to link up together, you know. So yeah, tour for that. And yeah, support, you know, if you're a sneak learner, it's only right to find your way to my art. You know what I mean? But like somebody say, if you could spend $6 on a cheeseburger that can kill you, you could spend $6 here. You know what I mean? So instead of spending $6 on your movie, you could spend it here. You know what I mean? But I know you're gonna have to grow out of the ace fit for that. But like Saba say, you're fighting yourself. But keep fighting. Don't give up the fight. You'll be victorious. And you'll be able to send in the reciprocity and receive the reciprocity. Don't drown, swim. Like no pussy. Keep your head up above the water, you know. And yeah, you know, just find anything yourself to support what support you. And don't be a parasite. Yeah. We don't want to be parasites. Is big my art, you know. So yeah, man. The smallest of the support we appreciate. You know what I mean? Not if you can spend $6 on a cheeseburger and then send in $1 reciprocity. Cause I for sure going to find that real disrespectful, especially for what Saba do for me. Then you come in and send in $1. That's disrespect to me. I know it's disrespect to Saba, but it's definitely disrespect to me. So yeah, tour for all the supporters, appreciate that a whole lot. Big love, big man. Tour, Dua Sekhmet, Uncle Justin Neb, health protection, prosperity, all the best, nothing less. Big man, every time, big axes. Hotel.
Hotep, Uncle Justin Neb, to beautiful Amunet, to Nukpu, to Hush Nation, to the Jed and his Aout, to Atef and his Aout, and to the great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra, and to his Aout. Happy to be here today. Happy you're all here today. Happy you're all here alive and healthy. You're supporting, being strong, being consistent. Looking forward to today's class. To out to Dr. LaRose for sending in his question. It's going to be a great class. Looking forward to seeing what Saba brings forth. Looking forward to learning all sorts of new things. And I'm happy that Saba dropped that jewel about the running. Congratulations to you, Nookpoo, on getting first place in your marathon. I definitely need to run more. So you're inspiring me. Definitely need to run more. To Saba for all that he included in his intro. That part about the basketball court and the racist person, that was that was very, very funny and very informative. I'm definitely putting that in the jewel bag for later. I just imagine a younger version of Saba just destroying some racist lady with things that seem like common sense, but none of us thought about. So the way Saba's mind works is it's immaculate, and it's definitely a phenomenon for him to be able to think of the things that he does, even at such a young age. It's something that's natural to him, something that is special to him. It's very unique. I always think about the way Saba's mind works. I don't know where the answers come from or where the thought patterns or the way that he thinks come from. But I'm appreciative of it. I'm appreciate that he shares it with us. I'm looking forward to one day hearing the true introduction come up story. Looking forward to that one day. Yes, I'm looking forward to this class. Please support. If you learn from what you're going to be taught here today, it's guaranteed you're going to learn something because Saba always brings forth things that no one else has brought forth because of the way that his mind works, the way that he's able to accumulate answers, the way that he's able to look at things and put it together. He might start to speak on something that you thought you knew until he gets deeper into it, and then you realize you thought wrong. That's last class was a perfect example of that with the Nordic aliens and stuff. So many people think they know about it, and Saba just shows, boom, that UFO is actually the top of a lamp. He goes in, he just shows you things that you will never see. It's something that's special. It's very special, and it's very beautiful because there's so many things that Saba shows us that we would never know if it wasn't for him bringing it forth, and for the people that ask the questions as well, asking the questions so he has the opportunity to bring it forth. So to it to the great Saba, to it to the people who ask the questions, to it to everybody who sends us support. Our Sabatuti definitely deserves the support. If you're somebody who claims that you understand even a little bit what's happening in the world, what's happening in the Matrix, the fight that's happening, the war that's happening, that's been happening throughout history forever. If you understand even a little, then you will send in your support. Like Hasaba was speaking about, there are people who have left, and for some reason they stopped supporting, and that it just none of it adds up. None of it adds up. The only thing that makes sense is that they're possessed. That they're possessed now by a different frequency. Because when you understand even a little bit what's going on here, and what I understand is a grain of salt compared to what Saba understands, but I understand that he has to stay in a certain frequency and live his life a certain way to stay safe because he is a threat to the Matrix, to Isfet. And if you understand that and you want the best for yourself and the best for those around you, the best for Sabatuti, the best for people you see on the panel, for your loved ones, your family, then you'll send in support. Because our Sabatuti here is the only person doing this. He's the only person able to convert people and organize a movement like this. It's not like Saba converted 3 people in his life or 2 or 3. It's something that he does. He goes everywhere and he converts somebody and he converts somebody and he converts somebody and just keeps going and going and going. And he finds a way to connect with the person to get them to understand deeper what life is, who they are, and what's going on in the world. So please support our great Sabatuti. He's the only one that's doing this. He's the only one that can do it. And it's worth everything. It's like sports people or anything that's a 1-of-1. If you have a jersey that's a 1-of-1 or shoes are a 1-of-1 or anything like that, it goes for so much money. People value it so much. There's people that buy it, not even to sell it. They just buy it just to keep it. And Sabatuti is a 1-of-1. So give value to what you appreciate. That's one of its kind. So I'm happy that everybody's here. Happy that Saba is safe and healthy. Looking forward to the pathways. I'm looking forward to seeing all of you at the pathways. Looking forward to seeing Great Saba at the pathways. I'm curious to know what animal he will bring. That's very interesting to me. And well, yeah, it might be a snake, but I wonder who will be. Who will it be? Last year it was a 10. That was beautiful. And yeah, so look forward to seeing everybody. I think the last day to purchase your tickets is October 13th. So this upcoming Monday, if I remember correctly. So everybody, please purchase your tickets if you have not already, and come see us at the Pathways this year. Hotep, Uncle Justin Ev.
Hotep, Uncle Justin Eb, Tua Amun for your very nefer words. I echo all that Amun said, and I'm very extremely happy to be here, to be alive, healthy, for Amun to be alive, and all of you, and of course the great Sabatuti and his nefer Awut. I appreciate Sabatuti so very much for changing Amun and I's life every single day. He saves our life every single day. He is a part of our life and teaches us every day in these beautiful, beautiful teachings and these classes that he has provided to us all on this beautiful channel and various other aspects. It's very beautiful to have a life like this and to be able to learn how to teach others through Sabatuti and to be able to learn the skill of converting other people as well so they can see this and know that this exists, that this is here, and so they can experience it for themselves while they are alive on Earth. So I really appreciate all that is happening here. I'm really thankful to be here, to be able to experience this and have memories of this beautiful journey that we're all on. And yeah, very excited for this class and to see what we will be learning. So hotep to everyone, for all the people who are supporting Saba consistently and who really, truly love and enjoy what he's bringing forth and actually deeply care for what is taking place and show that with their reciprocity. So I appreciate all who do that and who are consistent with that. Hotep Mat.
Hotep, Mary Ma'at, Uncle Jasaneb, Tua to everybody on the panel, Tua to the chat, everybody watching, Tua to the sneak learners. I still got you in my pockets. You know what I'm saying? No one has claimed y'all yet, only but me. But yeah, it's a never thing. What Saba shared today with the whole running experience. It's such a never thing to hear. Like I mentioned in the past before, I've heard Mahiru speak to me about stories about seeing Saba running in Brooklyn, in the streets of Brooklyn, doing laps around there. So it's a never thing to hear Saba confirm that, you know, as far as like doing it, you know, prior to Mahiru seeing him in the streets. It's a never thing to hear about um, the teacher of that organization to do such a thing to encourage his students. Because I never heard that story before. I never heard that. As much as I know so much about the teacher of that organization, I never heard any physical activities him displaying. And for Saba to share that is such an effort thing. It's such a unique, sacred thing. And I'm excited for today's class. Tua to LaRoche for sending in that question. It's such an effort question pertaining to health. Health is wealth. You know, so I like the consistency of what, you know, Saba brings to the table dealing with health. Saba's definitely a true role model for health. Definitely inspired me to be a runner. As far as like what I do now, I wasn't doing this prior to being in my 10. So definitely I got to give my head new to Saba. That definitely influenced me because it was in my eye that I was running and I picked up that frequency to start running, you know. So Uncle Jasanep to Saba for that. And then to hear about Nitiru doing exercises similar, it's such a never thing. It's like it all correlates, and I'm excited to hear what Saba has to bring. It's going to be mind-blowing as usual. It's such a never thing, man. And then for me to get the Sahu with the blue face running and I happened to win. It was just like how Saba says, man. It's like they made that just for me. It was like hekau. And yeah, I will that today's class encourages others to focus on their health as well and to see how important it is. Saba always edifies that about being healthy. You know, he's a bodybuilder, taking care of himself, being nefer, longevity. So I'm so honored to have Saba as a Saba because he's the best example. Like no other Kemetic teachers that I know are into health. Shaka Atmos, he's one of the ones that was into health, and I will give him that props. But for the most part, the other ones, you know what I'm saying, they're not really into health. They might be into martial arts and things like that, but they still not consistent with their health. Saba, he's knows his martial arts, and you know he's a genius, a brilliant genius, and he takes care of his health, not just the outside looks. You know what I'm saying, but also the inside and the outside. So it's a never thing how he can shapeshift himself to that what he wants to be to represent Ma'at and the Tiru. And yeah, it was an effort thing how I picked up today. Like it's funny how I hear the introduction all the time, but today I picked up where Reggie mentioned about Saba having that thought process, and I thought to myself like, yo, that's my thought process that Saba has, and it's a never thing because it's true. You know, I remember when Saba was in House of Consciousness, and this Isfet Sebau Fiend was, you know, talking reckless about Saba because, you know, they really loved Saba. They love him so much they want attention from him, so they'll do anything to try to get under his skin. You know, so I remember seeing Saba handle that situation at ease. Like, you know what I'm saying? There was no need for nobody to cut him off or take him out of the screen. Just let him keep talking, you know, because it's like Saba always says, you know, compare your water to my water. And that's what Saba was doing. He was showing that grand example. And not only that, his thought process was, you know, he did it so smoothly. Like he didn't have to, that didn't affect him at all. It was bothering the person saying the Isfet thing more because it wasn't getting to Saba. So I noticed that. And like I used to, like I said, I judged Saba probably like 3 times that I first watched him. The first 3 times that I watched him, it was just three times. That's it. After that, from now on, moving forward, I don't judge Saba. I study Saba. I learn from him. I see how he handles situations, and I'm not judging him. I'm more like learning, observing, because he knows what to do. He knows how to handle the situation the right way, like how he mentioned with these so-called gang members. You know what I'm saying? Like they're, you know, ready to kill Saba, you know, hurt him. And he's there calmly, you know, handling it like it ain't nothing. Like, couldn't be me, man. Like, yo, the minute I see any form of threat, off with their head, you know what I'm saying? So, there was no way I could do that. There's no talking, nothing. I'm gonna be like this. So to us, for Saba being such a nefer example, showing us how it's done the correct way, because, you know, even if you do want to defend yourself, Saba just proved himself right there that there's other ways that you can defend yourself without having to be violence. You have to bring violence in or be physical. You can touch people's eve, their heart, you know, in different aspects, and that's Sekhmet. That's powerful. What Saba does and what he does. You know, so towards Saba, and like Amun says, send reciprocity to Saba. How Saba says, like, if you were benefiting from this in the past, you know, what happened now? What changed? Was it this that changed, or something that changed in you? And that's Saba keeps, you know, he keeps at it, like, you know, it's respectfully, but it's the truth. It's my aunt. Like, you can't say that he's saying something if that he's not disrespecting. He's putting it out there, letting you know, like, what happened. You know what I'm saying? And that's to anybody, not just one particular person, but to multiple people. Like, what changed? You know, if Saba's been kicking the truth since the 80s, you know what I'm saying? What didn't change? What's so different now? So that's another thing, man. And Uncle Jasanep to everybody, Uncle Jasanep to the Jed and his Aout, Uncle Jasanep to my Netzer, Fix, and your Aout, a Tef is Aout, every Prima 10 Aout, man. Uncle Jasanep showing that grand example. Amun and Amunet, they're a nefer example of my aunt in a couple. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're my favorite couple in the Prima 10 for sure. I can't wait to see their Netzer, their little infant being, you know, what they're gonna create, because like, I already know it's gonna be something never. So I'm just excited about everything coming up. My Netzer Fix, my Netzeret, Gabi, we both have our Nefer Meseru coming up on the Pathways of Awakening. Saba's definitely gonna bust down so many different things. Definitely he's gonna do some Hekau, man. That's all. I keep thinking about that. I'm not thinking about no animals, no nothing. I'm just like, yo, I wonder what Hekau he's gonna bring to the table, yo. So Uncle Jasanev, Tua, I can't wait for today's class. Tua. Uncle Jasanev.
What's up, Uncle Johnson F? To those words, look, Pooh, dua to you right now. Carrying the set right now, as you can hear already. You can. Hey, y'all are getting plenty of this at the Pathways, man. Don't be talking about I'm busy. I'm like, hold on, look, Pooh, here, man. Hold on real quick, G. I gotta go do something. Real quick. It's just your turn. I'm gonna be like Amun. Here you go, man. Start practicing. Might as well just go here. Here's a diaper and some wipes, really quick, great brother. I'm gonna let y'all know right now. But no, yeah, man. Hey, two out to you, man. Definitely wise words, and shouts out to Saba. He definitely know how to talk to me indirectly all the way. Always. I always listen. Those things never go over my head. Even if I don't say anything, I'm always like, yeah, I hear you, Saba. I got you loud and clear, like the show. So yeah, Hotep Hanu, man. Like I said, the Pathways is, man, I'm just excited. I can't believe it's already a week away. You know what I mean? That's just gonna be a super nefer, man. So I'm definitely excited. Yeah, man. It's just excited for this class. I want to see what Saba's gonna break down. How he gonna expose Dr. LaRoche in a good way about all the great things he does. So yeah, man. Hotep Hanu, dua.
Hotep Henu dua. Yeah, I definitely appreciate Dr. LaRoche for sending in that question. Yeah, the last question Dr. LaRoche sent in with Mesubitis and Tehuti Mos and not Menku, Mentu. Yeah, Saba went in with that warrior class. That was fire. That was off the chain. So I know he can go in with this one, you know, and you know, from all the health teachings what man get from before and thing, then to put with this, you know what I mean? I just Sabi baby, you know. Yeah, so I gone from a Sabi baby to a Saba Kaba. We're trying to echo Saba, you know what I mean? But yeah, so to get the CB knowledge, you know what I mean? And then to get Saba teachings and then combine them together, make me a bigger fix, you know? So I definitely appreciate Dr. LaRoche sending in that question. So, you know, Dr. LaRoche gotta be like one of the baddest, if not the baddest doctor, because Dr. LaRoche have knowledge from the Neteru, you know, and he's a doctor in the present day. And that's as never as it gets, you know. And then we can get some of this Dr. LaRoche, my art knowledge on here now. Yeah, it really never what. It got me wishing Dr. LaRoche was my doctor, you know what I mean? When I go to the doctor, I just lay. If something wrong with me, I don't even tell the doctor, are you crazy? I don't tell this man nothing. I just hide that. I just act like, and he just tell me, oh, you so healthy, and this and that. I just be like, thanks. Out the door, I can't. I don't tell you, nah, boy, I don't tell you more wrong with me, no, so I can find out, you know what I mean? I can drink some water. Yeah, I can drink some water, trust you me. Yeah, so to Dr. LaRoche for that question, to Asaba for all Nefumeru, the Nefumeru for all the years, you know. I got so much health knowledge from Saba, you know, like a lot of health knowledge. I on flaxseed because of Saba, you know. I don't play around when it comes to the flaxseed. You know what I mean? That's because of Saba, you know. I didn't even eat meat because of Saba, you know what I mean? Because, you know, I thought God's gonna eat meat, you know what I mean? And then to be reading in the Purim Heru, and when you're reading, you feel so dumb for actually thinking before you read it, like, what the hell I was thinking instead of just read, you know what I mean? So Tua Saba for that. Yeah, Tua Basta Tutmaka Axe effect. Yeah, because Saba dropped the jewels on he to pass to me, you know. So yeah, Tua for that. So now some CB knowledge in the pot. And then Saba going expose the Greek BS is fed, you know. Yeah, that can be really enough for. So yeah, but big my aunt, big love, big salute, big axes. To our Dr. LaRoche, you don't know, health, prosperity, Uncle Jess and Neb, Hotet Marie my aunt.
Hotep, Uncle Justin Neb, for your words. Fix. You eat meat now?
Yeah, since the pathways, I break my plant-based thing. I eat banana cake, and then I think I had eat like egg before I leave LA, but then when I went back home to Soliga, St. Martin, I was back on the chicken and fish and them kind of thing, you know. But I ain't home no more, so all that time when man is shooting fish, I am missing out. I under the water with man watching the back, make sure the barracudas don't hit them, you know what I mean, for unexpected, and I just missing out on all that fish. And then you gotta watch man cleaning all that fish, gutting all that fish, and you there eating friggin' avocados and plantains. You know what I mean? So yeah, but I appreciate that. I appreciate the a ton a lot.
Wow, so you'd swim and spear your own fish and then have to gut it and everything? That sounds beautiful.
No, not me.
Oh.
I with the man them who spearing I shoot in the fish, you know. I like a little plant-based Safi Taffy, you know what I mean? Because before I, you know, I got my thing clean, I eat my thing, you know what I mean? And I turn into this soft boy broccoli eater. And then when my shooting something, I checking like, yo, that fish too small. Like, yo, what you doing? You see the fish too small. Like, I trying to protect the fish, and then the man checking like, what around with fixing. But then when the big fish come around, they get this slaughter, you know what I mean? But it's spear guns they using, you know. But I ain't in Soliga no more. So I missing out on the fish, you know. But yeah, I eating fish again, you know what I mean? Eating up them sardines, cleaning up the sardines, you know what I mean? The sardines got the calcium, the nutrients on deck, you know what I mean? So to asaba.
Well, that's good to hear. Good to hear. Yes, our ancestors definitely ate meat. So I'm opening up my eyes to all that as well, and made me think to myself too, like how would I or anyone else, modern day new age people, how would they know is better for us than what our ancestors knew when they were healthier than all of us? So that was definitely inspiring me with my health. It's helped Aminette and I with our health, our physical, mental, ba, all aspects of our health with so many different things. I won't drop any jewels here. You have to talk to Saba about that. But Saba has helped a lot. I have gotten a lot healthier because of Saba Tootie. And I'm looking forward to seeing what he shows today in the class and what he shows about Dr. LaRoche, the great things he's going to show about him, with him being a doctor. And it'd be great if more doctors, hopefully Dr. LaRoche, he can convert some of his doctor friends. We need more doctors that are in Ma'at that are trustworthy. Sometimes, like when we go to doctors and stuff, sometimes I'm convinced that they don't even know what they're talking about sometimes. Like they just study, remember what's on the test, pass the test, and then they just repeat whatever the system wants them to say. So we need more independent, unified, separated from the matrix thinkers within the healthcare system. People that we can trust. I do remember Saba when he had to get his eyes checked out for his glasses. He went to a lady that Dr. LaRoche suggested, so that's beautiful. Got to deal with somebody that someone who comes to a podcast trust, so that's absolutely beautiful. It would be a beautiful feeling to know that if I had something that I didn't know about, that I could go to the doctor. I go to Sabatuti instead. So it's the best we can do. Saba, he has the answers. And I remember how Saba has said that if our ancestors were here now, they would die because they're so healthy. That the environment that we live in now is so corrupted. The environment we live in now is so unorganized with so many different things, from things in the food to things in the water to things in the air. Their ancestors were so healthy that if they were exposed to this, it would not last long. And that always makes me think about myself and us now in the state that we're in. Like I could get as healthy as I can get in this environment, and I still wouldn't be as healthy as the ancestors because of heavy metals in the air and the food and the pesticides and all these things. I could think I'm eating something that's organic, but that's just a word. They could really do whatever they want with it behind the scenes. So I could be as healthy as I possibly could be in this life, and it still wouldn't be as healthy as the ancestors. So to think about how healthy they were, how well all their organs functioned, how smooth and clear their skin would be, and healthy their hair would be, and their muscles and everything. I just imagine perfection because they lived in the perfect environment. They lived the perfect life, and that's very beautiful. And I'm happy that we have Saba here to help us and teach us how to get as close to that perfection as possible within today. And Nukpu had mentioned it that he doesn't see any other Kemetic teachers or anybody like that take care of their body or anything. And that was also something that stood out to me when I got to know Sabo more, was that a lot of new age people, usually just a whole bunch of skinny white people doing yoga, or or like some other like people that they always convince people to be vegetarian or stuff like that. A lot of people follow the Hindus and things that they say that they teach about because they do a whole bunch of different things. And a lot of them, they don't really work out. They don't really take care of themselves. Some of them, they say they do one thing online, then they do another offline. And then I remember a lot of those people too. A lot of the new age people, they would try to like encourage people that it's okay, or not talk about that it's okay to like be skinny and be malnourished and stuff like that. And then they try to like suppress within people's minds that you don't want to look a certain way. When I saw Saba, he has more knowledge than, I mean, like he knows so much. He knows so much. So I'm learning about him, looking at him, and he knows all this information. He has all these answers. He has all these things that he can do. Everything. He can do magic. He can do so much. And then on top of that, he's strong. You can see his muscles. He's vascular. He eats the meat. He eats certain things at certain times. He eats everything in the perfect way. And when I saw that, I was like, that makes more sense to me. And I looked at the skinny people, the new age people talking about tarot cards or like whatever they were talking about. I'm like, I'd rather be like them, or I'd rather be like Saba. Of course, I'd rather be like Saba. Every man wants to be strong. Every man wants to be healthy. And then, of course, I would hope everybody wants to be strong. Everybody wants to be healthy. And everybody wants the truth. That's what I would hope. That's what I want. I want to be strong, healthy, and be within Ma'at. Have the truth. And Saba is the embodiment of that. He works out. He takes care of himself inside, outside. He has multiple classes on different supplements that he takes that you can take to take care of your organs. And he doesn't downplay anything that he does. He doesn't also brag about it either. Just his way of life, like an animal, like a lion doesn't come up to you and start flexing. I'm strong. Lion doesn't do any of that. It just lives. It's strong, and it's at peace, and it knows how to live its life. And that's how Saba is. He's like the animals. So that was very inspirational to me. And I do look around and I don't see anybody else working out. I mean, like you really, like we'll just talk about strength. That's what most people see when they see someone who is strong, someone who's vascular. Like just strength as a man. Take Saba and then take some new age person. Like, sorry, it could be Jabari. It could be anybody, a new age person. Put them in the jungle and have them fight for food, and I guarantee you, Saba's gonna kill them. Like it's gonna be over. And that's the most primal way to think about it. That's the most primal way to think about it. Like as a biological creature, being the strongest you can be to survive, and then you go on top of that. Now bring it to the way that one thinks. Saba's brain is healthier than all theirs. He literally destroys them in debates and in conversations. So, I mean, if you're a sneak learner or not, you choose. What do you want to be? Do you want to be the person that's going to survive when they're in that predicament, when they're in that circumstance, whether it's with your words or physically or against hidden things that are trying to attack you, like viruses and stuff like that? Or would you rather be the skinny people that are good? Well, welcome back, Great Kaba. Hotep, you speak.
Hotep, I'm back. I just is everybody here? Is the Jed here? Is 432? Everybody here? Nukpu?
Yeah, we're here, Saba.
You know what? I'm on it. You know what? I went back. I took the break to go do what I was gonna do. I was supposed to be back about 20 minutes ago. I realized I didn't have the answer to this question. I scrapped the the answer to this question. I had a situation while I was putting it together where I was going through a little bit of a torture thing that was happening because of things I have to go through in the physical realm, and I had to just stop. And I went back and realized I never finished the answer. So I actually just went back and realized, hey, there's no podcast answer. Let me go ahead and do this. And that's what I was doing on the break. I was looking and saying, oh wait, what? There's no answer. There's no answer here. Let me go ahead and finish this up. So that's what I was doing, everybody. I'm back. There's a podcast answer now. There wasn't a podcast answer 20 minutes ago. Done. So I hope this will suffice. Hope I was able to grind in and squeeze in a little bit of time and give you a podcast answer, even though there's a little bit of time to finish it. We'll see how the quality is. If the quality is not as good as the rest, go ahead and tell me. Nukpu and Amunet and everybody say, Tehuti, this one wasn't as, I don't know about this one here. Go ahead and tell me it wasn't too good, but I'm gonna try my best with not having the podcast answer done on a Saturday, 20 minutes before I'm gonna teach on it. So here we go. Let's try to do this, everybody. Oh my goodness, I forgot I didn't do the answer. Shout out to everybody. Peace and love. We're gonna go ahead and put the support on the screen. Shout out to Dr. LaRoche. I do have a little neck issue. That's one of the things that happened. I had a little strain or something happen here with the neck, so I'm gonna move a little slowly, and a little strain on my neck from some pressure I had to go through resisting something. But shout out to Dr. LaRoche for asking this question. We're going to go ahead and put the question on the board. We're going to give him his big noise. Let me close all this down. We officially have what's this? We officially have a podcast answer. So, LaRoche, I hope this is good. And what had happened is I put together the answer a little while ago, and then this time I didn't do the Hotep I'm done first. That's what happened. So I didn't do usually I start with the Hotep I'm done, but because I didn't do it, right as I'm about to end, it's like, here's more. Oh, I didn't put Hotep I'm done. Oh, here's some more. I'm like, oh, that too? Here's some more. Let's go to Denmark. Here's some more. And so I kept getting more and more and more, and realized, oh, I didn't put a cap on it. Hotep I'm done. Let me just go to sleep. So I just finished it now. So I hope this is good, everybody. But I got a whole nother page worth when I was supposed to be finished, and I cut out some stuff. But we'll see how it goes. We're gonna give shout out to Dr. LaRoche, give him his praise and Henu for his great support. Let me see where he is, Dr. LaRoche. Boom. Doctors. Look at all this stuff. All this isn't even in the class. Oh my. Okay. I think I can do part 2 and 3 then. Where's Dr. LaRoche? Dr. LaRoche, is this him right here? Or is this Voodoo? Is this Voodoo? Yeah. Oh, this is Voodoo. No Voodoo now. No. This is it here. Okay, Dr. LaRoche. Move Voodoo to the side. And here we go. Okay, let me go ahead and put this up. Here we go. Shout out to Dr. LaRoche. Even as the time when he sent it. This was sent
some weeks ago, some time ago, but I have so many podcast questions that it's I get to them in sequence. So where is okay, here it is. Okay, doctor support. Here we go. Okay, good. Ooh, okay. Here we go. All right. Right. Let me see if this pops up now. Who's here in the chat, wherever you may be, and to the new people watching, here is the question. The type of questions that come into the Tehuti pod class, which are actually no type, because they're all types. So there we go, everybody. Amonet, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, I can, Great Saba. $80 from Dr. LaRoche for top highlights of medicine in ancient Kemet.
Let's give him some big noise. We gave him some noise for this some time ago when he sent it, but let's give him some big noise again. Boom.
Everything is beautiful and love.
Is Jabari getting these type of questions? Is Jabari getting these type of questions?
Who said that? The Jed, you said that?
It's a soundbite, Saba.
Oh, okay. Shout out to
Yo, they got mad soundbite on the happy day, Saba. Like they took the whole time. The Joe was talking a lot, so they got a whole.
He's made an album out of that. Okay, shout out to Dr. LaRoche. Everybody, get ready. Get your pen, your pads ready. Shout out to you. Shout out to Stranger just jumped in the room. Stranger, I did see your last minute. See your message. You said you got unsubscribed from the House of a 10 YouTube channel. A lot of chaos going on, a lot of ISFET and different things going on. So I'm not sure what happened with that. If you're talking about the website, well, you said YouTube, so it's not the website. The website, everybody's unsubscribed from the website, but if it's YouTube channel, we don't know. I don't know what happened with that or what's going on with that. But shout out for you telling me that. He said he told me that, so other people, if it happened to them, I could know that it wasn't willingly. So whatever happens, it's like a domino effect. Whenever one thing happens, it just tumbles and tumbles and tumbles. But the beautiful thing is that the House of a 10 can exist on an island with people. Anything that happens on this internet world and this YouTubing it up and split the TikTok and then whatever this is, just a bonus to me. House of a 10 is wherever the people with Boz go. So anything technological, those are all just good toys and nice things and bonuses. But Marcus Garvey never had none of that. Elijah Muhammad never had none of the greatest movements and organizations, the strongest, never had any of that. And guess what? Now that we have that, none of those movements exist. Now that we have the internet, we have the YouTube in it, we have the Instagramming it up and TikToking it up and social media up and AI and all that. Now what's the Nation of Islam today? Who's Malcolm X today? Where's Marcus Garvey today? Where's the Black Panthers? Where's Khalid Muhammad? So that's what the shift was. So shout out to the internet and all those little positive toys and everything. Those are all just good bonuses. But if you get unsubscribed, if a website goes down, shout out to whatever's going on, because Elijah Muhammad never even heard of the word website, and he killed anybody. And there's no movement touching what Elijah Muhammad built, and the word website wasn't even in the dictionary. So shout out to YouTube, websites, Instagramming it up. Those are all just cute toys to me, and if they reach people, they reach people. Shout out to whoever they reach and whatever they do. But the Ba is what's reached people. Whether you all saw me on Killer Priest because you turn on a YouTube channel, or whether you saw me teaching live, if you happen to walk in and just saw me on an island with Killer Priest, the effect would be the exact same. It was a frequency that converted the people, and everything else just a toy to me. So shout out to everybody. Peace and love. Shout out to you, stranger, for giving me the updates. And let's go ahead and start this podcast. Answer everybody. Get your pens, your pads out. Get your iPhones. Oh, also, speaking of the internet stuff, Amunet, everybody, Amunet, go ahead and put the new House of Attend Facebook in the chat right now, because I noticed that I think me and Sarah the only ones seeing it now. when it was first posted, it was a whole bunch of likes. I don't think anybody knows there was a switch. So go ahead and post that, and everybody, there's a House of Attend Facebook channel that has all the clips and sections of what I teach, little rare moments on Killer Priest, rare moments in my debates, rare moments from the pod class that Amunet takes her time and clips up and puts out. And you can send those to people that say, I don't share the pod class because it's 8 hours. So I see them sharing. Oh my goodness, man. Dancing girls with booties, all kind of fights, all kind of riddles, all kind of foolishness, sharing all kind of stuff. But they won't share the podcast because it's 8 hours. Yeah, so is the football game. But you not only will share that, you'll go there and sit through it. So now we have the clips, so that's not an excuse. The clips are like 30 seconds, 1 minute. It's as long as those foolish TikTok videos everybody's sharing. It's as long as those if you had 1 day left, how would you wild out in the world, or whatever it is that people whatever it is people are doing on this internet. These are also 30 seconds, but they're 30 seconds of jewels. So go ahead and subscribe to that, and then just share them out, because they're not the long 8-hour pod classes. And you can share enough clips to reach multiple topics, because they're 30 seconds of different topics. So everybody, we're about to get into it. That's right, stranger. Said the clips are gonna go viral. Where the clips? These clips are gonna go viral. That's right. Okay, everybody. So we're gonna get into it, everybody. Peace and love. Get your pens out. Get your pads out. Get your iPads, your iPhones, your eyeballs, everything that you need to receive this information. Shout out to Dr. LaRoche. He may not be around right now as the podcast is taking place live, but he'll go watch it on the replay, and I know he'll send me an email. Sometimes even more support, but he'll usually send me an email saying thank you for the great answer. So shout out to you, Dr. LaRoche. Here we go, everybody. We're about to get into it. So Amunet, you go all jump back into the chat. Peace and love to you. Nook Poo. Nana calls you Nook Pook, but I said it's a Nook Poo, right? I don't know, Nook Pook. So Nook Poo. You go ahead and jump in the chat. The Jed, if you can hear me, you can go ahead and jump back.
Peace.
Okay, wonderful. Peace. Jump back in. And 432 Hush Nation, jump back in. It's about to tell your sister to wake. I don't know if she's in the room watching, if she fell asleep, waiting. If she's working, tell her it's about to start now.
Okay, so what we'll do.
Okay, great. Let's get started, everybody. I'm going to need the timer out. Now the numbers are going to start going up, because you will know I'm about to teach now. And here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, the phenomenon. This is the only place where this is happening. The paradigm is, we're shifting the paradigm. This is shifting all consciousness, or whatever you thought you knew, whatever you were before you first talked to me, whatever that was before you first saw this class. There's a shift that takes place. I don't care if you're a Buddhist, I don't care if you're a Muslim, a Freemason, a Hindu, a Christian. I think the brother Master K was raised up in, I think, Hinduism, some type of Indian culture. He's here now with Ma'at and Medunetter. Big Vapes was a Buddhist. Basa Tut studying Buddhism sent me a question on Buddha and Ptah. This is the place where when you hear this frequency, you transform whatever you thought you were before. Share this with others. Let's change the world. Are you ready, everybody? Here we go. We're going to start on the count of 3. We're going to put the screen on. Entire screen. boom, 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 boom. 2 and 3. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class, the question and answer class of the House of Aten. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, what are the original languages of spirituality, who are the Nitiru, what about my physical health purity, what about my mental detoxification and mental purity, what about out-of-body experiences, are those from ancient sources, or are they just new age, what about government psyops and mind control, does that exist, what about telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness? Now fortunately that you have left Christianity, Islam, Hebrew Israelitism, etc., thinking that you have escaped the matrix, which you have at that step. So now you go to the common conscious platforms. Little did you know, you have now stepped into another matrix. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden in disguise and is infiltrated in the form of new age consciousness, and atheists who have disguised themselves as now conscious teachers, quote-unquote Kemetic teachers, quote-unquote esoteric guides, quote-unquote metaphysical teachers, in the agenda of the matrix to just focus on knowledge, but not on the spiritual discipline of the ancients with indigenous references. They will not have classes on the actual teachings and disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but they just wear ancient symbols for fashion and egotistical self-gratification purposes. They actually do not live by any actual written culture, thus they can only teach from memes or pictures up on a board, or do what's called counter-teaching, which is to just go against what someone else teaches. They only do debate, debunk, expose you videos, or I challenge you videos, I challenge your spiritual beliefs videos. Their subject matters stay on the beginner phase, which is a good phase for beginners, but they are trapped there, which is limited to the Hebrews are wrong and the Bible is stolen. The Bible is stolen, the Hebrews are wrong. Over and over and over and over again. But after showing you where it is stolen from, none of them stand on the actual specific part it was stolen from and give the original teachings of that specific part and how to apply it to their lifestyle or to your lifestyle. They do not stand on the original teaching it was stolen from as their actual way of life. Their focus is to just show you that it was stolen, and then they leave you right there. And that is called breaking something or someone down, but not building them back up. If you show that something is stolen, then show how we should adhere to it in our original mind state prior to it being stolen. But that part takes discipline. For the next topic of focus, which is mainly the Egyptians are black, which is a beautiful topic when fighting, of course, the oppressive racist focus of painting the ancient Kemetic people as some other culture that they want you to believe in the Psyops. So it is a good beginner's focus. But once you realize that, okay, the Egyptians are black, once you get to that point, then the psychosis and the Psyops is, yes, the Egyptians are black, but I don't want to follow any of their teachings. I'm only proud of what they physically look like. But as far as their discipline, forget about that. Or let me tell you what's wrong with such and such a group. All of their titles are argumentatives. All their titles have opposition in it, which is, example, the pyramids in America are older than the ones in Egypt. We are Native American, not African, but never just on what are the pyramids in America for, and how can they enhance you, or what are the disciplines described in the way of the Native American lifestyle that can be lived and enhance you spiritually. They can only do counter teaching, which is when your favorite popular teacher cannot do full videos on the actual culture that one should be disciplined in, like the ancients were, because he or she does not truly have confidence that any quote-unquote African or Ma'at or Kemet culture can actually stand on its own and hold the people's attention. They need contention. They need shock value for views. They themselves are not disciplined or stand on anything, never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in place of what they adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family actually practice when the computer shuts down or when the debate /fight is over. Those quote-unquote conscious teachers who are really just atheists in disguise actually don't believe in anything. They just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention. Thus, to hide the fact that they cannot really answer, they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and then you are laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries because their hidden agenda is individualism, separation, loneism, disunity, to disunite under the disguise of knowledge, but with no structured unity system as all the ancients did. Thus, they have no movements, they have no ranking system, they have no group discipline, no spiritual rituals as all the ancient ancestors lived, no accountability to any one culture because they keep jumping from culture to culture, to movement to belief to belief. Thus they cannot, thus they can do anything that they want at any time and just jump from culture to culture to justify whatever their actions are for that day with no accountability, obligation, or accountability to anyone telling them that they are wrong or, hey, you have slipped up in this cultural way. Thus, they are about loneism, separation, individualism, which is no matter what they do, they can always justify their behavior because there's no one written concrete way of life that they stand on, which is the ultimate egotistical manifestation of Isfet, which is why the word introvert only exists in the colonizer's language and in no ancient culture, because we always moved as a mentally unified group, not individuals hiding behind a computer screen teaching, I follow no man, I follow no one way, while simultaneously teaching you to get back to your roots and cultures. But every time you go back to those roots and cultures that they teach on, every single one of those original cultures were a unified group of people with structure and accountability to a specific way of life discipline. Disunity is the New Age conscious community's teacher's goal, to mirror your consciousness with that of the European Egyptologists who were outsiders just collecting knowledge on Egypt and debating Egypt historically to see who is the top scholar, but not from a disciplined, actual life liver of the spiritual system and united followers of Ma'at that actually created Kemet. Because remember, Kemet didn't create anybody. It was the unified spiritual people of Ma'at that created Kemet. They teach you that in reverse. In which they study the structure, discipline, and ranking. Thus, the New Age conscious teachers' videos are mainly complaining or what is wrong with other people. Here are wise words that the House of Aten echoes. If there are thirsty people that have been drinking from a dirty, contaminated glass of water, do not sit and complain about the water. Just put up your glass of water up beside it for the people to drink. And thus the people will have testimonies of how you cleaned them up and how you gave them a better way of life. If not, then you are just a complainer and not a disciplined solution provider, because you have no testimonies from the masses that were in need. No stories of you converting anybody, no stories of you raising somebody out of the religion. Thus, your water is dirty as well. Welcome to the Clean Glass of Water, the House of Aten, the Tehuti Pod class, the only platform class that exists on this planet where you can send in these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized documentary, type answer, customized, and get subconscious matrices broken for you is here at the Tehuti Pod class. What are the questions that we have for Tehuti today? And let's go ahead and change this up. Get a little bit of energy here. Let's get back into this. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. What are the questions for Tehuti that will be answered today? And of course, Daniel LaRoche, he asked the question. It was read by Amunet. And again, another wonderful question sent in by the great supporters, Dr. Daniel LaRoche. And as you can see, this will demonstrate the vast diversity and variety of questions and inquiries and focuses that you can send in with reciprocity to the Tehuti Pod class. And first, I want to begin off by asking the viewing audience and the students a simple question. Who remembers the Kemetic commemoration dedication to the Nesubiti Pharaoh warrior tribute done only here at the pod class? Press a 9 if you remember that. Does anybody remember that? The tribute class to the Nesubiti and the great warriors. I believe that was also by Dr. LaRoche. Anybody remember that class? commemoration class. Then I'll relax. I'll go right back. Here we go. Okay, good. Everyone remembers that? Absolutely. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Robert Williams remembers that? Right, here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. Here we go. Everybody remember that class? This was the class right here. It was Dr. LaRoche that asked that question at that time. What does the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt really mean? What honorary symbolism did the U.S. military take from Kemet? The Scorpion King was Narmer really the first pharaoh, honoring 3,200 years of Kemet military service. Eru and Set's story imbued with the secret name of the Kemet military. Beautiful class. So wonderful for those who remember it. Wonderful. You are about to witness another installment within the commemoration series with explosive revelations of not. What's that noise? Hold on. Everybody okay out there? Okay. Okay. All right. Wonderful. You're about to witness another installment within the commemoration series with explosive revelations of not only the doctors, the medicine, and accomplishments, but of course, what companies, schools, and scientists are influenced today in their secret name of medicine that ties right back, the secret name of medicine that ties right back into immortality within the ancient Medu language, and the symbols in the Medu that are being used by multi-billion-dollar companies today that deal with medicine. Let me ask the class and the viewing audience another question. What would your existence look like without these? Tell me, everybody. What would you and your children, your family's life be like without medical care, without medicine, without hospitals, without surgery, without dentists, without orthodontists, without eye care, eye doctors? Do you wear a set of glasses? What would your life be like? What would your children's life be like without this? What would your medicine cabinet look like? What happened if you got into a car? What would happen if you got into a car crash? You need an insurance claim? What would happen? What would your life be like without doctors, physicians, eye doctors, dentists, those who check your blood, those who check your kidney, those who check your cholesterol? What would your life be like? What would you and your mother and your family and your lady and your man's life be like without this in it? And you know what's interesting about that question? You don't know. You don't know. Why? Because your life has never been without it. 99% of the people in here, you were born in a hospital. The doctor was the first thing that touched you. You needed a tetanus shot. You didn't go to your friend at the barber shop. You don't know what your life would be like without dentists, doctors, medicine, treatments, surgery, those to look over to your parents that they have dementia, liver failure, liver cancer, ADHD. You don't know what your life would be like because you've never lived without these things. The day you were born, your medicine cabinet is not empty, shiny. Your whole life has had these things. So what would your life be like? You have no idea because you take it for granted that it's just normal to have these things. Medicare, Medicaid, canes, walkers, all type of things that are the prescriptions, whatever you need, whatever's going on with your eye, glaucoma fixture, whatever's high blood pressure, all of these things. What would you be without people of medicine? Here we go, everybody. Boom. Ready? Let's go. Yes. How would your life be, or the ones that you care for, the ones that you love, life be, who got into a car accident and there was no hospital to go to? What'd your life look like? If there was no doctor to see, you started suffering from glaucoma and could not see your eye doctor. Your child has cavities. There's no dentist to go to. You get bit by a dog or an animal that has rabies, and your child just has to go to school the next day and tough it out. Huh? Child has an allergic reaction to these things, and there's no medical care. There's no assistant to help him or her. Have you or anyone you've loved needed a pair of eyeglasses? Your grandmother, your grandfather, your loved one never ever need heart surgery, any type of surgery done, and there's no surgeon to go to? How would life look like for you, everybody? Huh? What would life look like? Hmm? Complete chaos, anarchy. Here you go. Especially in this world of pollution and sickness. Your current life without these beautiful amenities, without this, let me shrink it down a little. Your current life without these beautiful amenities, without these beautiful technologies, without the beautiful skill set of doctors, dentists, medicines, hospitals, surgery, eye care, would be dismal and sick, diseased. Your life would be shortened. You'd be in a state of complete misery. You'd have to watch your loved ones from child to parents pass away rapidly, don't care to their health. So whether you are a Christian, whether you are a Muslim, whether you are a Jew, whether you are into voodoo, Orisha, whether you are Catholic, Baptist, Pentecostal, Hebrew Israelite, we all have to delve and pay homage to the extreme genius that brought medical doctorates knowledge, healing, healthcare, dentistry, eye care to this planet Earth. Because without that, you would not be alive long enough to be a Christian, Muslim, Jew, Hebrew, Ifa, Israelite, Catholic. So let us all pay homage to where all this began and give praise to the netters and the papyrus and consciousness that brought it. Because without this, you wouldn't be alive long enough to have a belief system, to believe in your Jesus. It brought no medicine at all. You believe in Jesus, but you go to the hospital. You believe in Jesus, but you go to the eye doctor instead of going to the Jesus healer. First, let us start directly with the Psyops. It's a very important Psyops, actually. It's very well thought out. It's a very important Psyops switch because, of course, whoever gets credit and homage for being the genius behind medicine and healthcare, it is, of course, who we openly and subconsciously thank and appreciate for saving you and your loved ones' lives in times of need. And there's nothing more important subconsciously to your brain than, of course, the saving of your life. So who does the Psyops, through racism, say is the father of medicine? Go ahead and type it in the room, everybody. Through the Psyops, who do they say is the father of medicine? Which in turn was set up one race as mentally superior for being able to come up with a genius of life-saving medical material procedures and diagnosis solutions after man has been on this planet for thousands of years. Whoever the father of medicine is the lifesaver for all mankind. Wherever medicine and diagnosis came from, completely changed history. So go ahead and type in the room, who is taught to you in your school as the father of medicine? Who is taught to you? Who is taught to you as the father of medicine? Okay, and that's your first said it was Imhotep. That's interesting. Okay. Hippocrates. Interesting. Okay. Hippocrates. Okay, interesting. Hippocrates. Hypocrite. Hypocrite. Soze Mania's in the room. All right. Okay, good. Robert Williams says, I use herbs, but if I get broken up, is there a doctor in the house? Absolutely. For those people, and shout out to you, Robert Williams, because I run across a lot of conscious people. Peace and blessings be upon them for their pure heart and their pure intention, but they're not realistic. They have good intentions. They're like, no, I use herbs and I use that's medicine too. The monkey doesn't know how to use herbs. The chimpanzee doesn't know how to make herbs. It takes a consciousness to go out because the medicine comes from the herbs. So whether it's from the herbs or whether it's chemical, it's all medicine put together by man to make the solution to whatever is happening, and none of it's saving you in a car crash. Huh? none of the herb I come across Rastafari. Me not use no medicine, no doctor. Me just use the herbage. Use the herbage. Sir, your mom got into a car crash and smashed her ribs, and her rib is piercing into her lungs right now. Give me the herb for that, please. What happened? I want the herb. Give me the herb for the punctured rib that's puncturing a part of your mother's lung because she got into a car crash and her neck is snapped and vertebrae snapped in the back. Can you give me what's the dandelion for that, please? No, you're going to the hospital, sir. You're going straight to the hospital. You're going to a doctor because there's no herb stopping you. You're out on a hike with your family and a rattlesnake bit you. What's the name of that herb, Rasta man? It's rattlesnake herb. We used it for thousands of years. I got a couple rattlesnake. We can try that out. No, it's anti-venom that's made in a hospital. You're going straight to the ER, and they're not cooking up any leaves for you. You're getting anti-venom in doses from the hospital. You get bit by a cobra. Let's see how long you run around with herb. Herbal cobra herb. Herbal cobra. Herbal cobra. I have those here. If anybody wants to try it out, just write a disclaimer that Tehuti, I give Tehuti permission for his snakes to bite me. Come on over to the pathways. I got them, and you bring all of your herbs, and we'll put the rattlesnake right here. Boom, and you go. You do your herb. No, you're going straight to the hospital. So pay homage to that, whether you're a Christian, Muslim, or Jew, because none of that in the Bible, none of that in the Quran, none of the herb is going to help you when that lung punctures your rib. All right, so shout out to the people, and let me go back to this here. Here we go, everybody. So we got Hippocrates, the father of medicine. Somebody said Imhotep. I think it was first Netzer. What did my man Razcast say? Imhotep, the real father of medicine, was worshiping Greece. What is it? Imhotep, the real father of medicine, was worshiping Greece and Rome in the form of a black African. The word African means Afrik. Okay, wonderful. You know what's going to be interesting about this class? Everybody watching, all the Kemet people, shout out to you. Everybody watching. You know what's going to be really interesting about this class? People are going to see this class and going to say, yeah, Tehuti did a class on the original doctors, Imhotep and such. Watch this class and you can ask me about it later. Imhotep is going to be nowhere in this class. What, Tehuti? I have a class about medicine, Imhotep. Imhotep, whatever you think was real is nowhere in this class. This is going to be all... Here we go. Watch. Boom, 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 boom. But shout out to Imhotep too. I know who Imhotep really was, but shout out to Imhotep. Imhotep. Maybe I'll do a class on what Imhotep actually really was. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Tehuti, you go against everything. Here we go. Boom. Ready, everybody? You're right, everybody. Ding, 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 ding. Hippocrates. He was a Greek of about 460 BC, which would infer that for thousands upon thousands of years, that indigenous men have been on this planet all over the world, and for over 10,000 years of civilization indigenously all over the world, that the consciousness of medicine did not come about until the Greeks in 460 BC. Where did this Psyops concept, original teachings of this actually come from? People will say to me all the time, I get in conversations with so-called Kemetic conscious people, and they will say, yeah, the Greeks spread the lie that Hippocrates is the father of medicine, and they stole the knowledge and then claimed it for themselves and claimed they're the originators. And I say, could you show me that, please? This is where people don't like Tehuti. Could you show me that, please, in history? Show me that, please, in history, where these Greek men of 460 BC took the information from Kemet and then claimed it as theirs and claimed that they were the fathers of medicine. Where is that in history? I need to see that. We're going to break that matrix right now because I do not want my students get whatever you were taught by the conscious community, whatever you feel was true. You will learn at the Tehuti Pop class. 80% of it is in your head. So where did this actual Psyops come from? Did it come from these Greeks at this time, 460 BC? Was Hippocrates saying this? Where did it come from? Loeb Classical Library, Galen, Method of Medicine, Volume 1. Here's Galen. And what does it say here? Now, yes, a Greek physician named Galen in his book, A Method of Medicine, Volume 1, which states, this is in the Greek, and Galen starts this. Hippocrates the great and divine man, the first discoverer of the art of medicine. Here is where it comes from, everybody. It comes from Galen. Now that's interesting. You would think, everybody, you would think that if you're the father of medicine and you brought medicine to this planet, your fellow Greeks are proud of you. You're proud of yourself. You can tell your son, you can tell the whole world, everybody in Greece. That's a big claim. That's a big discovery, and that's a humongous accomplishment. So you would think Hippocrates would say this. If he discovered, did he ever report a discovery? Did Hippocrates ever say, yes, I discovered medicine? I'm the father of medicine. No. Nobody Hippocrates knew was saying this. Someone named Galen wrote this. But what's the date of Galen? Did Galen and Hippocrates, were they partners? Was Galen giving Hippocrates high fives? You did it, man. You're the father of medicine. Congratulations, brother. Was that what Galen was? Who's Galen? Who's Galen? Let's find out, everybody, because Hippocrates is 460 BC. So were the Greeks in 460 BC claiming the great Hippocrates as the father of medicine? Or was it Galen? What date is Galen? Where does Galen come in? 129 AD. 129 years after Jesus, after fake Jesus, here it is, a man from Turkey. Boom, 129 AD. That is less than 1900 years ago. That's in the 80s. That's not even 2000 years ago. 129 AD, that's less than 1900 years ago. That is when the Psyops began, that Hippocrates was the father and discoverer of medicine. None of these ancient Greeks, including Hippocrates himself, knew of such a claim. What did the ancient Greeks themselves say about the origin of medicine? Let us go to the time of Hippocrates himself, because if Hippocrates was the father of medicine and he was claiming that in 460 BC, then that would mean his all the physicians, first of all, would be his students. His fellow students, the future physicians, would be proud to say in his time, here is our teacher. Here's the founder of medicine. So Hippocrates was 460 BC. Galen is less than 1900 years ago. I'm going to take you directly to who? Isocrates. Have you heard of him? Let's go to Isocrates, who is literally living at the exact same time as Hippocrates. So Isocrates, these names. Isocrates, who is literally living at the exact same time as Hippocrates, is supposedly who is supposedly introducing medicine to the world. Let's go directly to Isocrates, who is there with Hippocrates. I will take you directly to Isocrates' book called Bastarus, line 22, 338 BC. He's in the time of Hippocrates. Here's his writings. And what does it say? Talk to us, Isocrates. Tell us, because Galen is telling us something, but you were there in the time of Hippocrates. You could have given him a high five. Tell us about Hippocrates. Here it is. Book of Bastarus, line 22. And the priests, because they enjoyed conditions of life, discovered for the body the aid which the medical art affords to. What priests? The Greek priests? Have you ever heard of a Greek priest? The priests, because they enjoyed such conditions of life, discovered for the body the aid which the medical art affords. Not that which uses dangerous drugs, but drugs of such nature that they are harmless as daily food, yet in their effects are so beneficial that all men agree the Egyptians are the healthiest and among the long of life among men. Then for the soul they introduce philosophy training and pursuit, which has the power not only to establish laws, but also to investigate the nature of the universe. So which priest? The Egyptian priest, who Isocrates, who knows about Hippocrates and the physicians and those who bring health to Greece, he's saying that the Kemetic people are the healthiest and the longest living people on the planet Earth. And they're the ones that discovered for the body the aid of which the medical field affords. What does affords mean? What does that mean? So at the boom, here we go. So at the exact same time as Hippocrates, Isocrates, in his writings, that the discovery of health, medicine, drugs that the medical art affords mean to carry out something, resulted in the people of Kemet being the healthiest and most long of life amongst all men. I don't see anything here about his Greek brother Hippocrates. Do you? Isocrates is speaking about these strong, healthy looking brothers and sisters right here along the Nile that he saw. Here's what he saw, whether in physical, because he lived in the time of 460 BC, or in statue form, or in literary form, or in picture form. Here is Sennacherib, which I began the class. Before I even taught in the class, I spoke about Sennacherib. What is it? Lentil of Sennacherib running towards men, because they had to run and do exercise to show their prowess. And so when the Kemetic men are shown, these particular men, look at the V taper, look at the shoulder width, look at the boulder shoulders, look at the biceps, look at the slim stomach, look at the quads, look at the biceps, look at the forearms, and he's in a running state. Look at the shoulder width, look at the flat stomach. This is a depiction of health, and Isocrates is saying that these men, these are the healthiest and the most longest living men on the planet, and they're the ones that discovered medicine. And what did they do, everybody? What did they do? What was the difference between the medicine that Isocrates is talking about, that he was familiar with in Greece, and the medicine of these men who he's calling the healthiest men on the planet? He said their medicine was not dangerous. Oh, there's dangerous medicine? Absolutely. When you look on notice all today's medicine has Greek names, Latin and Greek words. Turn your medicine box around and you'll see a whole bunch of Greek words. You won't see any Sanskrit, no Chinese, no Medu-Netter. You'll see a bunch of Greek and Latin words. But then on the other side, it will show all the side effects, or it'll be in the little paper that it comes with, or the person will say it fast in the commercial. Side effects include, because ever since the Greeks got their hands on medicine, the medicine they were prescribing had dangerous side effects. Isocrates is clearly stating the medicine that the people of Kemet are using, this is safe medicine as opposed to what we have that have dangerous effects. This medicine is incorporated in their daily food. You see? In their daily food. Huh? You ever see a chimpanzee in the wild with the flu? Huh? How many crocodiles you hear sneezing out there? What happened? The daily natural food that the animal or the creature is supposed to be eating in its environment, and that the creature can find, naturally provides the medicine that they need. And of course, with human beings, we go and experiment and find things and put it together and mix it up in our food. And now that food is so healthy that the food is actually the medicine. It's not something you take when you're sick. You take this thing every day so you don't end up getting sick. Huh? How many pharaohs out there with the flu? How many chimpanzees? How many? Huh? You see parrots out there sneezing. Ah, true. A parrot out there sneezing. Ah, blah, blah. Huh? You see the parrots out there with a coffin. Huh? Parakeets out there coughing. The toucan sand. How many seals out there in the icy cold weather? You go out in the cold. Ah, choo. The polar bears out there like, I never heard of a sneeze. The seals out there, I never seen a seal sick. Any of you? So the daily food that they've evolved to, and people's daily food in a natural environment, plus the discovery of foods that are helpful and keeping you healthy, they are the preventatives of the sickness, whereas the Greeks were getting sick and then had to prescribe something for the illness consistently and had side effects even back 2,000 years ago. He said it's not dangerous like ours. It's actually incorporated into the food. And those men are the healthiest out there. How many sick Dogons out there? Sick Dogons, raise your hands. How many Zulu people need a tetanus shot? Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 and boom. I remember we'd be in the house all sick, and our pet dog and cat looking at us walking around. My cat never sneezed. Everybody's vomiting up, spitting it up, vomiting up. My cat is walking around. Huh? What happened? We're getting sick. The cat, the pet turtle, the cat, the parakeet, everything in the house, everybody's fine. But everybody in the house passing it from person to person, getting sick. Why are people getting more sick than animals? Because we're out of a natural environment. Here we go, everybody. Boom. So here we are, the healthiest men on the planet. These followers of the Nitiru, these followers of Ma'at, these followers of Tehuti are the ones that brought the divine consciousness of health, medicine, doctorate skills, and the abilities to this planet, and without which there would be none, no medical ability, no medicine, nothing that you depend on to keep you alive today. So we will give praise and homage step by step, one by one, to what has and who has contributed to this planet Earth, so that whether you are a Christian, a Muslim, a Hebrew Israelite, Ifa, a cultist, Catholic, etc., 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 you will give praise to that which keeps you alive, which was the Nitiru. You see, you want to praise Jesus of 2,000 years ago, who you didn't see, but you're there with your medicine cabinet full of medicine, but you don't want to praise the Nitiru that factually brought it, but you want to praise Muhammad. But of course, to get into the very first detailed anatomical observations of the body's recognition of the brain, heart, vessels, liver, spleen, kidney, bladder, uterus, step by step, surgical case analysis, diagnosis, prognosis, world's earliest extensive list of medical plants, minerals, and animal-based drugs, describes vaginal examinations, conception, contraceptives such as honey, natron, pregnancy, predictions, wheat and barley tests later verified in modern-day experiments, the first dentist, the first ophthalmologist, eye doctors that you could not live without, then get into the imbuement of the Medu words that are completely imbued into the netter and the magic and immortality used by these original doctors. Of course, what is it time to get into, everybody? Huh? To get into all that, what is it time to get into, everybody? Because we're about to shift, paradigm shift. Are you ready? What is it time to get into, everybody? I'm going to come off the screen and come back and see what y'all type. What's the time to get into? Huh? I'm back, everybody. Let me see what the class typed because I know there's a little lag. What is the time to get into, everybody? What is the time to get into, Osset? Huh? What are you doing, Osset? What is the time to get into? Let's talk to these people. Let's see what they typed. It's time to get into what? Uh-oh. Let's show the comments on the screen. What is the time to get into, everybody? New people, are you ready? We're about to shift. You're about to see the phenomenon. You're about to see something happen that you have not seen before. And that is, for the new people. Are you ready, everybody? Boom. The comments should be on the screen. And you all are right. Uh-oh. Boom. Boom. I think they're right, Osset. I think it's time. I think it's time, Osset, to do this. What time is it? It's that time. Let's shift, everybody. Shall we shift? Shall we shift? I think so. Welcome, everybody. Enjoy. Here we go. You are absolutely right. It's time to get into Tehuti Overdrive. Ready, everyone? Let me ask the class. We're going to start off right interactive, right from the beginning. Let me ask the class, how important is dentistry and oral health care for you and your children, loved ones, spouses? Let me ask that question. Let me ask another question. Can the lack of dental health actually take lives? So how important is that, everybody? Type it in the room. How important is dental health care to you and your family? How important is that? Is it important? Can the lack of dental hygiene take lives? I've never really heard people talking about that before. Extremely important. I agree. How important is it, everybody? Super important. I agree. Has anybody here never been to the dentist before in their life? Never had to go to the dentist? You have nothing in your medicine cabinet? How important is dental health care? Extremely important. Ding, 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 ding. Extremely important. Absolutely right, everybody. I agree. Important. Huh? Ding, 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 ding. I see you watching. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Boom, boom, boom. How important is this for your children, huh? Is there anybody in this pod class watching, of the 36 or 35 people watching, who you have never taken your child to the dentist? You have never gone to the dentist before. You've never got a dental examination. No cavities that have to be looked at, nothing. Everybody has. So is it important? And can you actually lose your life? Is there any life-threatening aspects of lack of oral hygiene, lack of dentistry? Hippocrates, what'd you know about that, huh? Talk to us, Hippocrates. Huh? Did you even hear of a dentist yet? Father of medicine, was there any dentists around? Here we go. Let me take you to the National Institute Dental and Craniofacial Research. Here we are, everybody. Let's take a peek and take a look. What does it say? All right, oral cancer. What? Approximately 54,000 Americans will be diagnosed with oral cancer in 2022. And about 11,000 people will lose their lives to this disease. What? This largely preventable type of cancer affects the mouth and or the pharynx. Overall, since 2000, The rates of new oral cancer cases have not seen a significant increase. However, 5-year survival rates from these cancers have increased from the mid-1970s until the late 2012-2018 National Cancer Institute survey. For both of these indicators, there are significant disparities in some population groups. 54, so boom, 54,000 cases just in America. I didn't go all over the world. 54,000 just in America can result in what? Can result in cancer due to the lack of oral care, and 11,000 people can lose their lives in 1 year due to the lack of oral care. Thus, dentistry is extremely important and life-saving. So in the 185,000 years that Homo sapiens have been on this earth, what supreme divine advanced consciousness brought medical life-saving dentistry to the planet? Well, when we type it into the YouTube, here's what you see, everybody. You type it into YouTube, and here's what pops up. Who's this caveman? Uh-oh. What's this? What are these cavemen here? What's this? Meet Hesse Ra. Meet Hesse Ra, the world's first dentist. What? Who are these guys? Okay. You kind of look like Herodotus. Could be his Arab cousin, or you guys look like you guys definitely don't even know how to speak. But here we go. We see these cavemen looking guys, and we see this guy here. Okay. First dentist. So when you type in the first dentist into YouTube, these images pop up. Okay. How you doing, Hesse Ra? Nice to see you. You brought the divine consciousness of dentistry to this planet after we've been here for 185,000 years. So interesting. Interesting, everybody. So who are these European looking cavemen, and who is this Italian or Arab looking man named Hesse Ra, who was the first dentist in history? I have not seen much Arabs or Italian men with the word Ra in their name. Have you all? And yes, just as began in 460 BC with Hippocrates and them changing in 126 AD, the racial psyops and theft of history continues to this day. Obviously, no native Italian man has the name Hesse Ra, so no Arab man naturally has the name Hesse Ra. So let's look at how the indigenous people depicted the very first dentist in history that has resulted today in saving tens of thousands of lives and making sure you have healthy teeth and no cancer. Here is the real Hesse Ra with his name in the language of Medu. So why is it when I go to YouTube I'm seeing this guy? They must have got these depictions from somewhere. They got it from Inner Hatred. Because this guy looks nothing like Hesse Ra, and it's not as if Hesse Ra didn't leave what he looked like. So this is being done purposely. And definitely these cavemen had nothing to do with it. The time of the cavemen, Hesse Ra, two different total time periods. Let's look at Hesse Ra, see if he looks like Willie Valentino. Let's see. Here's how the indigenous people. Oh, there's the word. Oh, look at this. It's in Medunetter. Here is the indigenous name of the first dentist. You see right there? Hesse Ra. Hesse Ra, do you see it? Hesse Ra. This doesn't look like Italian. It doesn't look like Arab. It doesn't look like Turkish. So here is the indigenous name of the first dentist. Let us look at how the indigenous people depicted him to see if it matches what the Psyops wants to push. So here's what the indigenous people drew. Here's the indigenous people's image that they left. Uh-oh. Huh? What? Hesi Ra, man. What happened? Here's what the people who knew Hesi Ra left. Here's what the people in the time of Hesi Ra left as the first dentist. What is the necessity to depict Hesi Ra as this? What is the necessity to have this as the thumbnail of cavemen? Instead of just showing Hesi Ra, because it's a Psyops. This is a very, very strong Psyops because it deals with the saving of lives. And it deals with a consciousness that shows a particular type of superiority in consciousness. So they have to shift the consciousness instead of just producing the truth. So Hesi Ra, here it is. Hesi Ra. Here's the metanetter again. So here's how the indigenous people. Oh, it keeps going backwards. Whoa, what's going on? There we go. Here's Hesi Ra. Here is the indigenous name of the first dentist. Let us look at how the indigenous people depicted him to see if it matches what the Psyops wants to push. And here's what the indigenous people left of Hesi Ra. Looks nothing like these, whatever these are they're pushing. So here it is. Here's Hesi Ra. Not at all. If they have the image of this, why are they purposely doing this? Because there's the hatred involved, the Psyops involved, the racial Psyops. So here we go, not at all. The real Hesi Ra was a student of Tehuti, the patron of medicine. Excuse me. And the Nibiru, Hesi Ra existed in 2686 BC. Typo there. His most prominent title, his most honorable, prominent title was War Ibes Sinu, which means Great One of the Dentists. Specifically, Great One of the Ivory Cutters, ivory being associated with teeth. The image is drawn on the cedarwood panels, and his names are on the panel as follows. So here are his names. Hesi Ra is confident of the king. Rek Nesut, which is the knowledgeable of the king. Here's Hesi Ra, the noble. This is where the word Nehesi comes from Hes. Hes. Hes, by the way, was one of the names of Aset, the first female associated with medicine. She was the Hes. And this is Hesi Ra, the first dentist. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Boom. And boom. So here is Warpa, Great One of Pa. War Ibesenu, Great One of the Dentists, or Great One of the Ivory Cutters. Right? Semsu Ked Hetep, Elder of Ked Hetep. Meja, Feshu, Chief of the Scribes. Sinmin. Hey, Nana. Sinmin, this is like brother of men. And then Hemheka Mehet, magician of Mehet. Here are his great, honorable, prominent names. There is your first dentist. There's your first known dentist. And there he is. The real Hesi Ra. Not this guy, whoever this is. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Here's your first dentist. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. And who do actual modern day dentists at the actual university, associates in dentistry, give Henu and praise to as their dentistry originator today? let me take you to the University Associates in Dentistry for their official word. What does the University Associates of Dentistry say? Uh-oh. Here we go. Who are the dentists giving praise to? Uh-oh. S.C. Ra, history's first dentist. Here's the University Associates Dentistry. Here it is. The art and science of dentistry has been around for a long time. But did you know that it has been around for thousands of years? The first recorded dentist, known as Hessi Ra, lived and worked in ancient Egypt around 2600 BC. For over 4,000 years ago, let's get to know more about the founder of dentistry, Hessi Ra. You see? So the universities have their articles in time where they give commemoration and honor to the followers of Ma'at, while your mother and friends are Christians. While your mother and friends are Christians and Muslims and Hebrews, bringing you to the dentists are having days of commemoration and articles in time of commemoration to the followers of Ma'at. Archaeologists and Egyptologists have determined that Hessi Ra was a high-ranking official under Pharaoh Djoser. Hessi Ra had many titles, but he was the first to bear the title Chief of Dentists. So Hessi Ra had many titles, but he was first to bear the title Chief of Dentists. Though the translations of this title have been debated, many historians agree that Hessi Ra was an exceptional Egyptian with an illustrious career. Beautifully decorated cedar wood panels were found in his tomb, and they depict his life story. His tomb also held well-preserved wall paintings and ornaments that further showcase Hessi Ra's high distinction under the Pharaoh Djoser. So there he is. And there's the University Associates in Dentistry giving honor and praise to who's responsible for them doing dentistry. Again, while your mother, grandmother, sister, and brother praise Jesus and go and have a dentist appointment next Tuesday, the dentist that they're going to give Henu and praise to the Nitiru. Boom. They, your dentist physician today, give honor and reverence to the Ma'at follower of the Neter, Tehuti, Hessi Ra. That's who they give honor to. Nothing here about Jesus and Abraham. Here we go. So we at the House of Aten give praise and Henu to the Neter Hessi Ra for bringing the consciousness of dentistry and oral health care to the world, aiding and possibly preventing today the death and destruction of 11,000 people, typo there, a year, of having them live instead of losing their lives to the lack of oral hygiene. Henu, and Henu to Hessi Ra. So we give praise and honor to Hessi Ra, and you should too. Most won't, because your ego won't let you. What do you mean by that, Tehuti? You don't want to give praise to a Neter as a Christian, do you? They're pagans. You'll go to the dentist, you'll appreciate the cavities being pulled out, you'll appreciate everything that dentistry has done to you, but you do not want to get on your knees and put your hands together and say Henu to the Neter Hessi Ra for bringing this to my child, because without him you wouldn't have a dentist appointment. You want to go to the dentist, have a beautiful dentist appointment, come home and tell your child to praise Jesus. Thank you, Jesus, for getting all the cavities out. Well, thank you, Jesus and God, for helping us have nice pretty teeth. No, Henu to Hessi Ra. It hurts to come and say that, though. I know it's hard. Say it. Say it. Say it in the church. Ask your people in the church and the mosque how many people have had successful dentistry and healthy teeth. Let us give praise and honor. Let's push Jesus to the side and let us give praise and honor to the Natiru today, my Christian brothers. No, it's fat. So yes, Hanu Hesi Ra, Hanu Hesi Ra. Brother man, check out that, bro. You kind of looks like you, Robert. That's right. These are the brothers that brought the consciousness, the netters that brought the consciousness. You see that? You see how I, Tehuti, I don't have to do a class called The Egyptians Are Black. I just state the truth. And you see what it is. You see what the reality is. Now let's focus on breaking the Psyops and focus on the teachings. You see Hesi Ra. Hesi Ra doesn't look like Robert De Niro. So I don't have to say Hesi Ra Black, Hesi Ra Black. Yeah, and Bruce Lee's Chinese. What about it? Yeah, okay. Now let's move on to what's actually happening, because there is a focus, continuous psyops, to have you away from what's actually taking place. And what's taking place is that whether you feel, here's how deep the psyops is, whether you feel the Egyptians are black or white or Arab, the real psyops is that you won't give the Natiru praise. That's the real one. Egyptians are black, Egyptians are white, Egyptians are Arab. Okay, as a Christian man, get on your knees and praise Hesi Ra. Black, white, or Arab. See how I moved that debate? See I moved that poll on the debate? Oh, you believe the Egyptians are Arab? Or you believe the Egyptians are black? The Egyptians are black? Okay. You believe the Egyptians are black? Whatever you believe, on your knees. Give praise to Hesi Ra. You can't do it because regardless of what you believe, what race the Egyptians are, Jesus won't let you give praise to the Natiru. That's the true psyops. Let's go, everybody. Boom. We like Tehuti's wisdom now. Tehuti knows a little bit of... Here we go. Boom. Ready? So praise Hesi Ra. Praise. Even if you're there watching as a sneak learner, having us think you're not watching, say it in your heart silently. Praise Hesi Ra. We won't hear you. It's okay. You can still praise the Natiru. Huh? Do it quietly. We can't see you. Sneak learner, non-supporters. Just praise Hesi Ra and move your Bible and whatever your past belief system is to the side. Huh? There he is. There's Hesi Ra. Beautiful. Look at the V taper though, huh? Look at the V taper. Look at the waistline. Look at the round boulder shoulders. You see that? Look at the bicep. Now look at the calf muscles. There you go. And the good brother who actually asked this question is an actual eye doctor specializing in the curing of glaucoma. Who is that? Brother Dr. Daniel LaRoche. He's an actual doctor and a surgeon of glaucoma. Okay? He's the one that asked the question. And because, everybody, none of this was in the original answer, by the way. And because he is a student of Ma'at, because he is a student, Dr. Daniel LaRoche is a student of Ma'at directly under the Tehuti pod class and the House of Aten. I will add his footage as a medical MD to the tribute so that you can see the person who is asking this question. And then what I'm about to do, when I'm about to address directly after this footage. So here we go, everybody. So here is who actually asked the question as a doctor himself. Okay, we're gonna give him respect and praise in Hanu because he's out there as a living doctor with an Ankh reading the Purim Haru and coming to the pod class and saving people's eyesight lives. There's your real Kemet physician. You ready, everybody? Here we go. Huh? This is what they do on the other channel. Please, Dr. LaRoche, if you're watching, they do this to you on the other channel. Only the Tuti pod class. We don't like Tuti anymore. Here we go. Watch. Ready? Let's put this here. We'll move over. Computer glitch. We're moving over. There we go. Okay, I'm going to move this over. Here we go. Everybody ready? So here is our modern day Kemet physician who asked the question about the other physician. If you all need help with eye doctor, eye surgery, if you need a reference, if you need any assistance with this, I'm going to put you on to Dr. Daniel LaRoche. You can actually save your eyesight. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom. Let me go here. If you all can hear me and see this on the screen, press a 9. If you all can see that on the screen, it looks like an eye. If that's showing clearly, press a 9. Who's here in the pod class today? Press a 9. There we go. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Here we go. A living Kemet physician. Let's see what he's about. Okay, good. Music is down. Here we go. Boom.
Goes on to damage. Pressure goes on to damage the optic nerve, described as cupping. When this occurs, medical therapy should be initiated. Since as many as 50% of patients fail medical eye drop therapy, early cataract extraction can be performed to open the angle, and goniotomy should be performed to remove the damaged trabecular meshwork to help improve aqueous flow. Patients with advanced glaucoma due to worsening outflow will need an additional intervention. Dr. Daniel LaRoche is a board-certified ophthalmologist and glaucoma specialist and president of Advanced Eye Care of New York. He is a graduate of New York University and Cornell University Medical College and inventor of the intrascleral ciliary sulcus suprachoroidal microtube technique, a surgical treatment for glaucoma. This microtube shunt procedure should only be used in patients with glaucoma whom have had their cataracts removed.
That's who's sending in questions and supporting the Tehuti pod class. He's the inventor of that process. So shout out and respect and praise and henu to Dr. Daniel LaRoche, who also goes by the name Tehuti. Dr. Daniel LaRoche, who's saving people's lives and eyesight. When I say saving people's lives, go one day with your eyes closed and see how miserable you feel. You really appreciate your eyesight when it's gone. Your life will completely change if you lose your eyesight. So he's saving people's existing lives. Your life will be completely different. So shout out to Daniel LaRoche. His name is also, it's a Sheshu or Sheshmu Tehuti, something to that effect. So there we go. Henu to Dr. Daniel LaRoche. Huh? There we go. Let's go, everybody. That's what we do here at the Tehuti pod class. There's Tiki. All right, boom. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom. 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 Here we go. Ready? All right, boom. So there he is right here. What causes glaucoma? Effective surgical intervention, glaucoma, by Daniel LaRoche, MD, Advanced Eye Care of New York, eye physician and surgeon, glaucoma specialist, and the inventor of the intrascleral ciliary sulcus suprachoroidal microtube technique. Shout out to Dr. Daniel LaRoche. That's what he's doing. Now we can show his other doctors in this class. There he is right there. I want you to look right here closely at the bottom. There's a word there at the bottom you may not be familiar with. You may not even be able to read it. It's under his name. What's that word there? I'm going to go ahead and read it because it may be blurry. This is ophthalmologist. Remember that, okay? Ophthalmologist. That's an eye doctor. Ophthalmologist. That's what they're called. We usually don't say that word. We just say the eye doctor, but it's ophthalmologist is the actual word. He is an ophthalmologist and an inventor. So it's so fitting perfectly as a creator, an inventor, doctor, and doctor, and surgical eye physician who asked the question, let me show you the origin of eye surgeons and ophthalmologists. Ready? So here's why there is a Dr. Daniel LaRoche. Here is his forefathers. Here is who he should give Henu to. Without this, there's no job for him. There's no surgeon. He's not the inventor of anything. His life completely changed because ophthalmology was brought to this planet right here. Let me shrink this down. Let me take you to the history of ophthalmology from the Pathology Institute of Copenhagen, Denmark. And here we are, everybody. What does it say here? History of ophthalmology. Let me blow it up a little bit. Here's the history and the origin of why there is a Dr. Daniel LaRoche. History of ophthalmology, the eye and its diseases in ancient Egypt. So this is a little blurry. I'm going to try to read this all based on the study of mummies, skeletons, buried rites, medical instruments, medicaments, literature, and objects, the arts from ancient Egypt before the Hellenistic period, the understanding of the eye, its disease, and their treatment, and at that time is described magical spells, religious rites, and medical treatments, especially with eye ointments, were probably used often complementary to one another. We must be very cautious about our conclusions in regard to the effectiveness of the treatments, eye disease, and have been depicted only exceptionally in Egyptian arts, except for its blindness and symbolic blindness. So here we go. What image do they show? And I want you to know everything. So we have Denmark, Scandinavia, Scandinavica. The first one was Denmark, and the dentist, Copenhagen, and then we got Scandinavia. I want you to know right now that who you consider the whitest of white, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Nordic. You see a guy walking in the street, super pale, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, green-eyed. That's the person who's giving Henu to the Nitiru. The dark-skinned, woolly-haired, perm-haired sister and brother at the church are giving praise to the Jesus and Abraham and Muhammad. And the Copenhagen, University of Copenhagen and Institute of Scandinavia, Denmark and Copenhagen are giving praise to Hesi Ra and the Nitiru. Just so you can see how that turns around right there. They're not ashamed of it. The sister with the perm praising Jesus, she's never going to give praise to Hesi Ra. But Denmark, Copenhagen, Scandinavian will. See how that happens? That's right. Henu to the doctor, Henu to the doctor, Henu to Dr. Daniel. Good doc is really a student of Tehuti as I am. He has some of the greatest questions. That's right. Hey, Maharu. Henu, Dr. Daniel. See that? Daniel LaRoche, if you're watching, have you ever got a section of Henu for you done ever in history? There we go. Boom. Copenhagen. Scandinavia. Scandinavia, Copenhagen. I sound like Schwarzenegger now. Those guys look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. They're giving praise to the Natiru while Grandmama is worshiping Jesus. Here we go. A wall painting in the tomb of the master builder Ipiu. See Ipiu at Thebes, which is really Waset, about 1200 BC. Right? Achilles treats the eye of a craftsman. Modern copy of the painting at the entrance of the Cornea Bank at Ain Shams University Hospital. Now this is in a hospital. You see that? The evil Hebrew Israelites, they have this same picture. They have the same picture, and they say that it's Kemetians having COVID. That's how evil it is. Instead of giving praise to Ipiu, Hesi Ram, they have to change the narrative and say this is the Kemetians suffering from COVID. What happened? It's fat, buddy. It's fat, buddy boy. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Keep watching. Here we go. Boom. Copenhagen, Scandinavia. There it is right there. Boom. The origin of the medical practitioner called ophthalmology. The repair of the eye's vision goes back to the greatest minds of its creator, which were the followers of Ma'at and the followers of Tehuti. Henu to you, the builder Ipiu, and your images at Waset. And that's why we have a Dr. LaRoche today. And now, everybody, ready? Now, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to take a break in a moment. And now for the first detailed, anatomical observations of the body, recognition of the brain, heart, vessels, liver, spleen, kidney, bladder, and uterus. Really? And uterus? Here we go. What's this? Edwin Smith Papyri. I wonder who's this doctor here? He's a surgeon? Edwin Smith? Who's Edwin Smith? Edwin Smith Papyri. Who's this? Is this from a modern day European surgeon named Edwin Smith that we owe this to? Oh, what to, Tehuti? Again, the knowledge and the study and recognition for the first detailed anatomical observations of the body, recognition of the brain, heart, vessels, liver, spleen, kidneys, bladder, and the uterus. Does that go to Edwin Smith? Hey, Edwin Smith. You brought this knowledge? This is called the Edwin Smith Papyrus. So is this from the modern day European surgeon named Edwin Smith that we owe all this to? Hey, Edwin Smith, is that you right there? You did this? You brought this? We see a picture of you in the papyrus behind you. You're smiling. You brought this consciousness to earth? You can read Medu? You wrote Medu Netter? Huh? Edwin Smith, man. What'd you do? So is this who we owe all this to? The anatomical observations of the body, recognition of the brain, heart, vessels, liver, spleen, kidneys, and bladder, and uterus. You owe it to Edwin Smith. Let's find out, everybody. Here we go. Here we go. Boom. Woo. Screen's white. There we go. Copenhagen. Scandinavia. Here it is. No, This dates back to 1600 BC and is actually a copy of a much older original doctorate manuscript that guided the physicians. Let me shrink this down. That guided the physicians thousands upon thousands of years ago. This is the papyrus. Nobody who wrote that knew of anybody named Edwin Smith. Here it is. And when most people across the planet did not even have a language, I want you to really register this. When 99% of the planet Earth did not even have a language to speak, nonetheless, of course, have no comprehension of medical treatment, this is what was happening along the Nile Valley with the followers of Tehuti and what is called this and what is called in this papyrus the Edwin Smith papyrus. Here's what was happening. Imagine this. Look at the conscious difference, everybody. We are now in the translation of the Edwin Smith papyrus, case by case. Let's shrink it down. Okay, once again, this is 1600 BC. Okay, you have writings from your culture, whatever your culture may be. You have writings from that culture from 1600 BC. I don't care if we go back to West Africa. I don't care if we go back to Hawaii. I don't care if we go. Do you have writings of a language in 1600 BC? And on top of that, case numbers of diagnosis: bulging tumors on the breast, gaping flesh wound in the shoulder with inflammation and discharge, gaping flesh wound in shoulder, and persistent fever, dislocation of cervical vertebrae, dislocation of both clavicles with the rupture of overlaying soft tissue, perforation of structures of the skull, symptoms of tetanus, split in the temporal bone, fracture of the mandible, fracture of the humerus, rupture of overlaying soft tissue, fractured ribs, overlaying flesh wound, ribs broken through, probable compound structure fracture, compound comminuted fracture of the skull, compound comminuted fracture of the skull, no visible external contusion. 1600 BC, everybody. Same with the less favorable conditions: compound communicated fracture of the nasal bone, compound communicated fracture of the temporal lobe. We see what's going on. We don't have to read the whole thing. Fracture of the humerus. It goes on and on and on and on. Stitching, fresh meat applied without blinding first day. Diet, no medicine, honey ointment, tint, and lint bound on. Examinations, diagnosis, and prescriptions. 1600 BC, and this is from an older. They trace the older back closer to 3000 BC. So we have head surgery recovery procedures for injuries going past the skull. This is what happening is past 1600 BC because this was a copy of the older medical papyrus. So head surgery recovery procedures for injuries going past the skull. Here it is in the Meta-Netter. It's examination 2, 3 to 5. Here it is. Look at all this. If thou examineth a man having a gaping wound in his head, penetrating to the bone and splitting his skull, thou should palpate his wound. Shouldst thou find something disturbing therein under thy fingers, and he shudders exceedingly, while the swelling which is over the protrudes, he discharges blood from both his nostrils and from both his ears. He suffers from stiffness of his neck, so that he is unable to look at his shoulders, look at his two shoulders and his breast. Conclusion and diagnosis. And it goes on, the fresh meat a day being placed on the wound, and it goes on. There's over 183 of these. in hundreds of cases and diagnoses. So boom. So yes, thousands upon thousands of years before most of millions of people on the planet do not even have any record of even being able to formulate sentences, the genius followers of the Nibiru, Tehuti, the patron of medicine healing on Earth, what were they doing? Observations of the body, recognition of the brain, heart, vessels, liver, spleen, kidneys, bladder, and uterus, rational step-by-step surgical case analysis, diagnosis, prognosis, the world's earliest extensive list of medicinal plant, minerals, and animal-based drugs, describing vaginal examinations, conceptions, contraceptives such as honey, natron, pregnancy, predictions, wheat and barley tests later in this day and time to be verified in modern experiments applying fresh meat for the preservation and healing of the wound, examination and healing of auricular of the ear, healing of fever, solving and repairing dislocated clavicles. So we of the House of the Ten give praise and Henu to the original physicians of what is being called the Edwin Smith papyrus today. Henu, 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 followers of the physician patron Tehuti. This is what was happening at a time when there's no record of other people on the planet Earth other than the Kiengi even being able to formulate one sentence. Show me some sentences in 3000 BC on the planet. I need one sentence like, "Hi, I am happy." Show me a sentence across the world in 3000 BC. "I feel good." Is there a sentence? Well, they're doing clavicle, vaginal examination, gynecology. The conscious difference is tremendous. Praise to the Nibiru and Henu, to the doctorate authors of what is being called Edwin Smith today. And like I said to the Jed and others, only the European Psyops does this, meaning that if 300 years, if 500 years from now, wherever Picasso's paintings were, 800 years from now, 1,000 years from now, they get smashed down in the rubble, the museum gets smashed down, a tornado, hurricane wipes it out, and then I come and find Picasso's paintings 1,000 years from now, they don't call it the Tehuti paintings. Huh? They don't call it Tehuti's drawings. They will still call it Picasso's drawings. But you see, with the European Psyops, every time they find a papyrus, all of a sudden the name of the papyrus is the name of some European that stumbled upon it. He didn't discover it. The whole nation was living by it by thousands and thousands of years. Nobody discovered it. You just happened to find the culture that was always there. Why is your name on it, huh? The Cohen Papyrus, the Edwin Smith Papyrus. But I will tell you right now, if I find any cassette of Elvis Presley's music or any writing of Shakespeare 2,000 years from now, if Angela Gates finds it, if you find it, Shakespeare's writing 1,500 years from now, they're not going to call it Nukpu's writings, Nukpu's papyrus. No, it's going to be called Shakespeare. You see how they keep their name on things? But when it's Kemet, all of a sudden all the names now are the names of some European. Why is that? It's not Edwin Smith's papyrus. It's not my Shakespeare's writing because I found Shakespeare. It's still Shakespeare, buddy. And they'll make sure I never called nothing else but Shakespeare. Never, ever, ever will it be called anything else. You'll never. Some Indian man finds something called Punjab's poetry. No, best believe they're going to preserve Shakespeare's name for thousands of years. I'm not going to find Einstein's discovery. They call it Punjab Bokadi's discovery. The Punjab papers. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. I'm going to go a little bit more than take a break. Here we go. And when most people across the world on the planet did not even have a language to speak, nonetheless, of course, have no comprehension of medical treatment. This is what was happening along the Nile Valley with the followers of Ma'at, the followers of Tehuti. What is this papyrus called today? Oh. Let me go down. Sorry, let me scroll down. Here we go. All right, here we go, everybody. Ready? Here we go. Oh, here it is. Now let's get even older, everybody. Let's get older than 1600 BC. Let's get even older. What about the females in the Hebrew Israelite culture? What about the females in ancient cultures around the world? What about the females in Christianity? Do not women not only need the regular physician care that a man may need, but being a female, they have special needs internally that deal with childbirth and uterus reproduction, which is only needed for biological imperative, vaginal care, cleanliness that a man cannot relate to. So biological imperative, vaginal care, cleanliness that men do not have to go through. Where are the physicians for all the religions on the planet that people are trying to push on you? Ask your Christian, Muslim, and Hebrew Israelite Torah friends, where are the gynecologists in your culture in ancient times? They're trying to push you this religion. And let me take you to, again, the genius of the Nitiru. As I said, let's go back even further. Let me take you to the Kahun, what they're calling today the Kahun gynecological papyrus, also called the Lahun papyrus. Date 18th. We're going to go back over 200 years from that, from the Edwin Smith, as they call it, 1825 BC, which they call the Middle Kingdom. This was in the reign of Amenemhet III. Current location: University College, London. We're back in London again. We got Denmark, Scandinavia, London. Huh? Now let me ask the class, anybody know what this is? What is amenorrhea? What is amenorrhea? Anybody know what that is? What is amenorrhea? Anybody ever heard of that? Amenorrhea, probably not. Henukingi, yeah. What is amenorrhea? Amenorrhea, anybody know? What is amenorrhea? Anybody know what that is? I haven't heard of it. No, my honest students. Okay, wonderful. What is amenorrhea? Ready, everybody? Here we go. Amenorrhea coming up. Oh my goodness, what kind of class is this? Huh? This class wasn't done 20 minutes before I started. Here we go. What is amenorrhea? Here we go, everybody. Amenorrhea. Overview. What is amenorrhea? Amenorrhea is when you don't get your menstrual period. There are two kinds of amenorrhea: primary and secondary. Primary amenorrhea is when a person older than 15 has never gotten their first period. Secondary amenorrhea happens when a person doesn't get a period for more than 3 months. Ooh. How does menstrual work? So this is something that, of course, only a female could relate to. And of course, she'd have to go to a female, a feminine specialist, to help solve this. So there's primary amenorrhea, occurs when you haven't had a period by 15 years old. There's a chromosomal and genetic problems. And there's also issues with your pituitary gland, missing or having an undeveloped reproductive organs. All this, of course, is going to affect you producing a child. So common cause of secondary amenorrhea. Secondary amenorrhea is when you miss your period for 3 months or more, 3 or more months after previously having a normal period. Pregnancy, lactation, menopause, on birth controls, chemotherapy or radiation therapy, previous uterine therapy with scarring, that was causing it, could cause it. Certain medications or chronic illness could cause it. And then stress, your mind can cause it. weight changes, poor nutrition. That's what's causing amenorrhea, the secondary one, which of course is found out through the study of the uterus. Sometimes the uterus is undeveloped. So yes, there is a female fertility womb and uterus menstrual issue hindering the natural flow of becoming pregnant through menstrual. Now you know, through menstrual issues, diet, or stress affecting the uterus. How does one even discover all of this? Huh? Did Abraham know about this? Here we go. So something so extremely important as the medical examination and diagnosis of female fertility, lack of fertility, gynecology, and things you could not live without today. What is the name of the ancient religion or ancient people that brought the need to study, diagnose this extremely important aspect of biological imperative? Was it the Christians? Was it the Hebrews? Did not your God care about feminine hygiene, pregnancy, health, fertility? Yet his first law was, be fruitful and multiply. Go ahead and open up the Bible and show us, the gynecologist, that you as a woman could not live without today. Show us your God caring about gynecology. Or was it the ancient Ntiru and the ancient physicians who were the followers of Tehuti that you are now benefiting from today? Let me take you to the Kahun Medical Gynecological Papyrus of 1825 BC. But first, let me ask the class, are there any infertility or menstruation or pregnancy related female issues that can affect or have symptom on your eyes? Are there any, again, are there any infertile or pregnancy or menstrual issues that can have an effect on your eyes? Let's go. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, and boom. There we go. Ready? Do that. Hold on, I'm about to take a break in a moment. So yes, there are pregnancy-related uterine changes such as preeclampsia or eclampsia, mechanism high blood pressure from pregnancy that can damage retinal vessels, eye effects, blurred vision, flashing lights, temporary blindness, or retinal detachment, and polycystic ovary syndrome, which is PCOS, polycystic ovary syndrome, PCOS, one of the most common causes of infertility, mechanism, hormonal imbalance or androgens, irregular estrogen, progesterone, and insulin resistance, eye effects, dry eye syndrome, keratoconjunctivitis, Sika, hormonal changes, reduced tear film stability, blurred or fluctuating vision linked to blood sugar fluctuations from insulin resistance, corneal thickening, estrogen, progesterone effects, or corneal hydration and curvature. So I've just covered eyesight-related issues being associated with feminine infertility and uterus menstrual issues hindering the natural flow of becoming pregnant. You know, through menstrual issues, diet, and stress affecting the uterus. So now you know these two things. You know that menstrual issues can affect the uterus. And now that we covered these two issues, let us go to the Kahun Medical Gynecological Papyrus, 1825 BC. This is the oldest known medical papyrus, 1825 BC. Let me see if I can shrink it without not have it blurred. Here we go. All right, so here we go, everybody. Column 1, number 2. Here's the meta-netter. Treatment, what does it say? Treatment of a woman whose eyes are aching till she cannot see. On top of the aches in her neck, you should say to her, It is a discharge of the womb in your eyes. You should treat her, fumigate her with incense, fresh oil, fumigating the vulva with it, fumigating her eyes with goose and leg fat. And then you should give her to eat fresh donkey liver. What's the next one? So we see what's happening in the womb is affecting the eyes here. Treatment of a woman in pain, her womb does not deliver its period. So there's a menstrual cycle. You should say to her, what do you smell? If she says to you, I smell some roasting, you should say to her, this is some effusion of the womb. You should treat her, fumigate her with anything that smells like a roast. So here we have the effect of the womb, the period, causing infertility. And here we have the eyesight being affected by something happening in the womb. So boom, the examination diagnosis of pain in the womb area that is inhibiting fertility, and the diagnosis, treatment of infertility are connected to the lack of a period, all in 1825 BC, when 99% of the planet Earth could not even write a sentence. So we of the House of Aten, we have praised in Henu to the original physician, gynecologist of what is being called the Kahun or Lahun papyrus today. Henu, followers of the physician patron Tehuti. And with that, I'm going to take a break for a moment. I'm going to revive myself, and I'm going to come back and continue. And it's going to get into we'll save that for suspense, but it's going to get rather even deeper after this. So I'm going to put the link in the room for the team to jump in. I'm going to step out for just a moment, a few minutes, and I'm going to jump back on and conclude this beautiful class. Here we go. So there's the link. Jump in the room, and I will be right back because we have been going for a while. Welcome to the Tutsi Podcast. Support Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockESV. If you're appreciating what you have seen so far, support the Tutsi Podcast. Support this. If you were an appreciator and supported before and stopped supporting, come in the chat and type what's better. We can send our support there. But if not, support what this has done for you, what it is doing for you. Support what this is doing for the entire world. Support what this is doing for Dr. LaRoche. And this is 4 years. The podcast didn't start today. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockESV. There's Amun and Amunet. Peace.
Peace, Saba. For this beautiful class so far, for giving reverence and Henu to the ancestors and exposing them to us, because I did not know about any of this. I've only heard you mention Hesi Ray. So to all very much. This helps me a lot. I'm learning a lot, and it really gives depth, even more depth, to the ancestors, because I have no idea how they knew all this information. Especially like you said, when 99% of the world couldn't even speak. So well, very much.
Nina, I'm glad you appreciate it. We're about to get into the X-rays soon. All right. And wonderful. I'm glad you appreciate it. Amunet, what do you have to say?
I appreciate you very much for all this Nefer information, and Henu to you for bringing this forth. Henu to the Natiru for all this beautiful information, this beautiful life and information that you are bringing forth. I appreciate this class very much, and I appreciate the question that he sent in for making this happen. So tua to you, Salvatudi, for everything that you do in this beautiful class.
Niniak. Okay. Niniak, I'm glad you appreciate this. And this is... I just want everybody... Those who are new watching, if Erica Joe's still watching, anybody new watching, it looks like it's House of 10 members. That's what it's boiling down to. But just look through and see the diversity. I mean, I swear last week we were just talking about Palladians. now we're here. There's nothing to do with it. But that just shows the diversity. It's only happening here. There's Nookpoo. Peace, Nookpoo. What's going on? It's like your Kemetic class here, man. Oh, you're on mute, I think.
Let me see what's going on over here.
Now you're walking up the wall somehow like Chris Angel. I'm not. And now he disappeared like Chris Angel. Okay, well, Emma, I'm going to let you back in. I'm going to step off, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Where are the people? Where's the Jed? Where's the Tef? Is the Tef in the chat at all today? I don't really look at the chat as often, but where are the people? Where are the people? Shout out to everybody. Where are all the people I've been teaching for 4 years here? Where are they all at? Only Amun and Amunet in 4 years. All right, jump on the panel, everybody. I'm going to take a break. When I come back, we're going to get to the middle and the conclusion of this, and it's going to be beautiful. So there's Nookpoo. I'm going to step off for a moment. He's having some technical difficulties. He'll keep trying. I'm going to step off, everybody. Support the Tehuti Pod class. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Support is right there at the bottom. And support the Tehuti Pod class. I'll be right back. There's Nookpoo. Is your mic working yet? There we go.
Hotep Sava, I don't know what's going on. Some ISFET. But Uncle Jasanev Sava, yeah, Nefer presentation. Definitely got me intrigued right now with this whole female production. Like, okay, son, I gotta understand and comprehend. I dealt with some females in the past that had this kind of issue, so I'm aware of this. I'm learning. So this is definitely going to benefit me, Saba, in case I run into another one of those. So now I know you're going to pull out the solution, because you don't bring out a problem and don't have the solution. So to us, Saba, is another class. I'm all ears, all eyes.
Nini Ook, and I'll tell you that my solution for this is in other classes. This one won't have. This one's just giving the tributes, because my solutions are in some other classes that I've taught. But I appreciate you having the confidence that I do always give the solution. But this one is just to show that it was diagnosed. It was, while other people couldn't speak on the planet, they were solving these problems. And shout out to the beautiful Natiru for these type of classes in the House of a 10. There should be thousands upon thousands. Imagine having so many facts about your culture, and the churches which have no facts. TD Jakes kills me. I cannot. If I debate TD Jakes tomorrow, you know I'll lose, right? If we do a paid event with a voting system and I debate TD Jakes, I'm losing every time. There's no way I'm winning. I don't care if I tell every House of a 10 member, just press vote for me. There's going to be 300,000 votes for TD Jakes. And he has nothing that I'm teaching. But shout out to those who are attracted, that are proud to have an actual culture that brings the genius to the world with facts, as opposed to everybody just going by what they believe in their heart. I feel Jesus in me. I know. Anyways, I'll be back, everybody. Hotep, peace for now. Support the pod class. When I come back, more bombs are going to be dropped. Hotep, everybody. Peace for now. I'll be right back in a few minutes.
You stop. Enjoy your break.
Hotep.
Thank you.
Hotep, Uncle Justin Neb, to Saba Tutti for all that he has put into this class. I'm still trying to figure out where he added in the little extra part. 2 out to Dr. Will Roach for asking this question. and Tua for all that you do within your your own life within the medical field. I did not know um, what he has done, and I think it's I think it's very very great that Sabatuti had a little section about him on him. I hope he likes that. That was very great, very beautiful, and I'm happy that he has made another name. That he's all about empowering Ma'at. That he's a student of Sabatuti. So Tua and Henu to him for that. Tua and Henu to all of our ancestors, the Natiru, for everything that they have done and continue to do. They've done so much. You can go from out of bodies and other realms, life after death, to agriculture and different types of magic, medicine, with teeth and eyes and the heart and everything. And it's absolutely mind blowing. And for Sabatuti to bring this forth and have it all in one place, that's extremely beautiful. I'm extremely appreciative. Sabatuti definitely deserves support for putting time into making this class, into bringing forth all these different papyruses that some of them I've never even heard of. Never heard of the Cahoon or Lahoon papyrus. I did not hear of the one previous to that too. That one man tried to name himself after. Did not hear of that either. So Tua de Sabo for bringing that forth really shows how advanced our ancestors were. And I wonder what a present day doctor feels like when they read that, knowing what they know that they've learned in school and through experience through operating on people, and when they read it and then they see the diagnoses that our ancestors are giving, I wonder how they feel when they read that papyrus, because it's like they're saying the same thing in their own language and they knew before the present day doctor knew. The present day doctor can say to himself, oh, I learned that from my professor, we had this class, we had that class. They can go through the steps on why they know it, but they can't go through the steps on why our ancestors knew it. So that must be mind-blowing, especially for someone that really knows what they're talking about. Like, I can hear tumor or fracture or broken bone, and I don't understand the depth and the medical terminology of what our ancestors are saying because I'm not a doctor. I can understand that it is vast, it is important, it is very special that they knew this information. I can't understand it all the way because I've never operated on someone. I never went to medical school or anything like that. But I'm appreciative of what they have and that they put it down and passed it down and that they wrote down everything they did and they have it as a fact for present day people to see. So that way it's there as a fact in general, and for people that decide to follow Ma'at and to follow the ways of our ancestors, there it is right there for them to relate to, for people in that field. So I hope Dr. LaRoche likes this class. I mean, I'm almost 100% positive he will, considering that he is in that field. And I could see how he really could enjoy it because of the things Saba's going over. It's like Saba, he went over Hesi Ray, and then he goes over the eye doctors, and then you think he's done with that part, but then he goes to another papyrus where now it's talking about how the womb and the female reproductive system can affect the eyes as well. And that's a whole different, it's like it's related to the eye doctor, but it's also in a different category because only a woman could understand what the other woman is going through. So just when you thought he was done with the eyes, he still went back to it and showed that our ancestors, they had that interweaving of different specialities amongst them, even amongst themselves that were doctors. I find it really beautiful and interesting that all of them were followers of Tehuti, the one who makes the eye sound. That was very interesting. I love how he had Hesi Ray's titles, and I like how Saba shows how like how the Scandinavians, the Nordics, and you got the British people, these Anglo-Saxons and stuff, they're giving Henu to our ancestors, and they're doing it in the open. And then there's people that watch the podcast that don't support and won't even say it. And it's like the person who enslaved the world, they can say it wide open. They steal from our ancestors. They encourage fake things to be made about our ancestors, like Saba showed about Hesi Ray, but here they are right in the open. So if they can do it and they're so evil, they have so much isfet, there's somebody who comes here. I mean, if you're a sneak watcher, it shouldn't be that hard. It can't be that hard. They're doing it right there. So 2-0 for Saba for bringing all this forth. I would not have known about any of this. I can speak for myself personally and some other people I've interacted with. When I look into a lot of the papyruses, I'm looking for out-of-body stuff. I'm looking for teachings like Sebai teachings that can help me live better. I'm looking for I look at like the military tactics and stuff like that too, and a lot of things on ways of thinking and understanding life. And personally, I haven't gotten into looking for a papyrus that talks about fractures in the skull and this bone being broken and all that stuff. So 2-0 for Saba for bringing that forth. I don't know if I don't know if I would have ever come across that because I wasn't looking for that, but it's important that I know about it and other people know about it to see how vast our ancestors were. It really shows that it's a full functioning civilization. You can see that by looking at the Maracuj. You see that by looking at all the papyri and the beautiful medu on the walls, but to then get in depth and see that they had dentists and they had people doing this type of surgery and doing people looking at this and there's all these different things. And then he also did the military class. You have soldiers, you have an army, and then we know that they had farmers and you got priests and you have all these different little pieces moving to make the whole thing move. It really shows that it was a functioning, powerful civilization standing on and empowered by Ma'at, by that frequency. And it's absolutely beautiful. And it's very important that we all know this because once again, we can think to ourselves, well, how did America get here? And then you go through the history of America, right? But then you go through the history of the Nile Valley of Kemet, the average person, they don't know how it got there. They have no idea how it got there. And then that's when you get into the Netiru. And then that's when it really starts to become mind-blowing, very interesting. So 2-0 Saba for bringing all this forth, for showing how vast our ancestors were, how vast the Netiru were to teach all this information, to pass down this information. It really, like Tehuti himself is worshipped for so many different things. Got the math, medicine, animals, so magic, so many different things. And to know that like all these people that are doing all this doctor stuff, they look up to Tehuti. And then you have someone doing magic, they look up to Tehuti. It makes you think about how vast and complex and deep the Netter's mind is, how much it can do. And 2-0 Saba for bringing this forth and being an embodiment and an echo of that energy. It's beautiful, and it's worth so much. It's worth so much support. Worth so much. So 12 very much, great Saba. I will pass it on to you, Nukbu. Hotep.
Hotep, Nefermedu. Everything you said was true. It was Nefer, how you put it down. Summarized that, so that was very Nefer. Yeah, I agree with you with the modern day science, the doctors. It's a Nefer thing to see how Netiru from thousands and thousands of years ago had all this down pack. It's like how you mentioned when you guys were talking earlier about the doctors that you don't even want to tell them what's wrong with you because you see how they're just repeating what some certain things that they learned. They don't even know what they're really doing, and they're pretty much experimenting on you every time you come around. While in Kemet, this was a science down pat. You know what I'm saying? Like they knew exactly what they were doing. Like you said, very intricate to, you know, how it can connect to certain body parts, the eyes with the womb, you know, different things, the brushing your teeth with, you know, the health. I'm like, yo, it's so profound. And these are things that so-called modern day science is so-called coming to understand a little bit about it, but not like this. And this was thousands of years ago. It's so never to know that. And I feel that makes me more proud of learning, you know, about the Nitsiru, Kemet, Ma'at, because it goes to show you like we're in the right path. Like what else is it better than this? And how Saba mentioned earlier with the whole, you know, everybody that's in any religion that they're in, they still got to go to the doctor no matter what. And then to know that the doctor's knowledge comes from the Tiru is like, what are y'all doing, man? You know, so that's very, very profound, very deep. Like you can't beat that. And then for Saba to break it down, you know, like you mentioned, Tehuti is known for so many different things: mathematics, science, writing, scribing, like history, recording. Like it goes so deep, and it's so never to know Saba is Tehuti. You know what I'm saying? And you got the Tehuti in you as well. You got the Saba gave you the Ren, so that's another thing. Like yo, I was thinking about that earlier too, which is it's funny. It's synchronicity, and I'm just amazed, and I find it very wonderful how, you know, this knowledge is so deeper than, and there's so much more things that we don't even know. But the fact that this is an ancient, so-called ancient knowledge that's being practiced modernly, that certain people, certain doctors don't know about. But you know how Saba mentioned, there's certain doctors that do, they are aware that this comes from Kemet, and they do, you know, give their homage, but not to the fullest extent either. Like they may give their praises and all that, but you know what I'm saying? Because if they really was giving the praises to Natiru, it would be right here in the House of the 10. You know, shout out to Dr. LaRoche for doing so. You know what I'm saying? But the other ones, they sneak learning. Because, you know what I'm saying? They always know, they always watching Saba, but no reciprocity. So I can't give them that much props that they're not really practicing Ma'at, because the reciprocity ain't there. They're not giving Henu to Saba. If you're not giving Henu to Saba, you're not giving Henu to no Nitiru. I'm sorry to say. You like, you can read all the books you want. You can do whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? Saba's the bridge to this, because nobody else is teaching what Saba's teaching, bringing forth what Saba's bringing forth. If it wasn't for Saba, a lot of these so-called Kemetic teachers would be just talking about Nitiru as a principle and not seeing this profound, intricate connection with the past, with the, you know, the modern day and the future. And like how Saba always says that he tries not to use the word ancient so much because he wants to keep it alive. To say ancient is kind of like it don't exist no more. But that's why I comprehend when Saba mentions that. Like, it makes a lot of sense, because hearing what Saba's breaking down right now, it's like we're still living that. Like, you know, even when you go to different science, whether it's math, where there's a religion, magic, things like that, even though it was taken from Kemet, it still has the essence of Kemet, and it just goes to show you how Kemet is still alive. But what I learned from what Saba brings to the table is like, let's get to the root of it. Like, let's not get to the remix. Let's not get to where it got diluted. You know what I'm saying? Let's get to the purified water. Let's not get to the water that's been diluted and processed. It's like having processed food, man. It's junk food, you know? Why not get to the actual root of the food, the whole food, you know? The real whole food. So I'm excited about this class. Like always, Saba is so deep, and just to know that he's teaching a doctor right now, you know what I'm saying? He's teaching this, you know, to us, but he's teaching this specifically for a doctor. Like that speaks volume within itself, and that we all are here interested in it as well. Like, you know what I'm saying? We could have been watching the game, football or something, partying, and we here enjoying this as much as anybody else would be enjoying a movie or whatever, you know, it's that they're into. So I'm excited. I'm very proud of Saba. I'm very proud of everybody who supports Saba, who's part of the Purim Matan and continues supporting. It's like, it goes to show you who you are, like who we are, you know what I'm saying? And to keep that essence of live, of Nitiru, like that is the bottom line of everything. Like, whether you want to speak about religion, schools, you know, health, this is the bottom line, my aunt or not, you know. So Tua, Uncle Justin F. Saba, enjoy your meal, do what you got to do to continue bringing this high caliber information. How you put it together is nothing, man. Like, it's truly entertaining, and it's not just entertaining where it's like fictional or, you know, it's fun and then just throw it away. No, it's entertaining and it is enjoyable, but it's also very, very important, you know. So I can't wait to hear more of what he has to say about this class, because he just goes deeper and deeper, man. So Tua, Uncle Justin, Hotep, or Sen, the Jet, not to the Jet, Uncle Justin.
Hotel, peace. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, peace. Hey, we in medical school right now, bro. We in medical school right now. Everybody, make sure you send your reciprocity, pay your tuition. We definitely in medical school. You getting the first hand knowing exactly where the root of it all came from. Shouts out to Saba, man, because only he can find these. Hey man, I would have never been able to find a book like that. That, you know what I mean? They talking about the Natiru, the priest. We know who the priest is. We know who. we know the Greeks ain't had no priest. So at the end of the day, shouts out to Saba, man. Shouts out to Saba for finding these things, and hey, shouts out to the Greeks for giving they adorations. Let me just put it that way, right? Like, let's just let me not just overlook that, right? Shouts out to the Greeks for writing down and talking about, hey, you know, we learned it from Kemet, right? Like, we learned it. They the most healthiest. They have longevity. And let's give shouts out to them. So I love the fact that that's even in there, even though it's hitting now, and no one you're not going to learn this in school. You're going to still take that Hippocratic oath, right? Because it's going to stop there, and as if it was created there, right? But yeah, man, shouts out to Saba, man, for finding these books, man, that they say in their own words that, you know, where they got it from. So yeah, man, you're not gonna you didn't have to go take general ed for this. You didn't have to go sign up and try to get financial aid for medical school. You know what I mean? You're right here in it. Shouts out to Saba for that. That was it's definitely an effort so far. I know he's not done. Shouts out to Dr. LaRoche, man. I like the fact that you know, his he had that video that Saba showed of the procedures that he does and he performs and that he's skilled in. Shouts out to you, Dr. LaRoche, for putting in that time and sending in this question. Hopefully this class benefits your practice and how you look at things. So shouts out to you, Dr. LaRoche, and dua for your discipline in being an optometrist, surgeon, pretty much, right? Because if he's doing procedures within the eye, that's way more than your person, you know what I mean? You just going to go get some glasses, and you know what I mean? They just, you know, switching. Hey, does one look good, or two look good, or three look good? You know what I mean? It's hey, he's all the way in. So shouts out to you, Dr. LaRoche. Only here at the Tehuti Pod class. Dua to the great Saba, and definitely appreciating this class so far. So, Tua, hotel.
To the Jed and to Nukpu, your beautiful words, and your shout out to Dr. LaRoche doing surgical procedures on eyes. I can't even imagine that. I can't even imagine doing an operation on eyes. You'd have to have such a steady hand. I don't know what type of tools they use, but that takes a lot right there. It takes a lot of confidence right there. One wrong move. Takes a lot right there. And something else I thought about too is something that would increase or create psychosis in Christians and Hebrews and Muslims is that are they able to go to the doctor and the dentist when that art, that practice is technically according to them, a pagan or heathen practice. That was created by pagans. It was created by heathens, idol worshippers. So they why don't they have their own Hebrew or Christian doctors and stuff to go to where they can source back to their culture? I mean, there is nothing, but it's crazy that they don't think that deep about it. They don't think to themselves, who made this? And can I go to them because are they a part of worshiping of Jesus Christ or anything like that? So that's very interesting. Another thing I thought about too is how the Jeddah said that they stop at the Hippocratic Oath, and I thought to myself, well, maybe they have to stop there because if they go any deeper, now the practice becomes the culture. They have to practice the culture as well, because Hippocrates he didn't have a way of life like the Nile Valley. He can just learn the information and go back to Greece and just do whatever he wants. But as soon as you go deeper than that, it becomes more than just surgery, or becoming a doctor becomes part of the way of life. So they would have to expose the way of life. They'd have to expose Ma'at, and then people would be following Ma'at, and they'd be doctors and stuff. So that's very interesting. I'm appreciative that Saba went over that part, and he showed Galen lying, saying that Hippocrates was the one who discovered medicine. And I like how he went back to that one dude, Isocrates. These are some weird names, but Isocrates, and what he said. And I found it very interesting that he said that our ancestors, the medicine was in the food. Made me think about the food schedule that Saba has and that he gives out, and what supplements he tells us to take and stuff. That was very interesting to me, how the medicine was in the food. I wonder more about that, like specifically what. And that's another thing too, like how did they know all of the stuff inside of the food to heal themselves? How they know that, like every single thing? They're talking about donkey liver, like specifically it had to be the liver of the donkey and stuff like that. It's absolutely mind blowing. And something I think about too is that because the practice is built on top of the culture, our ancestors, they were the super doctor that we're all looking for, because when they're analyzing somebody or making a diagnosis, their consciousness isn't limited to the body specifically, like how today physical doctors are. And what I mean by that is they know you have a ka, they know you have a ba, they know you have these different aspects of yourself, and they're considering that and way more that we don't even know about versus the doctors today. So being diagnosed back then and being treated back then, like I imagine it'd feel a lot more comfortable than the doctors today. Doctors today, they have a good memory. That's about it. They just repeat stuff, a lot of them. But I also found it interesting too how Saba pointed out that the Greeks they would get sick and then they'd have medicine to take, but the medicine would have side effects. And how he pointed out today, the medicine has side effects. It's the same thing. And to think about just how pure our ancestors were and how devoted they, well, not how pure they were, how pure they are and how devoted they are is beautiful and it's very inspirational. And to see what Ma can create, it creates so many different things. And this class here is about doctors, about medicine, and to know that that was created on the foundation of Ma'at by the Netiru, by the consciousness of the Netiru, that's absolutely beautiful, and that's fantastic. These classes are very important. I feel like they're also very important for kids too. To have like a class on that, like you have the military one, you have this one. In the future, you'll have like agriculture one, and you'll have a science one, and just the different professions that people have today. That way, if a child did grow up and they say, "Oh, I want to be a doctor," which, like, unfortunately today you have to go through that system, but at least they can go through the system with the knowledge and not lose themselves and stay true to themselves and to the culture, and then even get to a point to where they can be popular in the community. They could be popular in the doctor community, and every doctor's like, "Hey, you're such a good doctor. How are you such a good doctor?" And then that's when they start talking about Ma'at, start talking about the way of life they have, what they grew up with because of their parents. So this would be a very good class for children, and to have a class like this for different professions. So that way, if your child says they want to be something, you can show them this class that can inspire them to know what they're actually becoming. So I think that's very important, because when we're all little, we're all like,
sounds like your child.
yeah, maybe whatever they want to be. I'm gonna, I have to send in a question. Because I was like I was saying, all of us when we were little, people like they want to be a firefighter, or someone wants to be a doctor, or I don't know, scientist, or whatever they want to be. Every kid, people ask their kids, "What do you want to be?" And then they say it. Well, we all know it's going to go back to the Nile Valley, go back to Kemet, and with somebody, which is another reason why I appreciate Dr. LaRoche so much, with somebody that has those credentials and has proven themselves in the field. He's creating new techniques. For him to embody the culture, live the culture, and be good at what he does, and get even better at it because of the culture, that's definitely going to get other people that have the same credentials and the same mind state curious about him, and they're going to want to be good like him. They're going to want to start to live a life like him. So that's very important. That's a very important way to just spread out, change people's minds, change people's cause, convert people, and also that's a very important role in society. All we have to do is stay dedicated. All we have to do is stay disciplined, continuing to advance with them up. And these little, what seems so little, it seems so little. Saba, he makes a class. His class might be like 2 hours, maybe like 2 hours and 30 minutes. That 2 hours and 30 minutes can change years and years and years and years and years and years. And then another class change years and years. And everything can go in the perfect way. And in the future, you got groups and committees of doctors that follow Ma'at and stuff, all because of Saba's great class. So, to all very much, great Saba. Welcome back.
Check.
We can hear you.
New York. Okay, oh, my volume's down. Let me turn the whole screen volume down. Perfect. Okay, check. Peace. Wonderful, everybody. We're gonna get right back into it. Two of everybody's words. I see the jet is on. I heard a couple sentences from you, Emily, right at the end, and Nukpu. Heard some things from you. Your great appreciation. I'm glad everybody truly appreciates what's happening here. And the Jed, you said something, and I came in. You said something about you were impressed with Saba's getting the books. Something about books.
Yeah,
What is that?
it was finding the books that the Greeks are giving adorations to to the Kemetians. So shouts out to them. Shouts out to you for putting us through medical school right now.
Yes, tour for that. And there's a lot of claims about Greeks and about Kemet and about Kemet physicians and about what the Greeks said. And I'm letting everybody know that I'm here to destroy all of that nonsense, because a lot of it are just things that somebody said back in the 70s. And this Greek said this about Egypt, and this, and it's a lot of talking. And there was no internet, there was no research, and so a lot of people make claims about these things, and they can't show forth. And that's why whenever I teach you all about something, if I say a Greek said something, I'm going to show you it in his book. Okay, if they're not saying that, and the Greek said this about no. If this person was the first doctor in Egypt, show us. That's what this is about. So here we go, everybody. We're going to get started right back. So peace and love to you, Amonet. Peace and love to you, the Dead. Peace and love to you, Nukpu. We're about to get right back started, everybody. Get your pens, your pads, your iPads, your iPhones, your eyeballs, everything that you need to get right back into it. Wipe the matter out your eye, whatever that was. Get a clear eye. And here we go, everybody. You ready? Oh, sorry. Okay, we're about to get right back into it, everybody. We're about to get back into this beautiful class, the beautiful question asked by Dr. LaRoche, and the answer given by yours truly, Tehuti, only here at the Tehuti Pod class. And that's why you do not see these questions being sent anywhere else. You don't see them. You see it happening. All right, here we go, everybody. Boom, we're right back. We're going to get right back started. And here we go. Boom, 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 and consistency, min ma'at, here all the time. Consistency. We are doing this. Here we go. It doesn't end. It doesn't stop. As long as there are questions, there will be these answers. All right, everybody. Here we are. Boom. We're right back at it. Expand the screen. We got amenorrhea. We covered the amenorrhea aspect. Now the Kemetian's description described the menstrual period affecting the fertility and the eyes. We covered all these things, and now we're going right back into it. The importance of gynecology needed, and look at all the people that are giving henus. It's the people from London, the people from Scandinavia, the people from Denmark. And here we go. Boom. All right, now the earliest medical understanding that the heart, and now here's where the class is going to take a turn. Watch closely now. Get your pen and pads out now, if it wasn't ever out before, because here we go. Now we're going to the earliest medical understanding that the heart is central to the body's functions and that vessels connect to all organs. The earliest detailed prescriptions for stomach, heart, liver, urinary disease, the first recorded examination and diagnosis of mental disorders and their treatment. And let me ask the class, let me ask the atheists, the Hebrews, the Christians, what exactly would this world be without the discovery and teaching of these things in our society? How would your world look? Precisely, how would your world look without prescriptions of the stomach, examinations of the heart, liver, urinary disease, solutions, examinations of mental disorder, and treatments thereof? What would your world look like? Would you be in a safe environment? Would you send your children to school if these things did not exist? And all of this was brought to you not by your God, not by Yahweh, not by Jehovah, not by Allah, not by your Jesus, not by any of your prophets, but by the Netiru. and our ancient ancestors and what is called today the Ebers Medical Papyrus, going back to 1550 BC. And here it is right here. Let me ask the class a question. Here's the Ebers Papyrus, the Shesh Papyri, the Shesh 1550 BC. And let me ask the class a question. You've all seen this image. You've all been through this. And yes, have you noticed? Have you noticed there for your whole life, your mother's lifetime, her mother's lifetime, when you go to see the doctor, what is the first thing that they do? They pull something out and place it on your body. They put their two fingers along a certain body part or your head to feel something. What is it that they're doing, everybody? Go ahead and tell us. What's happening in this picture that all of you have been through? What is the doctor checking for? Why is the fingers on the part of the neck? Why do they put your fingers on your head, your neck? Why do they put this thing on your chest? What's actually happening here? And why is this this is the most popular and very first thing a doctor does when you step into the doctor's office? They check your blood pressure and they do this right here. What is happening right here, everybody? Type it in the room. What's going on right here? Why is the fingers on the neck? Why do they put their hands on the back of your head and fingers on the back of your head and something on your chest? What is this? When we come to the room, what's going on right there? Go ahead and type it in the room, everybody. Type it in the room. Checking your heartbeat, rhythm of the heart. Checking your heart. Why is that, everybody? Why is that the first procedure? Notice that? As soon as you step into the doctor's office, no matter what you have, when they're doing a checkup, first thing is they start putting their hands on different parts of your head, maybe your wrist area, different parts. They put something they put the stethoscope there. But why are they checking for that? What exactly are they feeling for? They say the rhythm of the heart. That's the first thing that they check. That's the most popular thing that you see on every movie. You yourself, your children, that's what they first go for right there. Where does that concept come from? Why do they do that first? Where does that knowledge even come from? Right, everybody, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. So there they are. Look at the beautiful children. Okay, so again, yes, and have you noticed therefore your whole lifetime, your mother's lifetime, her mother's lifetime, when you go to see the doctor, what is the first thing that they do? They pull out something and place it on your body part, or they put their two fingers along certain body parts or the head to feel for something. What is it that they're doing? And why is this? That's always step one in the procedure, if you notice. As soon as you get there, step one. As soon as you bring a child there, step one. So we take something as common, yet as crucial and important as this for granted. Like as if ever since mankind was walking the planet Earth, they knew that one of the first things to do to check health was to put your two fingers on where the pulse is, or to listen for the heart. If so, show us in your Bible. Show us in your Quran. Show us in your culture that this is happening. Show us in the Torah. What is happening? This is only happening through a high technological discovery that the heart is connected to every part of the body and has a certain heart rate that is healthy and one that is unhealthy. And that by feeling the pulse that is connected to the vessels would be one of the first ways of diagnosing health. This is something only done, only wrong if you even have comprehension. Only the typo there. This is something only done if you even have comprehension that there is a heart inside of the body that is pulsating blood through every aspect of the body. But how would anyone discover such a thing? Meaning that I want you to take this for granted, but I want you to think. The first human beings ever developed on the planet, where would they get the concept from that there's a heart that pulses blood and vessels to every part of the body? How would you come up with that conclusion? Think about that. What would you have to test for to know that? How would you know what's going inside the body? There's a heart, and that heart is pumping blood to vessels in every part of the body. How would you ever come up with that? What type of consciousness can come up with that? What's the first step procedure to know that there's something going boop, 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 and it's pumping blood to your fingertip, pumping everything to your lips, your cheeks? How would you know that? What type of technology would you use to come up with such a thesis or a theory to even know something like that? As a caveman, 185,000 years ago, what would you need for that? Okay, so how would you know that there's something comprehension, that there's a heart inside of the body that's pulsating, all the vessels throughout every aspect of the body? How would you ever discover such a thing as a caveman? You wouldn't discover such a thing. You would not have access to the devices or the technology or the understanding of the human anatomy to see inside of it, to have any comprehension that this is what is going on. It takes extreme genius, technology, tools, and devices to figure something like this out and understand that the heart and the vessels and its patterns signify health throughout every aspect of the body, as now seen today in Cleveland, in the Cleveland Clinic. That the heart is the base. Here we go. We're in the Cleveland Clinic now. And what does it state here? Let me move one move up. Too far up, down. Okay, there we go. All right, here we are, Cleveland Clinic. Blood flow through the heart. Blood flows through your heart, lungs, and body in a series of steps after delivering oxygen and nutrients to all of your organs and tissues. How would one ever know this 100,000 years ago, 50,000 years ago? How would you come up with this? Your blood enters your heart and flows to your lungs to gain oxygen, to get rid of waste, and then flows back to your heart, which pumps the refreshed blood out through your aorta to nourish your body again. What technology would you need to come up with this? What is the role of blood flow through the heart and body? You need continuous blood flow. You need continuous blood flow through your heart and your body to stay alive. Your heart is a powerful muscle that pumps oxygen-rich blood out of your body, out to your body. So your heart is a powerful muscle that pumps oxygen-rich blood out to your body. Once it leaves your heart, this blood flows through many blood vessels to reach every part of your body, from the major organs like your brain to the smallest tissue at the tips of your toes. Your blood is always on the go, and it has two main jobs while it's flowing through your body. How would you discover all of this? So, where did this consciousness come from that the heart is the central aspect, pumping blood through invisible veins or vessels that cannot be seen by the naked eye, and to check certain and you need to check certain body parts to feel the heart's communication? The first step in the doctor's visit. Well, let me take you back to the Ebers Papyrus 1550 BC under the section called Secrets of a Physician, the first vessel book, lines 854 to 855. Ready? Here we go. We're going to go to Secrets. Here's Ebers Papyrus. Secrets of the Vessel. Secrets of the Physician. The first vessel book. Ebers Papyrus 854, 855. Here's how it starts. The beginning of secret knowledge of a physician. Knowledge of the working of the Hati. The Hati is the frontal part of the heart. And the Hati, the heart in total, the vessels lead from this to every body part. How would you know that? How these vessels function when any physician, any Sekhmet priest,
any magician places his hands and fingers, literally the hands and his fingers, on the head, the back of the head, on the hands, in the area of the eve, the heart, on the arms, on the legs, then it is the hati, heart, that he assesses, because its vessels lead to every body part. It is the case that it, the heart, speaks in the front vessels of every body part. Boom. And there it is. The heart as the central pulse maker connected to all of the vessels. Thus it speaks through to communicate health. And the very first log in your Earth's history of physicians having the comprehension to place the hands and the fingers on different parts of the body and the head to feel the pulse, to check for your health, all brought to this planet by the Neter followers of Tehuti, the patron of all physicians on this planet Earth. You see that, everybody? How does one come up with this? How do you go from caveman stage, evolutionary stage, to come to the comprehension that there's vessels from the heart that go to every part of the body? These function. Any physician priest of Sekhmet, any physician Sekhmet priest, any magician places hands and fingers on the head, the back of the head, the hands, the area of the eve, the arms, and the heart, the front heart. He assesses this because the vessels lead to every body part. Where do you come up with this? And it is the case that the heart eve is speaks in the front vessels to every body part. How do you come up with this? What technology do you need to know that there's vessels in the body that are pumped from the heart to your toes, to your lips? Huh? How do you come up with that? Yet it's in the Ebers Papyri from the Nitiru. Here is something you take for granted. This looks normal to you, doesn't it? You've seen this in hospitals. You've seen this in your schools. You've seen this. It looks very, very normal. Everybody's seen this, right? So here's something you take for granted. This looks normal to you, doesn't it? You've seen this in hospitals. You've seen this at your school. You've seen this in your doctor's office. You've seen this in your anatomy notebooks. This looks normal to you, right? It looks normal to you and your children. Anybody seen this before? In your anatomy class, in your high school, at your doctor's office? Has anybody seen this before? Let me come to the room. I'm sure you have. It's extremely common. You've seen this before. It's normal. When you walk in, you're not amazed. Yes, Amonet's seen this. When you walk in and see this, you're not impressed. You're not amazed. You walk right by it. You take for granted, how is this possible? How is that image possible? It's just normal. That's what the inside of a body looks like. Yeah, regular day, as a caveman, we just looked at the skin and we knew what the inside of a body looked like. Yeah. We knew all the organs and where they were placed. Just stare at it and right? Here it is. You take this for granted. This is not normal. Let me change something. I'm going to change your paradigm and perspective to grant you a true emphasis on the appreciation. First, this is not normal. This is an impossibility. What do you mean, Tehuti? Well, ask yourself, how would a man know 150,000 years ago, 50,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, etc., that the inside of a body has all of these components that look like this before there were x-rays? Think about that for a moment. Dwell on that for a moment. Tell us, how would a caveman, how would an evolutionary man, how would Homo habilis, how would the Australopithecine bishopi, how would anybody, how would you
No. Hey, you know what? Over here is the intestines, and there's this larger intestine, smaller intestine. Right over here is the kidney, and then there's the lungs, and then over here is this. These are the vessels that go. How is this possible? How is that possible? How's that possible for anybody to know that? What would you need, everybody? What would you need to see that? To know that these things look like that, to name them, to know what they do. What would you need? Here we go, everybody. Mm-hmm. Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom, boom. Here we are. Ready? What would you need for that? Think on that for a moment, everybody. Here's what you would need for that. Huh? Oh. Whoa. Screen is blank and oh. There we go. Let's move it like this. Ready, everybody? Here we go. As a matter of fact, when were X-rays even invented? That's what you need to see all this, everybody. You don't know what finger bones look like, and that there's this amount of ribs, and there's these organs that are over the ribs, and these smaller intestines, and the woman's uterus looks like. You don't know all that until X-rays, apparently. When were X-rays even invented? In 1896. Remember, if you were to take a body of a person thousands of years ago with crude materials, such as pieces of wood and some blunt copper knives, which is what they say people had in 2000 BC, some blunt copper knives and pieces of sharpened wood and stone, and just started tearing the skin off of the body, digging into the person's body, you would not see a neatly organized structure like this with organs placed neatly intact. You would actually be cutting into these organs because you would not know when they begin inside of the body if you just started hacking into the body, or where they, you wouldn't even know where to start. You wouldn't know where to cut, where to start. You start hacking into these body parts. You wouldn't see this neatly organized thing, or you wouldn't know where they are. And now that you understand that, you can appreciate what I'm about to show you. With an X-ray, this is a regular thing. Yeah, you see the lungs, the intestine. You can name them. You know what they do. You know where they are. These are some of the labels. Are you ready, everybody? These are some of the labels inside the Ebers papyrus and the other papyrus that was mentioned. Ready, Nana? This looks familiar. Here we go. Yeah. What's that? Oh, no, you. Here we go, everybody. Here's the Ebers papyrus, and here's what they call the Kohun papyrus or the Lahun papyrus. And these are some of the labels inside of the Ebers papyrus. Uh-oh, what's this, everybody? What's going on here? Let me blow it up a little bit. Oh. Here we go, everybody. What's going on here? What are we looking at? Uh-oh. Huh? What are we looking at here, everybody? What is this? Huh? This looks like the labels of the inside of a body. Huh? They meant to you. 2 vessels, the bladder. 2 vessels. Here we go, everybody. What's all this? Let's go over here. This is blurry. It came out blurry. And I'm going to read these all for you. What's all this? All these are labeled. The separate organs. Who did this? Who labeled these separate organs? The Ebers and Lahun papyrus with titles. Huh? How do you look at this? Here we go. But yet, in 1825 BC, boom, here we go. The organs precisely labeled inside the body. The sma is the lungs, the nenesim, the spleen, the mestet is the liver, The wadid, the gallbladder, the arib, right? The mouth of the heart, the metui and spitit, the two vessels to the bladder. Huh? So we of the House of Aten give praise and hanu to the original physicians of Ma'at, of what is being called the Ebers Papyrus and the Kahun Papyrus today, for releasing to the world that the heart is the central pulse maker connected to all the vessels to communicate health, and that doctors, businesses should start by, doctors and physicians should start by checking these parts of the head or the heart, right, to communicate, and for the apparent impossibility to know what is inside the body and the organs and the vessels of what the body looks like 4,000 years before any x-ray was ever invented. They have, you know that there's a gallbladder? How do you know there's a gallbladder and a spleen? You know there's a gallbladder, a spleen, you know where it is to label it. You know the vessels of the gallbladder, the liver, all these are labeled. Huh? How, everybody? Talk to me. Christians, talk to me. Muslims, talk to me. Ifa, anybody, talk to me. Let me know. I need to know this. How does an evolutionary man look at a body and say, oh, there's a spleen. We're going to call it a spleen. There's the bladder. This is the frontal part of the bladder. How do you look at a body through the skin and know these things? You cut into it. What type of sharp tool do you use? You have a huh? How do you know these things? How do they know the diameter of the moon? Enu Netter. Here we go. Huh? How does a man on Earth know the diameter of the moon and the circumference of the planet? Henu Netter and the speed of light. Henu Netter and what a gallbladder looks like. Here we go. Boom. Henu. Followers of the physician patron Tehuti. That's where you get this chart from, everybody. When you go to the doctor's office and you see this chart, let them know. I know you all know this because you have x-rays from 1896. But let me show you what the Netzer showed us 4,000 years before the x-ray was invented. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Boom. This looks like this, doesn't it? Huh? A little similar? All the parts are there. There's the large intestine. There's the small intestine. There's the description of it. There's the name. There's the title. This is exactly this. And new Netzer. We don't like the House of Aten anymore. House of Aten is misteachings. Here we go. Make it up as you go. Here we go. The key difference between the original physicians, who are the followers of Tehuti in the pure state, and the doctors of today is every single one of the ancient physicians were believers in the teachings of the Nitiru and the afterlife and the imbuement that none of their medical or physician experience or skills can take place without being spiritually backed by the netter. For example, let me ask the class, what is the meta-netter word for wife? Type it in the class. Where's Gabriella? Where's Gabriella? Where's the Jed? What's the meta-netter word for wife? I'm gonna wait for the answer. 27 people watching. Whether you're a part of the House of Aten, whether you're a student of me, Tehuti, whether you're just a follower of Ma'at, whether you're a studier of Kemet, it doesn't matter if you're a part of the House of Aten, the ancient Tehuti teachings of the Nitiru. Tell us, what is the meta-netter word for wife? Type it in the room, everybody. Let me see if only my students know. If only Tehuti students know. Imagine studying Kemet for years and years. You're wearing unks. You got the unk on. You got Sekhmet earrings on. You got the red, black, and green on. You blacked out, blacked it up. You're all the pyramids on your necklace and all these big things. And somebody says, what do you call your wife? Because the word wife, Tehuti showed us and told us and showed us in etymology that it means a dog. From the word whiffin, which is bitch. So we don't want to call our wives that. We've been studying Kemet since Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark. We don't even know what to call our spouse. No, nobody taught what you call your loved one. That's just, Hotep. Hotep 1,000 times. Namaste, 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 Hotep. Namaste, namaste, Hotep. Okay, good. Namaste, Hotep. What's the name of the being that's having your child for you? That's my bae. Huh? That's old girl. That's my old lady. Huh? Does anybody watching know the Medunetta word for what do you call your lady? Is there any men here that have women that study any families being built? What did your Kemetic teacher teach you is the original name for what you call the woman that's the love of your life? Nobody? Only Tehuti students know. Why would only Tehuti students know that? That's odd. Is it because Tehuti focuses on family? Here we go. Ding, 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 ding. Hemet. Huh? Hemet. Huh? There we go. Hemet. You all know it. That's right. Because Tehuti is the one that focused, the only one teaching Kemet that focuses on family names. That's why High is husband. Don't talk about your High. Where'd you get that from? Huh? How do you know High? When were you calling your husband High? Who are you calling your wife Hemet? Where's the Dr. bending it up? Where's Muta Ashby in it up? Who focuses on family? It's my Aout and my High, my Hemet. And what's Aout? What Kemetic teacher taught you? Where's the Aout? I need Phil Valentine Aout. Give me the Aout from Shaka Hakmo. Aout, the Aout in it up. Huh? Where'd you get that from? How do you know that? And know the significance of Aout ties into the female with the two arms out. That's why Tehuti taught it, because he's focusing on the power of family. That's why you have a power of your family to begin with, because no other Kemetic teacher cared about anything to do with family. Just Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, black and black, the Bible's wrong, Egyptians are black and the Bible's wrong, Egyptians are black and the Bible's wrong, Egyptians are black and Hebrews are wrong, and nothing about the name of your family. You still calling your lady a dog? It's Hemet. So understand that if you're just learning it today, or if you've learned it from me before. Hemet. Aout is family. High is husband. That's why you're calling him that now. Hemet is the real word for what people are calling a wife. And Aout is the family. And all those words actually come together as a story if you've been to my past classes. I don't know what you're watching now. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. You ready? Here we go. You're right. Ding, 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 ding. There it is. Hemet. See, the wife of Seb. Hemet, Seb. Hemet, right, is a word for wife. Here we go. Yes, everybody, yes. Hemet. Hemet. The female is the incarnation of biological imperative through being the part that reproduces the child. That means that's where you see the child come out of. I would like to show you something. I just emphasized the almost impossibility of seeing the organs neatly arranged inside the body. Yet our ancestors, the Natiru, were able to have names for each of these organs 4,000 years before the invention of an X-ray. Let me show you how imbued our ancestors were. Here are some of the other organs that I didn't show you in the Ebers Papyrus. Are you ready, everybody? You ready, everybody? Here's some of the other organs I didn't show you. Ready? Uh-oh. Here's the Ebers Papyrus. What's this? What's this, Tehuti? What are you about to show us? Wait for the white screen to disappear. You'll see. Here we go. Uh-oh. The mouth of the uterus. The mouth of the uterus. What's it called? Hemet. The mouth of the uterus. How do you know there's even a mouth of a uterus? Does your 2-year-old child know that? You can look at grandma. Hey, grandma, I see the mouth of your uterus. How? Huh? It is. The name is Kemet. Huh? Kemet. You see that? Boom. The uterus was known and was the same word for wife. That doesn't work in the English language, does it? It only works in the pure language of imbuement. That the same word for the uterus would be the same thing you call your wife. You see how that works, that imbuement works? It doesn't work in English, doesn't work in Italian, doesn't work in French, doesn't work in Czechoslovakian, doesn't work in Russian, doesn't work in Arabic, doesn't work in Hebrew. But that's how important. You looked at the woman that you were with, she's called Hemt, and the uterus that's responsible for the child has the same name. But if you married your lady in this day and time and say, you know what, girl, I'm gonna call you Uterus, that's your new name. Hey baby Uterus, how you doing, Uterus? Uterus, you like that name? You can't do that. But when you're imbued to understand that she's the visual representative of the body part of biological imperative, both her and that body part have the same name. You're calling your lady a dog. Here we go. You like that, Eminette? Huh? Uterus. Huh? Only at the Tehuti pod class. I don't know what you're watching now. Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. There it is. Hemt is the word for uterus. Was known and was the same word for wife. That doesn't work in English, does it? It only works in the pure language of imbuement of the netzer. See that? Yes, the netzer communicate with you through your healthy body because we believed and taught that each body part was a netzer communicating with us. Thus, all aspects of us were only present. We're present netters that makes us up. And the base, just as the base of the body was the heart, the ib, and the vessels penetrate and distributes through every part of the body, as found in chapter 42 of the Per Em Haru. Here we go. Chapter 42 of the Per Em Haru. Here is the Per Em Haru, chapter 42. The original aspect of where they got God body, God, long arm, leg, arm, and head. Here is the original of it. Get God out of here and put the netzer back in. Here it is. Chapter 42. What does it say? The hair is Asar. And he triumphant Makaru, which is the truth of the truth of the guided voice. So here we go. The hair is Osiris, your hair. The face, Makaru of Nu. So the hair is Osiris, triumphant of Nu. Nu is the face. Osiris described by Nu. Makaru of Ra are the eyes. You see how every netzer is a body part? Are the eyes. Maharu. This is the imbuement of the netzer within you. The eyes. Ra are the eyes. Makaru of Het Heru are the ears. Makaru of Apuat are the lips of Osar, which is you. Ani, Makaru. Makaru of Nut. What is Nut? Nut are imbued in the feet. Nut are the feet of you, Osar. Haru of Ptah are the fingers of Osar. Ani Maharu. Sa are the leg bones of you, which is Asar in the afterlife. You see that? And it keeps going on. Each body part that we considered the power of the netzer imbued in each body part, making us netzer. Oh, let me ask the class, what is the word for communications are words in the ancient language? What is the ancient word, everybody? Let me come to the class. What is the ancient word for, speak, words? Type in the room, everybody. What's the word for words in the ancient language of the Nile Valley? What's that word there for words? Like, how do you say word of God or word of Netter? Hey, Metu. That's right, everybody. Metu, right? Metu. Now, I just showed you in the papyrus, I just showed you in the Ebers papyrus, where it said the heart communicates the vessels. The heart is the communicator. And that's a body part. That's the Hati of the Eve, described in the Purim Haru as a netter. Each body part you consider imbued as a netter, because you are the accumulation of that netter frequency. And each of the netter body parts are communicating through. Here we go, ready? Maharu, here we go, Maharu, that's right, Medu, Amun, Ka, Medu, Nukpu, Medu, Amun, Medu, Amunet, Medu. Here we go, everybody. Boom, 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 boom. What kind of class is this? Here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom. Medu, right? You're absolutely right. Ding, 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 ding. Medu. Yep. Ready to see the imbuement and the difference in consciousness from the original positions in today? Yes, Met. The T and the D are the same. The D is the soft T. Metet or met. Word, speech, maxim, proverb, decree, verdict, sentence, business, affair, talk, opportunity. Right? Word, speech. There it is. Metet or met. Met or med. It's the same thing. Remember Ebers Papyrus? The Secrets of a Physician? Line 854 to 855. Remember that? So med is the word for speak or to communicate through. Let's go back to the Secrets of a Physician, to the section on the vessels. What do we have here? Don't worry, I have it underlined for you. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Here we go in 854, 855, the Papyrus 1515 BC, Secrets of the Physician, the first vessels, first blood vessels. So 854 to 855, Secrets of the Physician, the first vessels book, beginning of the secret knowledge of the physician, knowledge of the working of the Hati, which is the frontal part of the heart, and the heart in total. See it, everybody? The vessels, they have them underlined now. The vessels lead from this, which is the heart, to every body part. How these vessels function: when any physician, any Sekhmet priest, any magician places his hands and fingers, the hands and his fingers on the head, on the back of the head, on the hands, on the area of the Eve, the heart, on the arms, on the legs, then it is the Hati, the front part of the heart. He accesses, because the vessels, see how many times I have vessels underlined? The vessels lead to every body part. It is the case that it, which is the heart, speaks. You see that? The heart speaks in the front vessels of every body part. You see that, everybody? You see all the way the ancient physicians are communicating, the doctors of the communicating that the heart is speaking through the vessels. Okay? The whole book is the first vessel book. Yes, the netter communicates with you and within you through your healthy body, because we believed and taught that each body part was a netter communicating with us,
and thus all aspects of us were only present. Were present netters that make us up, and the base, just as the base of the body was the heart, the Eve. It says the base of the afterlife is the Eve being weighed on the scale, and the vessels penetrate and distribute through every part of the body. Okay. Oh, by the way, did I ever tell you the ancient word for vessels that connect everything in your body to the Eve, that the Nitiru stated that the heart speaks through? I don't think did I ever tell you the word for vessels? I don't think I told you. Did I ever get to that, everybody? I don't think I showed the word for vessels. Let me I don't think I got to that part. Well, let me show you. Let me show you how the Nitiru thought. Ready? Here we go. So, yes, the Netter communicate with you through your healthy body, because we believed and taught that each body part was a Netter communicating with us, and thus all aspects of us were the presence of the Netter that makes us up, and the base, just as the base of the body was the heart, just as the base of the Purim Haru is the heart being weighed on the scale, the Eve and the vessels penetrate and distribute through and distributes through every part of the body. Oh, did I ever tell you the ancient word for a vessel that connects everything in your body to the Eve? That the Nitiru stated that the heart speaks through? I didn't tell you the word for vessel, did I? What's the word for vessel, Tehuti? So I can go ahead and teach this to everybody. What's the word for vessel? How do our physicians think? What's the word for vessel? Tehuti, tell us. My Kemetic teacher didn't tell me. Met. Huh? Vessels. Met. Vein, artery, vessels of the body. Met. Huh? Met. The same word for speaking through, for speech, sentence, is the same word for vessels. Let's go back. What did they say? What did the Nitiru say? What does it say here? Huh? What does it say? Because its vessels lead to every body part. It is the case that the heart, speaks in front of the vessels of every body part. Vessels. Your body is speaking through you, and the word for vessel is met. The same word for speaking through you, or speaking, or speech. Boom. The vessels in the most ancient medical physician papyrus is the same word for speak, metu, which is just plural, as the metu netter, to communicate. Welcome to the Tuti Pod class. Nanny, mind-blowing answers again and again. Here we go, everybody. The word for vessels is to speak. The aspect that is in every aspect of the body, just as the Nitiru, or every body part. Just as it says the heart speaks through the vessels, that's what communicates health, and the word for vessel is the same word for speaking. That only works in a language of spirituality. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. To the pod, hard to survive here. It's hard to survive here. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Welcome to the 2T Pod class. Here we go. Woo. Oh my. Let's scroll down. Screen is white. We're gonna go back down. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Woo. And you may not have noticed, everybody. You may not have noticed. Typo. But look close and you will notice that the physicians record that the Sekhmet priests. The physicians are recorded as the Sekhmet priests.
and the secret of the physicians in the first vessel book. They're called the Sekhmet, the priests of Sekhmet. Anybody notice that? I thought they would be the priests of Imhotep, the priests of Sekhmet priests. These are the physicians. They're called the Sekhmet priests in the first vessel book. The Sekhmet priests. That's the original Het Heru. Here we go, everybody. The Sekhmet priests. That's what the physicians are called. If you didn't notice, any physician, any Sekhmet priest. The Sekhmet priests were the physicians were the Sekhmet priests, and all of them were considered Hika, which were called magic in today's time. Okay? Here we go. You should all remember the one that was Sekhmet, Sekhmet was sent to defend Ra. Some may not remember this part, but Sekhmet, the goddess of the physician, is also called Het Heru. Today it's said as Hathor. As a matter of fact, in the most popular story of Sekhmet, it is actually called the Book of the Heavenly Cow. The story that everybody's getting the Sekhmet story from is the Book of Het Heru. That was her story because Sekhmet was the first Het Heru before Aset. So when you see this, those people will say, hey, this is Het Heru. Yes, it is. But this is the story of Sekhmet. Because Sekhmet was a Het Heru. There we go. It's from KV-19, Tomb of Seti, side chamber from release KV-19. The Tomb of Seti, side chamber. The walls are decorated with a book of what's called the Heavenly Cow. The figure of the cow depicted on the rear northwest wall has suffered loss of color due to squeezes taken in the 19th century, and other walls suffer the acts of vandalism. So this is Menma'at Re, which people call Seti I, was a Par-Ee Nesubisi pharaoh of what people call the New Kingdom, 19th dynasty. So just the mundane people, because I already thought there's no such thing as dynasties, but the time period is 1294 BC to 1279 BC, or 1290 BC to 1279 BC. Let's go into the book. Let's go into the writings on the wall. There it is, Keften F. Before his majesty, let go forth my eye. Let go forth Matk. Let it destroy for thee those who blaspheme with the wickedness. Not Amat can precede it. So this is Sekhmet being sent out in resistance. When it goes down in the form of Het Heru. So here's Sekhmet being called Het Heru. So when Sekhmet or Ma'ati goes down as Het Heru, so went forth the Netert, which was Sekhmet, and slew mankind on the mountains. We see Sekhmet is Het Heru. The book and story of Sekhmet is literally the book of the Heavenly Cow, which is Het Heru. So Sekhmet and Het Heru are the same. These are just titles. They have a meaning. So just understand that Het Heru is, and Sekhmet are the Neterts of medicine. They're the Neterts of the priests, the priests and the physicians of medicine over the vessels of healing. The first thing the doctor checks. So here we go, everybody ready? So here we go, boom. So yes, Sekhmet, Het Heru, brought to the world by the Nile Valley. Let this go down. So yes, Sekhmet, Het Heru, brought to the world by the Nile Valley physicians of Kemet as the symbol of the physicians, the symbol of the sacred cow with the sun in between the horns. See? The physician, any Sekhmet priest, and there's how Sekhmet is drawn as Het Heru with the sun there and the two horns. Okay? That's what the ancient doctors recognized. That was her symbol. Now the question is, do today's doctors and physicians of today follow and honor the ancient physicians and the Nitiru today? Let me introduce you to the Physician Center of Healthcare Practitioners, the Medical Institute of Novo Nordisk. Here they are. And you'll see them here. You see in the corner it says Novo Nordisk. Let's see if I can blow it up a little bit. See right there, Novo Nordisk USA. And there are the physicians and the scientists there. Here we go. We're addressing the unmet needs of patients through unordinary innovation. We're meeting people where they are, so that they can get the medicines they need. So this is a Physicians Institute of Healthcare Professionals called Novo Nordisk. There's the inside of the building. That's where you meet. There's a doctor's office. There's the doctors there. There's the stethoscope. The stethoscope is going to check your heart. But let me take you to the outside of the building. Let me show you the outside of the building. Ready, everybody? Let me show you the outside of the building. Are you ready? Shout out to the new people in the room. T-Mac DC, Buffalo Salinas. Oh, Buffalo Salinas. Peace to the gods, Lord Tehuti. Okay, good. Here we go, everybody. Ready? So there's the inside of the building. Novo Nordisk. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Let me take you to the outside of the building. Bing bong. Uh-oh. There's the Physicians Institute, Novo Nordisk. What's that, everybody? Huh? The Sekhmet image of the physicians that taught them to check the pulse first, still honor. And they still give praise to the Nitiru. There it is right there. Boom, everybody. Hotep, I am done. You see all that? Boom. Hotep, I am done, everybody. There it is. Matrix broken. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped or the past reciprocity that you have spent over the years on July 4th or movies, whatever it may be, Thanksgiving, if you have learned anything or if this has had any type of impact and if this has advanced your recent current understanding of the subject matter, please send your tip of reciprocity. If you still appreciate me and what this is and what has been done here, you can call it Medicines of Ma'at, Sekhmet Surgeons, Original Physicians, Nitiru over Nordisk, or any title that you can come up with. The Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV, Hotep, I am done. Support the Tutsi Pod class, and that's what keeps these answers at this consistency and quality. There's your physicians. Hotep, I am done. I'm going to put the link in the room. I'm going to check the chat to see all those who appreciated this class. And there is the Cash App, the PayPal. For those who appreciate what you just saw, please support the time and effort. Please support which supports you. Please support what you just saw. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Support the Tutsi Pod class. Support the movement. Support the House of Aten. Support the brother that you see sitting here for 2 hours and 38 minutes answering the question on Kemetic physicians that you have never seen before in your life. If you've seen this before in your life, send the link, send the book, send the page number. Let me know about the vessels of the Sekhmet priests. Let me know. Let me know where this is being taught. Boom! There is Amun Amunet. Hey! Oh! Hey! All right, everybody. How you doing?
We're doing great, Saba. Thank you all very much for this beautiful class, for this detailed class, for giving praise to the ancestors and showing the ancestors to us. You don't know none of this stuff. I guarantee you that nobody in this podcast knew about all these papyruses and all these beautiful ancestors. So 12 for bringing that forth, 12 for exposing the fake worshipers, the wannabe Sekhmet priest. That's absolutely bomb. And 12 for you finding this information, being able to put it all together. I don't know how you find all this information, how you found the Heteru outside of some random building. So 12 very much. And yeah, most importantly, 12 for being a embodiment of the Netiru, for being the Net to yourself, and for bringing forth, giving Henu praise and shining light on the truth and the nectar for us and for everybody in the future as well.
I'm glad you appreciate this. I'm glad you appreciate what's happening here and nowhere else. And if it was happening anywhere else, it'd be regular. It'd be a normal thing. There'd be nothing really to appreciate. Tour for that. Tour for that. Those in the Matrix appreciate that which is original, that which is uncomparable, and they make sure that Michael Jordan, Michael Myers retire millionaires and billionaires. Why? Because nobody else is doing that. So shout out to you for appreciation of this. It is the last representation of the Nets on the planet. If there are others, let us know so we can combine the House of a 10 with them. If not, then understand that this is where it is. And I see the numbers dropping, but do not run. Viewers, support the 2-team podcast as you support all that kills you in the weed man's happy. How you doing, Amunet?
I'm doing great. Great, Saba, for asking. I have enjoyed this class very much, and I echo all that Amun said to us, to you, and to Tehuti for providing this beautiful information for the Nefer jewels on the uterus, Kemet, and all these beautiful things that I appreciate very much for Amun and I's future children and so many people that are able to receive this and support you for what you have brought forth. So I appreciate you very much, and to offer everything.
Nini Uk. I'm glad you appreciate this, and I'm glad that this is beneficial. There was a lot of the things that were dropped in this class. Well, the focuses of these type of classes, they enhance your appreciation of what the ancestors did, the time it took, the impossibility that no one can explain. How do you know large and small intestine from the gallbladder, the opening? You have names for it. You have precise. How is this known? If you took a 5-year-old child and threw him out on an island for 90 years, would he come back and say, see the gallbladder and the intestinal volva, the vulva? How does into the vessels and the heart pumps, and what happens is the clavicle? How do you get all of that? So our ancestors, to the Netiru, for bringing the most advanced consciousness to the planets, and because of that, they are the least followed. It sounds strange, but because of that, they are the least followed, because the quality of spirituality was the first to be attacked, and all the other things came secondary. Now you're seeing it happening to hip hop, and it looks strange because you're watching it happen. And so KRS-One will never sell as amount of records as the Baby. Who's better? You see? Because the spirituality and the quality removed, and now the focus is on the destruction. So KRS-One will never outsell Dirty Red. Ever. In any capacity. Never. Because the quality goes down. So as the quality goes down, the focus is on the distraction, and that's what happens with the Nibiru. That's why they made the strange thing. The Nibiru, they're not real, they're myths, but Jesus is real. So that's what's happening, and that's why the Tehuti podcast follows along that line. If I was out here yelling and screaming at Christians and the Egyptians are black, there'd be about 500 viewers out here arguing and doing street fights and whatever, there'd be 500 views. But quality, when I take this path of quality, it's the sacrifice of, I want to stay in this class of quality, even though the views and everything will be the smallest. While some other person is calling himself, saying that Tehuti's from America and gets 20,000 views in 4 days. So that's what I have to go through. Shout out to you though for the appreciation, and appreciate your appreciation. And on to Nukpu. How you doing, Nukpu? How you like this class so far? And we're gonna go to the supports to show the audience who actually appreciates what it is that's happening here. How you doing, Nukpu?
Hotep Saba.
Hotep.
Uncle Justin there. Get God out of here. Bring back Natiru. I like that part. Go to Jesus and get your teeth fixed. But yeah, Saba, this class was never phenomenal. You couldn't do it any better, man. And all this in 20 minutes? Amazing.
Some of it was, a lot of it was done, but there was a big section. It's like those battle rappers that I used to hang around. The true skillful ones of them were able to add freestyles in the middle of what they already wrote. So if you look at it, I think Amun commented, some of the stuff that was in there was added in the middle of the class, not at the end. I didn't add. I added to the middle of it. Like the Dr. LaRoche video was in the middle of the class.
Ooh.
I had to go back and separate, elongate to make space to throw something in the middle, and then at the end to make it all make sense. And that took place in about 20 minutes.
Hey, that was never Saba. Regardless, man, you never worked to us, Saba. Uncle Justin, sending reciprocity for the living nectar.
Okay. We're gonna check it out right now, everybody. Let's go. Let's show the audience what people do when they appreciate this. When you appreciate this, you type in the Cash App. You show reciprocity. That's where you show that, hey, I'm receiving and now I'm going to give because I appreciate it. I know that it's difficult for people to do that with this type of thing, but there's no lack of appreciation with donuts or weed or the movies or any of the strange things that's happening out there. But shout out to those who do appreciate this and will support this, because if you support it, it means you're saying I want this to stay. That's what the support means. I want this to stay. If you have to depend on others to bring what the podcast brings, it's never getting it. If I reverse that and say, I'm only going to depend on you to support, or the podcast is over. You see how that works in reverse? So I am here saying, you all are depending on this and me for this quality because it's nowhere else. It's nowhere else. And I'm going to give it week after week after week after week, whether you support it or not. If it was in reverse, I'd be able to go for 5 months, and you'd be supporting week after week. But ISFAT won't allow that. So we're gonna go ahead and show. But because this is my life, it's all that I can do. And even if I have to go teach the homeless, I'll do pod classes under a bridge and go live with the homeless because they appreciate it. Or I'll just go back to training TV people. I give more than the TV people don't have a problem with supporting me. Here we go, boom, boom, boom. So we're going to show the support given, starting with Lisa. Lisa's back. There we go. Lisa is back. And I haven't seen Lisa in a while, but I think I see two supports here from her name. So shout out to Lisa. Go ahead and read that. Amunet, read that for us, please.
$25 from Lisa for Tua Saba Tehuti with a black E.
Boom. Give her some big noise for that, please. Lisa.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
Thank you, Lisa, for that support. I appreciate you, and I see you did it double. I see you did it double. I was actually just thinking about you today, Lisa, because I was what was I looking at? I was looking at something with some I don't know if it was African drumming or some type of thing. Something about Africa and consciousness came across my my feed, and I looked into it. And when I looked at it, it said liked by Lisa. I was like, Lisa, and it was you. So I was like, oh, that's interesting. And that just happened before the pod class, and here's Lisa with support in the pod class. Shout out to Lisa. Good synchronicity. I don't really see things on my feed that say liked by Lisa, but I saw it today. So here's Lisa again, and Nukku, could you read this one for us, please?
Tua. Before I read this, it's funny how you mentioned feed, Savas. These AI are feeding us. It's insane, man. But Tua, Uncle Justin and Sava from Lisa. $19. She says Tua Henu Saba Nefer longevity from Sausha. Uncle Justin Nev.
Oh, actually, let me clarify this then. So there's two people, but most time it's under one name. So Lisa has the Cash App, but she has a high, and that's Sasha Wallace. And so the first one was from Lisa, and this one's making it clear that this one's from Sasha, who is known as Boots in the chat, just to clarify that. So shout out to Sasha, because I haven't seen him in a while, and it's good to see him back as a supporter. Shout out to him. He's actually one of the first to promote the affirmation in I don't know if it was in New York. It was some state, and he was in front of it. Looked like a Kemetic temple, and on the side had the affirmation. So shout out to him, and he blasted that. He put that on his.
That was that church.
What church was that?
I just remember it was a church, and it was in graffiti.
No, the one he put out had Menunet
okay.
Had Nitiru. I think it was a Nuwabian thing, but anyway, yeah. Shout out to Sasha and Lisa. Give them some noise for this, please, because they're both a couple and they both donate over $40. Give them some noise, please. Thank you for that, Sasha and Lisa. Shout out to you. Okay, where are all the... Let me get this out of here. There's a lot of things here that are not support, so as I delete the things that are not support, where are my supporters? We got... Okay, Angela Gates with oh, that was the question, Angela Gates. That was Angela Gates' question. Oh, here's who is this? This is oh, of course, Ashnil Kumar. Ashnil Kumar, who is the same as Master K. Master K with a beautiful family, physically looking beautiful family, and I believe he has a YouTube channel that has it's different sections of my teaching. Shout out to Master K. There's another one from the original that came from Killer Priest, who's been with us ever since. Ashnil Kumar. Could you read that for us, Amun, please?
Yes, I can, Grace Saba. $10.72. You're welcome. From Ashnil Kumar, Hotep, and then it has Uncle Josh Seneb and Medu. Wonderful Saba. My support to you for Ray presenting Ma'at, the Jet, Neheh.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you, Ashnil. You know, it's been a while. Give him a clap. I haven't seen him in a while. Give him a clap. Usually $20 enough gets a clap, but I feel like giving him a clap today. I haven't seen him in a while. Give him a clap. Thank you. And Ashnil is also one of the ones that told me about if you tell me about a financial situation, I can understand it. So people go through different things. He was one of the ones that communicated, and shout out to him. He's been with us for years and years and years, literally. Okay, shout out to Neheh Sa Ma'at. Personalized note. I've seen this before. I've seen Neheh give a support before that was labeled personalized note. I wonder what that means. Good brother. Let's go ahead and put your support in. One of the ones that want to keep me in the pod class here, which is Nuts He Sa Ma'at. I'll read this one. Personalized note. With the palindrome 1661 palindrome. Shout out to you. And you'll tell us one day what's the personalized note. It's something that you heard in the class that affected you personally. That's wonderful, man. Shout out to you. All right, wonderful. We're gonna go to where are all the supporters? Where's the support is lowering. Class is getting longer and support is lowering. We're gonna hopefully see where that leads us. Shout out to but it's still early in the night, some make afterwards and come in and support a little bit later. Shout out to those who support and want to keep this here. And now we have the great couple, Amun and Amunet. Amunet's not here, so we're going to get Amun to go ahead and read this for both of them.
Yes, I can, Grace Saba. $45 for Henu and then Atiru for their medical works with the staff and a serpent around it. And medical spelled METICAL.
Nice. Go ahead and give. Where's the jet? Well, you're the noise. Give yourself some noise then. Give yourself some noise, please. Oh my goodness. Okay, shout out to you for that great support. Appreciate that. As always, you and Amunet are continuous. Oh, what's that? Who was that?
And then you.
Okay, yes, wonderful. Okay, excellent. And let's go to the next supporter that I see, which is, I see. I see. What is his name here? God is with us. Who's this? God is with us. I see. There's your new rent. God is with us. Right with. There it is. I see. Oh man, it's so interesting how we ended up with all these names scattered, all these names scattered amongst us, and I'm here to change that though. I'm here to change that though. Here we go. So shout out to. Oh, don't tell me he's doing this again. No. Hold on a second, everybody. It's doing this again. What is it doing here? It's let me try this again. Okay. I see the message. This is good. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Okay, so it's saved, and let's see if it shows up on the StreamYard. That is, I just read the message, which is the opposite of the name I just said. Awesome. Shout out to, shout out to, it's not showing? Oh, what? Wait. Browser can't access the screen. Let me try this again. The browser can't access your screen. Just try capturing it a different way. What? What does that mean? What does that mean? The browser can't capture my screen. Oh wow. Hold on. Let's see this. That's so strange. Windows. There it is. I click and it says, oh, we have a glitch. We have a glitch going on. So I'm gonna have to do this manually then for some reason. Okay, let's do this manually. Here we go. Shout out to the good brother who's on the panel right now. I'm trying to get his support visualized screen, but okay, here we go. Let's see. Okay, view, large icons. Yeah, let's put him on the screen. Here he is. Where is it? Give us some problems, huh? Okay, here we go. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Let's see if it shows now. All right. So here it is. From God with us to get God out of here. Go ahead and read that first. Look, Pooh. Get God out of here.
Oh, test lava for myself. Nupu. It says here, Emmanuel is also mean God is us. Also means Amun Ray. Come from Amun Ray. Hotep, get God out of here. Bring back Netiru. With the axe, Netta axe, the ether blowing out the smoke, angry face, and covering my mouth, smiling, laughing. Uncle Jocelyn, get God out of here, man. Get him out of here.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Shout out to Nukpu. Give him a hand clap for that because he's actually giving multiples. It's going to equal over $20. So give him a hand clap for that, please.
Oh, you don't know it? Hey, spirit to the neck right now. Spirit to the neck.
Makeru, Makeru, Makeru.
Was that the same day? I don't remember that one.
That's
That was
when
the same-
that's when the Jet was talking about me and Amun. He said, "Oh, I'm gonna send Amun to you if you can't to handle you, and Amun's gonna be more respectful, gonna be mannerism. But then if Amun can't handle you, we're gonna send Nupa to you. He's gonna be spit in your neck, no mercy."
Man.
And you know what's so funny, Saba? That actually manifested in real life.
I think I don't think Amun has any mercy either.
He don't have mercy, but he's more respectful. He has a little bit more manner. So there was a there was a situation where Amun got sent, and he handled it very respectfully because for some odd reason I was kicked out of the panel, but Amun handled that respectfully, accordingly, just like how the Jet said.
Wait, you were kicked off the panel too?
But it was due to some isfat with the technical problems. Natiru didn't want me to spit to the neck, so I got.
I see. Okay, I got it. Okay. All right, so we got Nukpu again. Here we go. Shout out to everybody. Support the Tehuti podcast. This is the last Tehuti podcast for 2 weeks. After this will be the pathways, and then after that will be a podcast. So let's see if this one showed up. So this is the last Tehuti podcast for 2 weeks. Everybody, please support. It is strange. Oh, let's see if this shows up. Let's see. There it is. Okay, it's working now. All right, go ahead and read this and get some noise. I'm going to come off the screen for a quick second. Quick moment.
Okay. So this from myself again, Nukpu. I sent in $9.99. Hotep, go to Jesus to get for surgery, teeth check, and when you're sick. Basically, I was trying to add that in there, but I couldn't add it. I'm basically saying here, those that believe, like how Saba mentioned earlier, you believe in Jesus so much, but yet you have to go to the doctor when you're sick. You need surgery. You don't get on your knees and start praising to Jesus. When you need oral check or oral surgery or anything in that nature with dentistry, you have to go to the dentist. You don't go to your so-called Jesus or whatever religious entity you believe in. And I put this in perspective as well too, because a lot of the tools come from Natiru. So like how Moon mentioned earlier, they look at they look at Natiru as paganism or evil entities or whatever, but yet you can't do none of the surgical procedures if it wasn't for Natiru. To us, Abba, for bringing that up to our attention, bringing that up to the world to see. Uncle Jasaneb Saba.
All right, that was nice breakdown. I like that. Nice breakdown build up. Okay, give Nukpu a hand clap, please. Thank you to all the supporters that appreciate me and want this to stay here. We have, of course, did I see another Nukpu? Wait, what just happened? I think it's not another one, but it turned into into Robert. Wait. Into Robert Williams. I'll have to go back. Okay. Shout out to. I think I saw another one from Nukpu. I was just about to click on it, and then it switched into Robert Williams. So shout out to Robert Williams, and shout out to Nukpu if there's another one there. Shout out to Robert Williams. Let me go ahead and see if this shows on the screen. Oh, okay. Will it show now? This is flaky. Flaky. I wonder why. Okay. Screen sharing was canceled. What? Okay, let me see what's happening here. Save. Yep. And will you show on the screen? No, you won't. That's so odd. Okay. I'm gonna put him on put him manually. Okay, here we go, everybody. Shout out to the good brother Robert Williams. Robert Williams, are you still in the class right now, or did you fade off into the nets or Kurtz? Or are you still in the class? And here it is. It'll show this way. I'll do it manually. Shout out to Robert Williams. And there he is. Okay, good. Amu, could you read this one for us, please?
Yes, I can. Robert E. Williams Jr. for Nefer Knowledge. For Nefer Knowledge with the Mahet, the two hands together. To the good doctor's question. Tua Netiru, $33.72.
Thank you. Nice and simple. Thank you for reading that, Amun. Tua. And give Robert Williams some big noise, please.
Come join us, House of Acting, Ancient Tehuti and Teachings and Material. Back to the source, we the original Axemen.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Okay, let's see who's next, and let's see if that was really Nukpu or if it was a glitch in the Matrix. Let me go back and see. Name switched. Oh, maybe it was a glitch. Maybe that's interesting. Okay. Oh no, here it is. Okay. It was not a glitch. There is another one from Nukpu. Here we go. Okay, shout out to Nukpu. It appeared here. Let's see if we can get it to appear on the screen. Okay, boom, boom. It's not showing. The screen is jumping. Also, share audio. What's happening here, really? Okay. Hey, that's the image I used to put. I have this in leather. I have this in leather. This was on a book called Sex Magic, and I used to put this on the streets when I was in Toronto, Canada, and I would perform magic, and it would be this picture and it'd say Sex Magic at the top, and I would just leave it on the street. Nobody knew what was going on, and I would perform magic around the book. Never told anybody what the book was. Never drew attention to it. It was this picture, though. Where is that book right now? Do I still have that book? Who knows? I don't know.
I need
All right,
that
so we're
book.
gonna show Nukpu's support again. Man. Oh no! I had a Sex Magic book, which is different from that. That one was called Sex Magic. It was red and white. I had that book, and it was called Sexuality in Egypt. That's what it is, and I can't find that book. It's called Sexuality in Egypt. All right, here we go. Now is it showing Nupu? This is so strange. Let's see. Okay, let's see if this is the new one, Nupu. Tell me if this one coming up on the screen is the new one, because this computer's going crazy.
So yeah, it's there.
Okay,
And
thank you.
This one says Hotep, Saba, Hotep, Neter, Sanu, Saret, Uncle Jataneb, Mary Ma'at, with the Eye of Ma'at and the stars, or the Ku, the light of Ku. Uncle Jataneb, Saba, Tenten 999 is from Nukpu Nukpu. And this is for the new Neter that you presented. So Uncle Jataneb, Saba. At least the new Neter you presented. So
which was the oh yeah, the one behind Sinister Red.
Yes, there. Uncle
Okay, I was
Jataneb,
confused because it looked like that's separated in two different words. That's like Sinister Red. I got it now.
Sinister Red.
Yeah.
Uncle Jataneb, New York.
Yeah. Okay, wonderful. Give him a hand clap for that, please. Boom. All right, excelente. And everybody who's listening, and Tef, if you are listening, again, for all those listening, right after the pod class, we're going to put a link in the room and do a final update of the PCA, because it is a week from now and things have to get done. And so we need the Jed there, a Tef there, Amun Amunet, Nukpu, Rasa Tut. I think that may be it for now. Okay, wonderful. Excellent. Supporters, where are you today? Anpu. All right, and on to the next supporter here. I see it's Ampu. It's formerly known as Black Alucard. But he received his wonderful Ren at the Pathways and received this beautiful name that is now popping on the screen. And Nook, go ahead and read that for us, please, if you remember the translation, the acronym.
Of course, Tua Sava. This is from our Sekam Sen and Pu Ma'at Heka. He sent in $25. Triple Fire. TF TK. Thanks for the knowledge. Uncle Jataneb.
Nini Tua for reading that. No cool. And give Ampu some big noise, please, Amun and Amunet.
Thank you for the knowledge. Blick it.
Blick it.
I was just looking at that brother's discipline class. I just clicked it off. I was just looking at it. Shout out to Tehuti if you're still around. Usually comes in around 9, 10 o'clock. Okay.
It was funny. I was just thinking about him, and they used the sample. Well, it was nothing.
Okay. Nice. All right. Shout out to where's the other supporters here? We got the Jed. the Jed, Sedem, Ma'at, Hem, Out, Cool. All right, shout out to the Jed. Let's see what pops up. Let's see what's making this happen here. If Dr. LaRoche, that. And the Jed is not popping up. Oh, this is okay. I'll do it manually again. Okay, no, that's fine. Just takes a few seconds longer. So here we go. Shout out to the great support from the Jed, to them. Oh, where did? Yeah, my oh, there it is. And put it over here. Okay, here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. Chrome tab. Now it's going to show up. There we go. All right. We'll get Ammo Nets. Could you read this one for us, please?
Yes, I can. $20 from the Jed for tip for medical school to Asaba with the Hanufis, Black Eve, and Ra.
Thank you, Tua, for reading it.
You're very welcome.
All right. Give the Jed some big noise. Boom.
Big Papa Kurt. I love the house of Batu.
All right, wonderful. Thank you for the sound effects. Sound selectors, Amon and Amonette. All right. Yay. Okay, we have Hush Nation. Hush Nation, are you still up? Are you watching? Are you listening? Did you fall asleep?
Big Papa Kurt.
He's probably sleeping. He's probably asleep for now because it's around 5:30 in the morning or wherever he is. Okay, so we got and it's still not showing. Let me see what's going on here. Windows. I'm gonna close some windows. Let me see what's that. Boom. So now if I screen share, let me see. I close the windows. Windows. Now what?
It messing with us.
I'll do it manually.
Even on my end, certain things are glitching.
Yeah, it's it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing, but it's showing me that it can do it, but it's not doing it. So I'm gonna go ahead and it's right there in front of me, but it's refusing to. Okay, shout out to Hush Nation. I'll put this on the manual. I'm glad there are other ways to do this. Shout out to Hush Nation. Oh, now it shows up. Now it's there. Okay. There it is. Boom. Shout out to Hush Nation. Nookpoo, could you read that for us, please?
Tua. From my Sekhmet sent fix. He sent in 999. And this is for Henu, Tua, Dua, Saba, Tehuti, Amen, Hotep, Ra. Uncle Justin.
Uncle Justin, thank you for reading that. And thank you, Hush Nation. I think he's out for the count. But that's okay. We'll keep going.
In Amun's voice, he's in the Netzaker.
Oh man, me and Nana laugh about that every third day over here. That's a out joke over here. Could be anywhere walking, and I'll just say it in a netter curtain. Only she know what I'm talking about. It's random. Anybody random listening has no idea what I'm talking about. Okay. Custom made tees. I am Kadzani. Are you around? Are you knocked out for the count as well? I am Kadzani. This is a good brother, consistent supporter who is affected in London. He's bringing the consciousness of the teachings of Tehuti to London. He teaches, he influences children. I'm not sure exactly what he does, but I know he assists in raising up the consciousness or making children's lives better. He works with the youths. So shout out to this good brother here. I am good. Who is that? Because I can't see the screen. Who's talking?
Oh, Amun. He said in the chat, I am Kuzan. He said, I'm here, Saba.
Oh, good. Okay. So here we go. Shout out to I am Kuzani. There he is. Boom. Shout out to I am Kuzani. He's there. And he does some good work for the children. And I'm sure in little bits and spurts, he drops a little bit of these jewels from the pod class on the children, on the youth of what they can handle on their level. Shout out to I am Kadzani. Go ahead and read that first milk poo, please.
Tua from I am Kazani. He sends in 2442 and says Tua Saba for being an example of consistency. Uncle Jasanev.
Yes, Nini Uk, I am Kadzani. It's all about Ma'at. Nini Uk, wonderful. And I like how you put the beginning of the affirmation in there, Anki Ma'at. Per Ikut. And Anki Ma'at, well, I see the rest of it. The beginning sentence is Anki Ma'at, Un NS per Ikut. Wonderful. Give him some big noise, please, sound maker.
Tua, I didn't see that one, Saba. Uncle Jasanev.
Oh, okay.
I came to overcome before I'm gone by showing and proving and letting ours be born. Then after that, I live forever. You disagree? You say never? Then follow me.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sound Selector. Nookpoo. Here's a torture for Nookpoo. You're on a cliff, you gotta choose Rockham or Nas. You know how they have those foolish things on
I'm gonna go
on
with
Facebook?
the originator.
They have those foolish things that come through my feed. It says one has to go. It makes me all frustrated when it puts like 4 MC. One has to go. Why does one have to go for? Why? Where's he going?
Yeah.
I'm
gonna pick Rakim because the only reason why, first of all, because he's the originator, but also because Nas shook hands with Jay-Z.
Oh, come on, man. Oh, no. They have a back and forth relationship. 1 week they're together, next week they don't like each other. That's Nas and Jay-Z's most schizophrenic relationship in hip hop. All right, shout out to Rakim. Where are the supporters, everybody? Who's watching the class? We got oh, here we go. Here we go now. We got Harass Did. Ooh. Harass Did. I hope this shows up on the screen. Ras did it. If you're listening, I saw a message. I couldn't get to read it, but the glance, like you were trying to elaborate on something of the class today. So, shout out to you for giving me an update of whatever prevented you from coming to the class, if that's what that message was about. And shout out to you for this big support. And let's see if it shows up on the screen now. It does. There we go. Here we go. Now we can give some monster noise, some transformers, and all the goodies. And I'm gonna read one more support, and then I'm gonna take a break, and hopefully more come in. We'll get Amunet to read this one for us, please.
$55.55 from Paras for Tua Neter, Tua Neteru, with the Kahans, a black Eve, a feather, and an arrow.
Thank you to very much, Amunet, for reading that.
Yeah.
And give Sarah Jean some big noise sound selectors.
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
Nev Nefer everything is beautiful in life.
Okay, shout out to the great big supporters. Hey, I didn't see this from this is the largest support I've ever received from Big Vapes. This wasn't here a minute ago. This was not here a minute ago. What? How is this interesting? It just popped up in the middle of of the supports, not even at the top. Shout out to Big Vapes. Something about this hit him strongly because I've never seen a support this long from Big Vapes since he saw me on Kill the Priest. Unless he's ordering 3 men at a class, which he usually only orders 1 at a time. So something about this hit him strong, and I love that because I never know when in the pod class is going to affect anybody strongly and what's going to cause them to give a larger support than they did before. But for some reason, this thing I said here motivated him to give this largest support he ever gave. And let's see what it says here. Okay, largest tip ever given by Big Vapes. Here it is. We're gonna get Nook Poo to read this for us, please.
Tua, it's a big donation from Big Vapes. He sends in $50 for the Cabin in the Woods movie breakdown build up. What you know about this, Saba? What happened?
I see what's happening here. I thought so. One of the pod classes. Before we give him some big noise, now I got to change the title for this support. But in one of the pod classes, I discussed. It may have been the Palladian one. I discussed how people wouldn't be able to survive a couple days out in the woods without all the anemones of having a fridge and having a stove to cook things. I thought that this was what this was about, but this is actually another movie I never seen before. I have to do a class on, so let me go ahead and stick that etheric computer chip in my head and can download this movie from the Heavenly Blockbuster, because I've never seen this one. I gotta go watch this one now in 5 minutes. So shout out to Big Vapes. Thank you for reading that, and let's give him some monster support. Cabins in the Wood movie. I've never heard of this in my life, so let's see what kind of class we can get from a movie I never heard about. Give him some big noise.
by their rules.
And that's not for Earth. Everything is beautiful.
Am I hot or not? Oh, no, my hot? Spirit to the neck.
All right, Big Vase. Let me go ahead and change this. I thought it was a tip for something I said in the pod class, but no, this is this one is. Let me change this. Let me change the title. I thought this was a tip. This is from October 11th. So this is even different from the Never-Ending Story, because at least that's a popular movie that I've heard of. But have any of you all saw Cabin in the Woods yet? I don't even know what
I
that
haven't
is.
seen it, but I heard about it.
Okay, well, anybody in the class seen Cabin in the Woods? You can send me some notes. Well, I can teach on this. Oh man, here we go. Welcome to the pod class. This is another strange one. Here we go. Shout out to you, Big Bass. Appreciate you, and I appreciate these challenges. These challenges. Here's his tip for the class, though. Here it is. This is the tip I know he gives, and this is it's for the Nordic class. Okay, I see. 1, 6. Okay, Big Vapes comes again. I wonder why it's not showing. Also share system audio. No, I don't want to share the audio. I just want to share the visual supports. Okay. So I'll do this manually. Here we go. Boom. Okay, so here we go. So shout out to Big Vase. We're going to give him a hand clap for this one because he's donated over $20. And this one is a tip. Let's see if it shows up. Here it is. All right. Emily, can you read this one for us, please?
Yes, I can. $5 from Patabo Damo for Nordic versus Kemet UFO tip from Patabo Damo.
Okay, wonderful. Give him a hand clap for that, please. Thank you, Big Vase, for your double support and your interesting, challenging question and your tip. Okay, we're getting down. We're narrowing down. We got well, here's Robert Williams again. Here we go. And I see Basatut also popped up. So here's Robert Williams again. I'm gonna read these last notes. These last well, hopefully they're not the last, but the last ones that I see of supports. And then I'm gonna take a break, let you all build, and hopefully the Jed will be back by that time. And then I can come back, and if there's no more supports, we can go into the next meeting. But I need a tip and the Jed to be there in this meeting. They're the main ones that I'm actually wanting to speak with. So let's see, where's Robert Williams? Okay. Shout out to Robert Williams. Let's do this again manually. Shout out to Robert Williams for his continuous support and his multiple supports. Let's see if it shows on the screen. All right, there it is. Robert Williams and Amun. Could you read this one for us, please?
Yes, I can, Great Saba. $55.55 from Robert E. Williams Jr. for Hanu to Dr. LaRoche. Mott brought doctors. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you for reading that, Amun.
You do.
And go ahead and give him some big noise. A lot of different sounds. Thank you, Robert E. Williams. Consistent, man.
Humans have asked us to play by their
Never
rules.
for us. Everything is beautiful and right.
Bam!
I think the Jet has the most sound bites of any sound, any person, any selection. He's the sound bite man from that class. All right, so now we got this may be the biggest support of the night that I've seen so far. I know Maharu will usually come in the morning, but for right now, it's Basatut Maka Ox Effect. Well, actually, the biggest support is Robert E. Williams because he gave two of them. He gave two of them. Two large supports. Let's see if this pops up. Basatut. Either he was the first or one of the first to ever have a one-on-one Killer Priest family show. He's been with me ever since. Shout out to Basatut, Maka Ox Effect. Who read the last one? That was you, Amun?
Yes, I did.
Okay, Amun, could you read this one for me, please?
Yes, I can. 6072 from Basatut for 10, 11, 25 pod class, Tua or Saba Tehuti, Enu Netru.
Okay, thank you for reading that, Amunet.
You're very welcome.
And give Basatut some big, big noise. Boom.
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
Never for us. Everything is beautiful and right.
Shout out to the great supporters. Shout out to the consistent supporters. And shout out to the consistent students in general who are also the same as the consistent supporters. Shout out to all of those and peace and love and blessings to all of those who stay with this truth that's being taught only here. You can understand and realize the significance of the uniqueness of what's actually happening right here. To acknowledge that the nets are real and there's a consciousness. If there's one iota of the consciousness that is not given up on people, that wants people to link back to the truth, and you see it, what's happening here, the only place that's actually teaching, the Netzer has intentions. And stay with what this is. If not, you are saying simply that The Netzer misguided you for all those years. The Netzer lied to me for all those years I was with it. They told me the truth now. That's a schizophrenic life. But to all those
I
who
don't think you
realize,
want to say that.
yeah, the people are schizophrenic, right? I don't think they want to say that.
Those are some dangerous words.
Yeah, if the Netzer was guiding them to this truth all that time, did the Netzer change their mind? Did Tehuti leave the Netzer? What happened? What happened to the Netzer? Or did they never believe in it in the first place? Oh, we're not taken seriously.
Yo,
Either
you
the
give them no mercy, Sava, no mercy.
This is why people.
You won't even throw a life jacket at them. You just like you jumped off the boat. Good luck.
This is why people leave in stretchers when they debate me. I'm going right for the liver. I'm pure ma'at, pure truth. There's no comeback. There's no rebuttal back. That's why I like to have all my conversations with witnesses. I don't want no craziness, no private little chit chat in the corner. I want everybody to see what I do to you because you did it to yourself. All I did was teach. That's what I came for. I don't know what all the side missions are. Here we go. So shout out to Tefrem Kema'at. The Netzer lied to me for all those years. They're telling me the truth now. They told me not to follow Tehuti. Why did you tell me to follow him in the first place? I don't know. We're confused, Netiru. Okay, here we go. You don't believe the Nets are real anymore? Are they real and they misguided you for all those years? Or did they change their mind? Here we go, everybody. These are the kind of questions I ask people. They don't want to see me in a public setting, man. It'd be a bloody murder. Bloody hell. Here we go. Boom. Shout out to Tefrem Kema'at. I don't see him in the podcast. I don't see him in the chat, but he sent us support. So go ahead and read that nukku for us, please.
Oh, Ted, this is it's a Kem Sen, a Tef Rem Kem Ma'at. He sent in 777 for Ma'at, Hotep Ma'at tuition. So he picked up the memo from the Jed, sent in the tuition, the official tuition. Uncle Justin Saba.
Thanks for reading that. What's the memo from the Jed? I missed something. What was the memo from the Jed?
He was saying that what you were teaching today is like what you get from these universities, high level information. So pay up your tuition. Here you got your books. You got everything. You don't have to drive nowhere. You got it all in one pack. So send in your tuition.
Okay, I missed all of that. Thank you, the Jed, for saying that. I missed that whole thing. All right, give him a hand clap, please. Thank you, Nukfu, for reading that. And thank you for telling me what the Jed said. Give him a hand clap, please, sound selectors. All right. And the next support coming in is from the same supportive energy manifested as the Etef Rem Kem Ma'at. He must be somewhere where there's no service, no internet, no
Hey, stop!
phone.
I got a UFO.
I can't see right now, so I'm not sure. Let me come back. I can't. I'm not on the screen right now. I'm getting the Atef thing ready here. I'll be back here. So I'll be back shortly. I can't see anything right now from that. Okay, here we go. The Atef came on. Okay, now I should be able to show. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. What's that? Oh! Uh-oh. You're about to get 4,700 followers, man.
The UFOs have landed in, in my place.
Big Billy. You know what's funny? You know what's interesting? The most popular person that's teaching on that had the two most popular people teaching on the UFOs. It's interesting. One has the same name and one looks just like the other guy. Go to Ancient Aliens History Channel. One has the same name and one looks like the other guy with the same crazy hair. I forgot his name, but he did the crazy hair, and he looks like the other guy that I taught on. Yeah, the other guy, the same hair. Strange, man. It keeps going in circles. All right. So shout out to Atef Kem Ma'at for his consistent support. Thank you, Nanny. For his consistent support. And here it is again. Amunet, can you read that for us, please?
Yes, I can. 2272 from Atef or Hotep Ma'at Tua Ishin.
Thank you for that, Amunet.
You're very welcome.
And give Atef Kem Ma'at some noise, please.
Come join us, House of Action, Ancient Tehuti and Teachings in the Teru. Back to the source, we the original Axemen.
Excellent, wonderful. Okay, everybody, I'm going to take a break now. I do not see, let me scroll up. Who's this? That's for the pathways. I do not see any more support in for me to read right now. Hopefully there'll be more before we close out, but I'm going to take a break. Let you all build. The Jed, if you're listening, we did announce that there is going to be a link after this pod class. It's about to close down if there's no support when I come back. And Atef, I haven't seen him in the chat. He must be somewhere where there's no internet access or phones access. But those are the two main people that I want to be in the meeting for the update because we only have 7 days left. So, he did? Okay. Is it the Jen and Gabby or just his? Okay. Well. All right, I got an update on Jajed. That's a good part of the update. We still have to. Hopefully Atef is okay, and we'll see what happens after the pod class. All right, shout out to all the great supporters. I'm going to take a break right now. Peace and love to those who support the Natiru. Those who support Tehuti, the Tehuti pod class, those who find appreciation in this because they're looking at others, they're looking at what's going on in the world, and they're comparing what's going on in the world with what's happening here. And if you do so, you will appreciate what you're seeing. If everybody was the exact same, if everything was equal, everybody's the same, then there's no appreciation. But if you look at Michael Jackson, if you look at Bob Marley and say, wait a minute, compared to the other singers, whoa, he's not my drunk uncle. at the barbecue, this Michael Jackson seems to stand out a little bit better than the drunk uncle. This guy Chris Angel and David Blaine seem to be a little bit better than my uncle doing this with his thumb. So this Darren Brown seems to be a little bit better, you know. And that's what Kemet was. What's Kemet without? Was Kemet the same as everything else, or did it stand out? If it stands out, and that's why we're here. I guess Kemet and the Vikings were equal. So shout out to all those who appreciate what they're seeing here, that is different and superior than what they're seeing other places, because that's how you appreciate what's happening. And those who appreciate support, and those who appreciate keep coming back and ask questions, because the support is one thing that's beautiful. The questions keep things moving. They keep the quality and the surprise of what the next podcast is going to be at an all-time high. Somebody asking a question about the cabin. Who knows what that class is going to be? You could ask about the movie about the log cabin, and we end up in the coffin tech somehow. So you never know with the Tehuti pod class. It's a phenomenon. If everything was equal and everything was the same, the word phenomenon wouldn't exist, would it? Anomaly. A donut is an anomaly. Nah, man, I get donut every they have a donut shop in every corner. So there is an anomaly. There's phenomena that take place every once in a while in history, and this is one of them. And I appreciate those who see what this is and those who see what's being communicated through. Support the Tehuti Pod Class Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Send in a question, send in your support, send in a comment. Send in a comment, Cash App and PayPal, take comments like, thank you for the class, Tehuti. There's something interesting. There's all this other typing going on. What about thank you for the class, Tehuti? So shout out to those who support what this is. The pathways, that's why I'm wearing the shirt. I'm wearing the shirt because the pathways of the awakening is coming up in 7 days. And it's going to be a lot different from all the other ones. There may be less people, but my interaction with those less people is going to be a lot more than what you've seen before. And the setting is going to be much more ma'at and Kemetic than what you've seen before. So come to the pathways of the awakening. I guess if you're coming already, because it's too late to. If you're not coming by now, I don't know if you're gonna send in your ticket on Thursday. Shout out to Angela Gates for even though she said she was late, she sent it in. I don't know. She sent the request in. So shout out to you. I'm gonna take a break. You all build. Keep this momentum up. I'm going to step off. Hotep, everybody. I'll be back. When I come back, we'll see if Atef showed up. If he didn't show up, then we'll just update him because he could be. Atef could be anywhere in the city, in the state. I mean, sometimes he is in the woods, and he sends me a text. And sometimes he can't because there's no reception. I don't know where he's venturing to, or the end goal. He's like on a Marrow Brothers quest. But he ends up in the woods, the sticks. He's looking for the final boss. Whatever he's doing out there, stay safe. Yeah, I don't know what he's looking for, something. But shout out to you, Atef. Keep up the good work. I'll be back. Peace and love. Send your questions in. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SB, and support. And is this Sonetta? Oh, this is the real Son. And so I think Cam Up is Sonetta. Cam Up is Sonetta. That's another one of his names. I think he invited me to a thing called Cam Up. when you going on Sonetter, but this is Sonetter, right? That's 'cause oh, my neck. I don't know. I can't even move. Shout out to Sonetter if this is the real Sonetter, and shout out to Sonetter, good brother. If this is you, and I have been talking to the podcast. I actually want to speak to you about an idea of coming to the channel and an idea about support because I'm so busy and because I do this. So it's hard. It's very hard for me to do other things other than satisfying the podcast. But I do want to come on the channel, and I'm going to speak to you, Senator, if you're actually listening, if this is the real you, about an idea of coming on there. And similar to what you did with the good brother Shaka Akmos, which I believe that it will happen with me faster. So with Shaka Akmos, he asked everybody if you want to see Shaka Akmos support, and it took about an hour or so to get 2 hours, whatever it took. But I believe with me, my support that everybody's looking for, that I'm looking for, will come in about 4 minutes. But we'll talk about that. But I do want to come on. I have some powerful classes, and shout out to you, Sonetter, for all that you do for the community, while still keeping a level head. All these crazies that I see on these channels. I don't know. It's crazy stuff. So I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love to all the support of the Tehuti podcast. I'll be back in a moment. Shout out to Sonetter, shout out to Kill the Priest, and shout out to all the channels that I have gone on. The people saw me. I believe that's where Dr. LaRoche saw me. It was on Sonetter. Peace and love.
Hotet Marie.
I don't know if they're on. Robert Williams and Maharu, are you all on anymore? In VRI, if you are listening, Robert Williams, I haven't seen him in the chat in a while, but if you are listening, VRI, Robert Williams, and Maharu, send your email to this on the screen, podcast offices, so Nana can have your email. It's about something pertaining to the pathways that I gave permission that you can still partake in, even though you may not be able to come because you're in a position where you're in another country. I can understand that. You may have some legal issues. I can understand that. Email that, and I have something special for that you will have access to, because I know if you could come, you would come. Peace and love, everybody. I'll be back. Keep up the consistency. Hotep Ma'at. Peace.
Hotep, enjoy your break, Saba.
Hotep Ma'at.
Hotep. To Saba for this beautiful class, for bringing awareness and acknowledgement to the beautiful Netiru and Paut ancestors that helped establish the foundation of medicine and make sure that we have what we have today in terms of medicine, doctors. To all very much, Great Saba, for all your henus, teaching us how to give henu and appreciation. And you deserve all the henus and appreciation, all the support. To all very much. Like Dr. LaRoche's question, I'm looking forward to seeing what he comes with next. Looking forward to that. How Saba answers that cabin in the woods thing. I don't know what Saba's gonna do. It's gonna be very interesting to see how he puts that together, especially because he hasn't seen the movie. It's very fascinating how he's able to do that. The Never-Ending Story one, that one was great, and he only went into like 10 minutes or 20 minutes of the movie or something like that.
No, it was like 11 seconds. It was in seconds. Yeah, it wasn't even a minute.
Yeah, it was very short, but the class itself was packed. I remember watching that movie when I was little, I liked that movie when I was little, and then when I watched The Class, I was like, oh, and me hypnotized. That's why I thought I liked it. Yeah. All the breakdowns and build-ups are beautiful and good. I love the Matrix ones. Matrix ones are great. They're great, especially if you watch it in order. Oh, it's great. Very, very good. Rigo needs to come back for another Matrix, or to send him for another Matrix one, because those are fantastic. Kudo to Saba for all the knowledge that he has, all the information that he has, for everything that he's done, for all he's gone through, learning magic, so that way he's able to teach us what to look out for, teach us for all the things that we can find and see in the Matrix, like Geometria, Ace and Lead, and all sorts of other things. So, Kudo very much, Saba, for all that you have gone through. You've done so much. I gotta know what the real introduction is, because what he's told us already is so much. It's so much. It's so great, so beautiful, and it's unique. Nobody else can say that they've gone through what Saba has gone through. He's been through so much. So Tuel very much, Saba. Tuel for sharing what you have, for being our teacher, being our netter, for being within Ma'at. Well, for not going to the dark side, working with other magicians. Well, for being within Ma'at, teaching us how to be in Ma'at. Well, for walking the way you do, so that way we can follow in your footsteps. It's really a beautiful thing. I'm really grateful. I want more people to see what's happening here, see the importance of what's happening here, so that way they support, because what's happening here is unique, and it is what you do, Saba, is dangerous and life-saving. You save lives, and some people don't like that, so it makes it dangerous. I'm happy you're here, you're safe. Happy you're here protected. Happy that the Netiru protect over you. Happy that you save cause. It's really necessary. It's really beautiful. Look forward to seeing you on Sodnator in the future. Be cool to see you on Killer Priest again too. Be cool. See Saba Killer Priest. Killer Priest episodes are great. Saba just knowledge everywhere. Just all sorts. I remember he went over Friday the 13th and how Jason is Jesus, and then Michael Myers is also like the Archangel Michael. All this stuff. He went over Notre Dame, and there's so much on there. And then some of them got taken down too. I was a little upset when I found that out. There's some that I'd watched. I go back, it was gone. I can't find the one with Santana on it anymore. It was Saba breaking down astrology. That was a good one. So many good ones. And then the podcast here, there's so much more information than elaborations and deep dives on things that he talked about on there. It's everything that I have seen from Saba. It's great, it's fantastic. Love watching his old magic videos. I'd love to see Saba do magic in person. That'd be absolutely beautiful. Be very happy to see that one day. And I'm happy for all Saba has learned, for everything he's gone through.
It's gonna happen at the event. It ain't one day. It's gonna happen. It's guaranteed.
I hope so. I look forward to what he'll do if he does do it. Look forward to. I still remember when he did the magic on here with the fork, and it is absolutely mind blowing. I have no idea. That flame was way too big first. on the forehead. It was way too big for a napkin, a piece of paper. And it disappeared, then it comes out of his mouth. That was great. That was great.
But the one he did in Killer Priest, he did it live with Killer Priest. He did the quarter, the coin, blue, and the spoon as well. And that blue Killer Priest, man, he was like, "What? I just seen that. How you did?" Like, yeah, it's not no magic trick. This is that cow for real.
Right, and then also the one with Mighty Hebrew. That one was hilarious. Saba did the magic with Mighty Hebrew. It looked like Mighty Hebrew looked at him, and he was kind of like, "I don't know if I want to debate you."
That was the one with the quarter. And he's like, "Yeah, this my wife just gave me this quarter," or something like that.
It's like after that happened, he realized he was dealing with something else.
Hey, this ain't no pseudo over here. Ain't nothing pseudo about this right here. This is like, what? Jesus, huh? The Bible? I think I want to. Think if I was Mighty Hebrew, I would have changed my name by then. You know what I'm saying? Mighty Kemetic.
Yes, I hope to see Stop Do Magic if he does at the Pathways. I look forward to seeing what he does. I know he's capable of so much, so many different levels of it. And looking forward to seeing what he does. I'm excited to see Sabatuti. Excited to talk to him. Excited to see everybody else. See anybody coming that's new as well. Excited to see what the place looks like in person. Excited for the walk and ma'at, offerings. I'm excited to see you, Nukpu, and to see other people as well. I'm excited to see you get your Ren. Excited to see you get Hush Nation get his Ren, and Gabby as well. Looking forward to seeing how Gabby's Ren complements the Jed's and Offset. I would think it would complement Offset's as well. 3 of them. It's going to be great. It's a great thing getting your Ren. I'm excited for you. How do you feel about getting your Ren?
Yeah, I want to make an announcement about my Ren. So once I get my Ren this year, I'm going to get another one next year. I'm going to get one every year from now on. I'm surprised you ain't getting a new Ren. You know, Nani, she put it out there. She's like, you guys can still get another Ren. So I took heed of that way before. I was like, that's what I'm planning on doing. Once I get a Ren, every year I'm getting a new Ren. This is gonna be added on. And because I remember Nani, she mentioned that she's like, you guys do have Saba here now. So even though you guys have a Ren already, you can always get another one because Saba is here and he's just building you up more and more and more. So I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna announce that. I'm gonna let that be known. Like every year from now on, after I get my first Ren, I'm getting me a Ren. But yeah, I'm super excited. I'm ready to change my name, like, through the government and all that, paperwork. It's gonna be a headache because I got a lot of paperwork to go through, and I wanna change it all. I wanna, if I get pulled over by the police or something like that, I want them to say my real Ren. You know what I'm saying? I want to see their frequency, how it'll change. How they react when they see my Ren, even at work or wherever. You know what I'm saying? I would love to see. I know it's gonna make a big difference, a big impact. So, I would just. To me, it's like a form of revenge. You know what I'm saying? A way of punching them in the face without, like how Saba does, without having to conduct any violence. It's just, hey, yeah, my name is da 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 da. What? Huh? Let me check. Oh, and they read it and they're like, oh, what is this? And you give them a breakdown or something like that, and you might convert them, or just make them say, oh, I'm a rabbit. But yeah, man, I'm excited, and yeah, I love this this class. once again, you know what I'm saying, dealing with like you mentioned with the medicine. And it's funny that when you said medicine, I thought of the word met, you know, once again, just like doctor is MD, and it all correlates. And it's so funny how people would try to use other things in the matrix to break down tricks, but when you really boil down to it, you see that it's all Kemetic. You know, it's all Kemet. It's just in an Isfet form, and it's a Nefer thing to see that, and how Saba broke down today, as well with the whole Greek theory, how they would say that the Greeks stole all this Kemetic knowledge and discredited Kemet, when in all actuality, you know, they always said that they got it from Kemet. And I could recall when I was in school, they wouldn't elaborate on it so much, but I remember they would talk about like, oh, how, you know, certain math came from Kemet, like, you know, that the Greeks would go and study with the Kemet, and it would take like years, like 15 years or so, or whatever, and they'll have like the surface level of math, or, you know, even literature, and with that little bit, they're able to create this whole nation, you know, this whole civilization or whatever, what you have. And it's enough thing to know that, like, to bring that back into surface with Saba, because it's true, there's a lot of psyops out there where it confuses us and it makes us think like they never gave credit to Kemet, but then again they did, because then we would never know where they got it from. So they did put it out there. There's Isfet people that came along and they switched it up. They converted, they remixed it. So it's another thing how Saba brought that up, you know, and dealing with also how the interconnections with the words. Like I always notice that when I'm studying Medu Neter, even learning from Saba, I see how all these words correlate, they come together, and it's a whole, you know, a rhythm, you know what I'm saying? It's a whole flow. It's the intelligence that Ma'at holds is brilliance, man, and I wouldn't want to have no other type of intelligence or type of knowledge more than Ma'at. Like, it's Ma'at or not. And I really enjoy to hear Saba speak, you know, so roughly or so harsh, tough, you know, or not tough. I would say discipline into Ma'at, you know, where he's basically observing people's frequency, and once they lean too far off from Ma'at, it's like, you know, he knows, he can see the outcome. Like he always says, he sees the outcome, the long term, you know, and it's a never thing how Saba gives so many people chances, even because he's been through so many things so many times with so many different people over and over. And I'm pretty sure the way that, you know, by having this kind of knowledge, Saba experienced people that are similar to us, and he would have bad experiences with people that may behave or act in a certain manner, and we may have that kind of characteristic, but yet he still gives us a chance for us to mold into that higher being, into that Ma'at, you know, into that Nitiru that we're meant to be. And I really appreciate Saba for doing that, and a lot of people don't acknowledge that, you know what I'm saying? And they take it for granted of what Saba has to bring. When I look at that, when I envision that, I see Saba as more wise and more, I wouldn't say older, but more beyond his age, timeless, you know what I'm saying? Like beyond his lifetime. It just goes to show you that he's truly connected with a higher source, a higher energy, because it's like his knowledge is profound, even though he's you know, putting together from Kemet, but it's like he he is from and beyond. You know what I'm saying? So it's a never thing to know that Saba's never even been to Kemet physically here in this lifetime, but yet he knows more than the people who go there every year or every month, which is it's amazing. Like hearing Saba and learning from Saba, I do want to go to Kemet, but it's like I fully not fully comprehend, but I comprehend more so now when Saba says that we bring Kemet wherever we're at, we're in Ma'at. So we build in that civilization, even though it'll be never to go to Kemet, but I comprehend a little bit more when Saba mentions how that frequency, the frequency that it took to build Kemet is what we're upholding. And basically, if you go to Kemet, you're not gonna get that frequency. It's basically like almost dead. You know what I'm saying? You have the artifacts and the structures there, but you can't activate it. You know what I'm saying? And how we study with Saba and learning from Saba, we're activating it here, right now, wherever we're at. So, Uncle Jasanev Tua, Atef, Rem, Kem, Ma'at, Uncle Jasanev, yo, how you doing? We thought you were in the woods. You got some signal. Can you hear Jasanev? You on mute. And we were talking about Sekhmet, the grand healer. And here comes a Tef with the Sekhmet in the background. Get the sounds ready. But yeah, it's another thing. And also to hear about Saba speaking about Sekhmet being associated with Heru. It's another thing because that has to do a little bit with my presentation. So it's another thing. The correlation and how Saba he's all over the place. But I love hearing that about Sekhmet, the healer. It's another thing. This whole class was healing. Every class is healing, but this class in particular with the health, it was a very nefer, very Sekhem, powerful. And then to bring up LaRoche on his little, presentation as far as like his accomplishments and what he can do. It's a never thing. And like I said, for Saba to be teaching someone like that, it shows you the grand levels of Saba. Shout out to LaRoche because he's highly intelligent. He's brilliant because he sees Saba. You know how many doctors out there that, they don't acknowledge Saba at all. And there's a lot that also, like Saba mentioned, they acknowledge, Nitiru, but not as physical beings, but, they acknowledge Kemet and the knowledge and the story of Kemet, but yet they're not over here, you know what I'm saying? And LaRoche, he's consistent. Like, it ain't just, he just asked a question and ran off. He sees Saba's Sekhem, his power, his intelligence, his gift. So shout out to LaRoche for acknowledging that. Uncle Jasanet Tua.
Tua for your beautiful words, and yes, Anu and Uncle Jasanet, the Dr. LaRoche. We're seeing that. Welcome back, Grace Saba.
Hey, nice to be back. And Tua for all the beautiful words I heard. Nukpu's words. Atef is here. Did the Jed come back? Nana said she heard the Jed or something. Did Jed make it back? No?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay, Atef is here. Okay, good. So, Tua for all the beautiful words that were said. and your appreciation, Nukku, is beyond words. It's it's so true what you're saying. It's actually very true what you're saying. I'm glad you see that and realize that, and this is not a study group. I'm not from the library. So, but shout out to you for that acknowledgement. This is not I don't have a PhD. Came from some college. So tour to everybody. I think Tef must have just dropped off. I'm gonna check the Gmail, see if there's any supports that came in. I don't see anybody. I'm gonna refresh. I guess we lost Owen Hythe. Interesting. You never know. Maybe something happened to him, but no more Owen Hythe support. For some reason, you never know what happens to stop people from supporting. But he used to be the consistent. He said he never stopped supporting. So who knows? But shout out to all those who did. Shout out to all those who want to see me continue this. Yes, I am going to organize something to get on Sonnetter and do some of these beautiful presentations. And I hope the crowd appreciates me because my time in the week is to do these pod classes. So if I go on Sonnetter, it's it is time, but it is needed and necessary because there's a lot of new people listening, a lot of people that want to hear this, and they're hearing a bunch of whatever that other stuff is happening. So shout out to Sonnetter, shout out to all the people that want me to that want to see me on other platforms. Okay, everybody. So Tef, are you still with us? My neck thing is really. Tef, okay. So I don't see any more support, so we're going to go ahead and close out the class. Atef Rem Kema'at was here. He said, what do you say? Peace and love home now, trying to log on. Maybe he's having some connective issues. So we're going to go ahead and close out this beautiful class. This is the last class for the Pathways event. So I will see those who I'm supposed to see at the Pathways. And I will see those who I'm supposed to see 2 weeks from now in the next pod class. We're going ahead and get some closing statements from Amun, who looks like he's tired. I'm not. What time is it over there?
It is 1:47.
Okay. Oh, and you're not. Did you ever go back to work?
No, not yet.
Okay. All right, beautiful people. We're going to get some beautiful closing statements in. And then from there, I'm going to send the link out. And I'll be there in the beginning. And then it'll be Nana going over a couple things before the Pathways. I told her to do it like that because it's guaranteed that everybody will be here instead of trying to do it, catch everybody on a Tuesday and somebody's working. And the pod class, everybody's here, so it's the most guaranteed time we catch everybody in one spot. So go ahead and we're going to do the closing statements. We'll start with you, Amun. And then we'll move on to Amunet, and then Tefrem Kema'at, if he can come on, and then Nukku. So let's hear your beautiful... What the heck? Let's hear your beautiful words.
Otep, Uncle Justineb, Mary, to you, Great Sabatudi Amunhotep Ra, to your net turds, for holding up you to Jed, sustaining you with their Ka, their hidden hands, to all of your animals, all of them, the babies and everything, all of them. To all for another beautiful class, another important class, to all for being consistent, to all for formulating the class the way that you do, to all for always putting all that you got into every class. It's not like one class is like or the other or one class. It's not like one class is like basically you can tell that you put in hard work to make every class perfect, and the way you lay it out is perfect. It's not like one class you just put out the information and you're like, here's the information. It's always laid out in a certain way. And Amuna and I are realizing that, especially with repeating things from your classes, the way that you say things, the way that you structure it out, it makes it so that way when you teach it, it's received in a certain way. So thank you all very much for the way that you do everything. Thank you all for being consistent. Thank you all for taking care of yourself and being healthy and continuing to become more and more healthy. Thank you all for being alive. Thank you all for being safe. Thank you all for doing everything you need to do to keep yourself safe. I'm excited to see you at the Pathways. I look forward to it. Very, very excited. Atua for creating the HOA, for creating all of us here on the screen and other people within the HOA. Well, for all that you've gone through and all that you continue to go through. Well, for raising Amunet and I up and continuing to raise us up. Have enough for the rest of your tech. I will see you later in the meeting. Have enough for Upesh after that. And I will end with this great adoration to you, great Saba. Au am nef sa'a en neter neb ahau pa nehe cheter. Tehuti ahau pa nehe cheter pa cheta. He hath eaten the knowledge of every neter. His existence is for all eternity. Tehuti's duration of life is eternity. His limit of life is everlastingness. Hotep, Aguja Seneb, Imariu.
I appreciate those beautiful words. Oh, did you say something else?
I said Imariu.
Okay. I appreciate those beautiful words. What was that section there about the netzer? Was it consuming the nets or eating the net? What was that you said?
It says he has eaten the knowledge of every netter.
Oh, okay, yes. That ties into eating the knowledge of every netter. That ties into the class. That's the imbuement. Okay, beautiful, wonderful ancient words brought to the present. Wonderful appreciation. I like that you told me you and Amunet are starting to realize different nuances of the class. That means that you all not only watch the pod class but study it. there's the knowledge that's in the pod class, but then there's a way that it's actually happening. There's something that's happening that's not just the words on the screen. I'm glad you all are seeing that. It is that part is untangible. I'm glad you're seeing that. So to you for your beautiful words, Nina for everything, of everything you thank me for, Nina for everything you appreciate me for. Keep up the good work, keep up the echo, and keep up the min ma'at, the appreciation and the consistency. And we'll go on to Amunet. Okay, Okay. Okay, on to you.
Hotep, Uncle Justin Nev, Great Sabatuti, Amun Hotep Ra, Tua for being our Tef, for raising us up every single day, and for purifying us every single day, for your life, for your health, for your safety, and your happiness. Tua for you and your whole Nefer out, for creating Amun and I and everyone on the panel, for creating all of these beautiful memories that we all have and that we will all take once we pass and continue on in the afterlife. I appreciate you very, very much, and I am very excited to see you as well at the Pathways and for all Nefer memories in the future. So I appreciate you very much, and I hope you have a very Nefer Kek, a very Nefer night, and a Nefer Upet. I will end with this utterance to you. Amun and Amunet, Shestu Empet, Tehuti Pertneter and Maset Imens, Hutsen her Aut, and Tehuti or Hetep her Ma'at. Amun and Amunet are the divine followers, following him Tehuti, coming forth of the Neter from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at. Hotep Meriheh, Ugaja Seneb, and Miriam.
Beautiful, beautiful Nefer words and Nefer frequency that matches the words. Everything that you said is completely genuine. Tua for all that you do for the House of a 10. Tua for all you do for the pod class. And Tua for all that you do for Amun. And Tua for that which you do for me. It's all greatly appreciated. And every little thing that you do is important. Every little thing that you do is important, and I'm watching all the little things. keep up that good work, and you will be consistent and advance at all times. Look forward to seeing you and Amun in person again at the Pathways. What's up? Peace. Do for everything you thank me for, and Nina, for everything you appreciate me for.
To offer all your Nefer words that mean the world to both Amun and I, and Ninyuk, and we look forward to seeing you too. Otama.
Hotep. Peace. Okay. And on to Atef. Let's see if Atef is actually here with the voice and the audio. Do a mic check for us, Atef.
Mic check, mic check. Can you hear me?
All right. Peace. Yes, I can hear it. It's the first time seeing you tonight.
All right. Hotep, great Saba. Peace and love. Hotep, Henu to you.
Hotep. Thank you, Tua. Henu.
Hotep, I'll get my closeout. Can you hear me? Mic check.
Yes, you're moving. You're the audio, the video is a little
choppy. Yeah, it's going in and out for me. I don't know what it keep coming in and go.
But you sound great.
Okay. Well, Hotep, Hinu to you, great Saba. This class was Nefer. Always watching in the background. If you can hear me, I don't know. My sounds, my children use my electronics and the settings change automatically. I don't know, but if you guys can hear me, peace and love to you, great Saba. Looking forward to the Pathways and seeing you and seeing all the great brothers and sisters and the advancement of the movement and what's next. Peace and love to you, great brother Amun and Amunet. Peace and love to you, great brother the Jed, if you are here or you can hear us. Peace and love to the great sister Gabby and all the consistent supporters that support our great Saba and keep this Nefer class going. Peace and love to you, great brother Nook Poop. We might be on the same flight. I don't know. I'm still working on it. But yeah, this class was great. I hope I could still be heard on this mic. But this class was great. I love the fact that you stressed and give Hinu to the Natiru, to our ancestors. I think that is necessary because our ancestors have to be celebrated, and our teachers need to be celebrated as well. Positivity, and I think that you just got to stay anchored to Ma'at. So this class was great. So peace and love to the great, I think it was Dr. LaRoche who asked the question. Peace and love to you, great brother. You always ask great questions. And and peace and love to, man, I hope my mic is working. Peace and love to the great brother Big Vapes for that question. Very interesting. I saw the movie. I don't remember it, but I know it's one of those scary movies. I believe. I think it's like, Cabin in the Woods, House on the Last Block, something like that. But I look forward to that class as well because those classes tend to be very nefer as far as the breakdowns go, because a lot of the information, a lot of the coding and things that they put in movies, they put it in our face, and it's like people playing with us. But yeah, peace and love to you, Grace Saba. I know this is a closeout, so I'm not going to be long-winded. I hope my mic is still working. It's flashing on and off, but it is okay. Good. So yeah, with that, I'll give you a Hinu Grace Saba, Hinu Tehuti, illuminator of minds. You record the words of Ra forever in the book of the sky. Continue to grant us wisdom and clear speech. May you advance your station among the venerable. May your Ka contend with your enemy, and may your Ba learn the ways leading to the portal of the one who clothed the weary one. May you be remembered for eternity. May Amun be satisfied. Hotep Hinu to you, Grace Saba. Peace and love.
Hotep, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful words. And yes, I'm happy you appreciate that. In almost every single one of the classes that I'm doing, no matter what the question is, it can even be about a movie. The adorations to the Netiru are in every one, especially these commemoration classes. And I'm glad you appreciate that, because there's literally no one left praising the Netiru because they think they're principles. If you think something's a principle, you don't praise it, do you? So that nobody's left praising the Netiru because they just think it's a principle. It's not a real thing to praise, real consciousness to praise. So I'm glad you appreciate that, Tua, for your wonderful words. I'm glad that you're all organized for the pathways. You were, what did you say? You were already packed like a week ago? To that effect.
I was packed way longer than that. I've been packed for about a month, maybe about 2 months. Honestly, my bag's been packed for 2 months.
Wow, you're definitely a professional family traveler. Yeah, I never heard of that in my life. Packed for 2 months. Oh, that's great. So Tua to you, Nina, for everything you appreciate me for. Nina, to you for everything you thank me for. Keep up the great work, and I'm thinking about something for you. Maybe at the pathways, but I've been thinking about you directly because you're the last left of the originals. You're the man that was on the bed. This used to be a Tef in the beginning of the pod classes. He'd be on his bed sideways, peace. That's all he would say at the end, and there's nothing much happening. And he ended up being the last man standing. That worked out. He didn't even come looking for Mahat at the pre-show or nothing, and he's the last of the ones from that time period. And so I've been thinking about that, and that may manifest as something for you. So keep up the good work, keep up the consistency, and keep being the great father influence that you are to your family.
To our Grace Saba. Yeah, I came to learn, like you said, Ed. Whatever you wanted, don't change or don't change. I just want to learn. I just want to learn and grow and evolve. So to you, that hasn't changed, Grace Saba. Peace and love.
And what did you say to me for? What do you say about change or cut out? To it for what?
I said to you. I just want to learn and grow and change, evolve. Mm-hmm. I said to it to you, Hotep Anu.
Okay, wonderful, Nini Uk. Excellent. I'm glad I asked that because I didn't hear any of that part. But thank you. Okay, wonderful. And let's go on to the blue man, who has, I don't know if those are fidget spinners in the background. Circular balls of orbs. I'm not sure, but he has it, whatever it is. Let's hear some great words from what is that? What you're wearing? Bend down a little bit. What's that you're wearing? It's like hovering on your head. Oh, it doesn't look like any part of it's touching your head. It looks like it's a halo just hovering. Okay, let's go to you, Nipu, the original man, original being. Some good words.
To Saba, correction. Netzer.
That's it. Yeah, this is the original Halo. Then the mess. Tua Saba for today's class. Tua to everybody on the panel, everybody on the chat, everybody watching, all the consistent supporters. Tua. Tua for you, Saba, for sharing that story about with Malachi, how he would have you guys all running. He would run. I never heard anything physical activities with Saba. I mean, with Malachi, other than the ISFET things that they're saying about him. But Tua for you sharing that. It's funny that you mentioned that because me running as well. I do that as far as also scanning my body as well too. Is a way that I check myself as well too. So you bringing that up is never to me to hear that. I tell that to people all the time. Like at work, I'm like, I run and I'm scanning my body. I'm checking my joints. I'm checking my blood fluid, my muscle, making sure I don't get no muscle spasm. My lungs is breathing well. Even my thought frames, how I'm thinking, it's like a meditation. So Tua for you sharing all of that and showing how an elder can still have that stamina of that some young people nowadays don't even have, because most of them are watching movies all day, playing video games, vaping, doing all the the ISPET stuff. Yeah, it's like destroying themselves. So I really appreciate you bringing that up. Also speaking about all this whole class and for class today, we're dealing with medicine. Also the statues, how with the left foot forward, I never really looked at it like that was a running position. And it's so funny because this past week I was thinking of those statues, like when I'm preparing to being in the race, to always have my left foot forward, similar to the statues. And you brought that up, like that's the running position, and I'm like, wow. I like now my mind looks at that completely different, like that's. And then to tell me, for you to mention that was one of the requirements in Kemet, I would never thought, like I had a feeling that certain individuals would run, but I didn't know it was like a popular thing. And it's a never thing to hear that, because here in America, it's like about less than 1% of the population do marathons or do anything like with running. So you bringing that up, it goes to show you how powerful and impactful Kemet really was. Like, and then to talk about how these were the most fittest people in the basically in the world, So I'm more proud to study Kemet, more proud to study study under you as well, Saba. So it's an effort thing to hear. And then also how you brought up about, you guys, with the Jesus thing, like, oh, if you believe in Jesus so much, then tell Jesus to pull that tooth out your mouth. Tell Jesus to help you with your heart attacks. You know what I'm saying? Like, get on your knees and pray and see what that's going to take for you, what's going to happen for you. And then to explain about the instruments, the tools, the proper knowledge of, health comes from Kemet, comes from these Natiru that these people are calling fallen angels and all this wicked stuff. But yet, you get bit by a snake, what are you going to do? You're going to pray to Jesus and good luck, So that was never, I got to admit that. So yeah, Tua Saba, I'm glad that I was able to stay up. I even put an alarm just in case I knock out, because I've been up since early this morning. And Tua, for everything that you do. I can't wait for the meeting and to see you in person as well. And another thing, Saba, make sure you don't give me no animals, no pets, no snakes, just in case you were thinking.
What? What do you mean? Where?
Just in case you try to give it to me at the pathways, you might be like, oh, here you go, Nupu Nupu, hide this in a box, take this with you like that. TSA is gonna take me away. But yeah, to Asava, Uncle Justin for everything, and yeah, I can't wait for the Pathways of Awakening. It's gonna be a Nefer event, especially being in the temple. And like I don't know if you heard, but this is gonna be my first Ren, but ain't gonna be my last. Every year, I'm gonna make sure I get a new Ren, more Rens. You know what I'm saying? So. Nania said she already put that out there, and I was already planning on doing that. So, you know, because you have mentioned in the past where, you know, Natiru or, you know, they would have more than one Ren. So I took that into consideration, and I'm like, okay, once I get my first Ren, I'm gonna get the ball rolling. And I thought like maybe a Moon or the Jed, somebody would get another Ren, like add more onto their Rens, but I guess they ain't catch the memo, you know what I'm saying? But now they will. So Uncle Justin there. So I'm gonna read this my Medu Netzer, and then we can go forward. Sem Hotep Meri Ib Netiru Ma'at Nuk At Ker Em Kat A. I am without evil in my body. Septu Kua. I am wealthy. Aha Sekem Kesef Meret I rise up and I gain the power and I repulse the evil which is against me. Behen Sebau. May I crush the evil one. Se Etem Na Apep Em Atef Ma Na. May I destroy a pep at his moment. Sakur Na Shimi. I have overthrown the destroyers. Em Sa'u Ka. I have came that I may be protecting thee. Makeru, Makeru, Makeru. Aka Ua, Kurt FMF. Hotep Nitiru, Ma'at. Uncle Jasanev, Sava.
Beautiful, excellent, wonderful. Your appreciation continues to be more and more detailed. And yes, what a beautiful set of synchronicities that the class that I'm showing the runner, the same class you show a Sahu running with the blue part of his face. It's the same class I tell a story about the running with Malachi, and beautiful. It's so beautiful how the frequency links and synchronizes with the members of the PA class, members of the House of a 10. And those who are in sync with my frequency, that's actually how it's happening. Because if you're in tune with the frequency that I have, then our relationship is beyond just the physical realms. That's why you still see me in other places, and things will happen to you and me that will manifest in the physical as a synchronicity. That's because there's multiple worlds happening. So wonderful words. To it, everything you thank me for, Nina, for everything you appreciate me for, and continue on. And I spoke to Nanny. Well, Nanny spoke to me. She said that she was saying something else, but it's fine that you got inspired to do that exactly. She was saying something different. Not a new Ren, not that, because if you run for 20 years and you have 20 Rens, and each Ren is already five. Each Tef Rem Kimha, that's 4. So, but yes, the ancestors did have multiple. Ra got to a point where his was it said unnumerable. I was trying to figure it said unnumerable. There's no there was no number to it. It was just like names. So yes, if you want to keep adding to the Ren, adding more. Most of the Par-E had 5 of them, and each of them were like 5 to 6 words. So that's over 20 something names, because each word is a different Ren. So continue on with that, and I look forward to seeing you too at the Pathways. Uncle Justin F. Shinama Atua for everything you thank me for, Nini for everything you appreciate me for. Won't tap to you.
New York.
Wonderful. Okay, everyone, we're gonna close out with the affirmation, and then what I'm gonna do to keep it simple, since it, let me see. Let me see something, everybody, before I say it. Let me see if it can be done. Since it's only a few of us, I'm going to see if I can create the link right here and just put it in the I'm going to create the link, and then I can just send it out when it's time. Let me see if it'll do it while we're on. Return to dashboard. Okay, I think it can do it. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and end out the class with the affirmation. My computer is running super slow, maybe because I have two things running at the same time. Okay, let me put a PTA meeting. Have this just ready to go. Let's see if it generates a link. Enter studio. Okay. All right, the second link has already been created, so we can go ahead and close out the this beautiful pod class. Now that everybody said their words, we're going to do the affirmation led out by Tef. And Tef, are you ready? Uh-oh.
Hotep, hey, Saba, can you hear me? Mic check. Hotep. Mic check.
Now we can.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I hear you good now.
Okay. Did you post it? Am I not seeing it? My screen is going in and out.
No, I haven't posted it yet. I was asking if you were ready, but I can hear you now, so I'm gonna go ahead and put it up now. What's that, Tef? You cut out.
I said I'm ready, Great Saba.
Uh-oh. Okay, wonderful. Here it is.
2 out on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki Ema'at. Un-NS. Nintet or Set Ema'at. Min Hepapet Ema'at. Her in Hu Kui. Per Iku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious.
Okay, wonderful people. That will conclude this beautiful pod class. Peace and love to everyone that came. We're gonna the Jed must have fallen asleep or something. Shout out to Big Blunt who popped up at the end of the class. Rewind, Big Blunt. Go back. Go back to the beginning. Hotep, nice to see you. And go back to the beginning and catch the 2 hours and 38-minute class that I taught. So I have the link to the StreamYard. I'm gonna go ahead and let me call out to see who's here before I do anything. So it was just supposed to be Amun, Amunet. I see them there. Tefrem Kemaat. I see him here. Nukpu and the Jed. And maybe Basatut, but Basatut didn't necessarily have to be there. And he probably fell asleep. And did we just lose a Tef? Okay. So I'm going to oh, Basatut is there. Okay. All right, Basatut is here. So what I'm going to do right now before I actually close out is I have the link, so I'm going to just go ahead and send it out. You all click on it. So let me go ahead and do this. Atef, is your Facebook working good? We lost Atef. As soon as I come on, I see House of Aten. Nice. My computer's working really, really slow. Did somebody just come on?
Yes, Atef.
Okay, good. I just added a Atef. Okay, good. So I'm going to go ahead and send the link right now. So we got a link before I close out so there's no confusion. The computer is just losing it. I got 5 Atefs and none of them are Atef Hawass, Atef Barakat. What's happening here? Okay, Atef. Oh, really? T-E-F. Get all these fake Atefs out of here. There's the real one. We got the real one. Okay, Atef. Let me do this again. Okay. Okay, Atef, confirm that you got the link. It should be coming in your Facebook. Boom. Boom. Okay, and then Basatut. I'm sending you the link in your Facebook. Go ahead and confirm. Strange name. Okay, here's the real Basatut Magax effect. Boom. And who else? Nukpu. Nukpu, you're not on Facebook, are you?
No, my face is only on scrolls.
Nukpu's froze. Okay, did everybody get their Okay.
What's up? Can you hear me?
Gosh. All that scrolls. Okay. Hang in there, Amun and Amunet. Hang in there. I don't know if you didn't get much sleep last night, but you look like you are ready to go to sleep right now. Okay, Basatut has the link. That should be check your email. Amun has hers. Amunet has hers. Has theirs. Atef, do you have yours? Did you see it?
Yes, Saba, I got it.
Atef, are you there?
Can you? Yeah, I got it, Saba. Can you put it in the private
Okay.
chat? Hotep Saba, is it possible to put it in the private chat? Can you
Something's
hear
going on.
me?
Saba he got a lag. He
Yes,
can't
I
hear
hear you
you.
great.
It's like a lag.
Yeah, something's going bad with the reception here. Okay, I see Amunet in its private chat. Oh, okay, Tef sees your link. Okay, good. Okay, everybody has the link. So I'm about to go big screen, close it out, and then everybody just hit that link, and we're right back on it. So peace and love to you, Amun Amunet. Peace and love to you, Tefram Kemaat. Peace and love to you, Nukpu. I'm gonna go big screen and close this out. Peace.
Peace and love, Sabo.
Peace and love.
Never Pespe Saba.
All right, wonderful. Our big screen, here we go.
Hotep Saba.
Big screen. Hotep. All right, let's close it out. Peace and love, everyone. You all saw what you saw. You saw the question. You saw. What was that noise? Phenomenon, which is the answer. You saw what has never been done before, and you got the jewels that so many. Just rewind if you haven't seen. Rewind. Tour to all those who support. My name is Sue. Oh, maybe because I have two open. Tour to all the supporters, Tehuti, which you know by there may be new people. This is Sekhmet on the hat. The ancient word for memory, power of memory. The spider. This is Aset. Set Hajet Ma'ati. Hajet is the white which represents us set, and Ma'ati, which is the double realm of the class. You already know to do what you should do if you have appreciation for this once in a lifetime set of events over and over again. I'm going to check the chat. Everybody got their good link. Peace, Nukpu. And you all have a beautiful night. And remember, Ma'at. Ma'at is min ma'at, min have a pet, constantly advancing. Must be consistent, but consistently moving upwards. Provable. Affecting yourself. Opportunity. If there's another the netter and teach to this capacity, please let us know the Tehuti Pod class so we can present that phenomenon also to the world. But until then, the last representative of Tiru, you are doing a fantastic, phenomenal job. That is my AI moderator. Supporting today. The beautiful question sent in by Dr. LaRoche. Set of questions with sets and ancients and Butiru, modern medical field race. Kemet, goddess, Sekhmet of the ancients, used by today's doctors. Where did medicine and doctors originate? Greece or Kemet? Why did doctors do this? Medical chart is Tehuti.
BC. Beautiful. Peace and love, everybody. Continue to support that which the Nether brought you.